der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Well, we had hoped north of 100 cars. It looks like we may get to 99, but not quite reach the three-figure amount. However, there's a great span of different manufacturers to be seen in the GT3 ranks. GT3 spread across three different categories: Pro, Pro-Am and Am, depending on what your driver lineup is. Cup 2 looks to be very competitive indeed. That is for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and as many as 10 of those should do battle fairly shortly. Cup 3 likewise, and a number of GT4 cars entered into the SP10 category have already qualified this morning along with everybody else. We are about 45 minutes away though from the start of the fourth NLS race of the season, which gives me, Johnny Palmer, and my partner in crime, Peter Snowden, a chance to reflect as to how we've done so far for the NLS season. And also we've had a qualifying race leading into the 24 hours of the Nürburgring race, which feels an age ago now because we've been covering the 24 hours of Le Mans elsewhere on the network. But this very much, Snowy, is back to the kind of bread and butter rounds, and if anything, that's emphasised in the entry list, because a lot of the big names, I assume, are sort of racing elsewhere. We've still got Share Sport and Valkenhorst and Pro Sport, don't get me wrong, but I think we're going to be looking elsewhere, perhaps from the GT3 battle, as well as the GT3 battle, for the real intense fights this afternoon.
Yeah, morning, Johnny. Indeed, so we said that it was for the 24-hour race that you said quite right, it sits outside of NLS, but it is the one that everybody does before NLS 1, 2 and 3 we had. It's where everybody gets the data collection, everything they need for the 24-hour race. And I always feel this one's a bit of a thinner race of the season, if you like. We obviously had the 24-hour qualifying race. We've got a 12-hour race in September. Quite a few, as you say, quite a few competitors over in Fuji for GT World Challenge. Picarello and people like that are out there. Dennis Olsen, Lind, etc. are out there already doing they've got two races this weekend. But we did have 103 cars on the engine. I think we lost a few just before, just coming under that three-figure number. And also qualifying this morning was a bit interesting because we had only 16 minutes of green flag running on the track, so effectively 2 laps, if you like. Yeah. Before it went into a code 60. So whilst we've got a pole position car, which I'll let you go through in a minute, John, I won't do a spoiler alert on that, but it's not exactly representative, shall we say, after qualifying, so it should be a bit more interesting. There's still 100 cars out there. You can't complain that. As ever, SP9 going to be the GT3, the top category, is one we're going to be watching. You say a big name still there: Share Sport, PHX with the Audis, Valkenhorst with the BMW M4 GT3s, Aston Martin Racing out as well, Pro Sport, Schnitzel with the Mercedes, Huber, Porsche still, Octane, Ferrari 296. So a good old mixture still out there.
And as you mentioned, Snowy, qualifying happened earlier this morning, but an action-packed session which prevented many of the laps to be held under green flag conditions. Thankfully, though, blue skies. You would hope that in the Eifel region, even though it is June. I suppose sometimes there's no time of the year where you are guaranteed to not have a little bit of early morning mist in the valley, and some of the GT3 cars wasting no time at all in taking to the grass, at least 2 wheels on the dirt there for the Share Sport Audi number 5. Also a moment a little bit later on in the session for one of the Renault Meganes lower down the order. And a reminder that we have got Renault Clios back into the battle as well. I seem to remember that those cars did not take part in the 24-hour race, but at least the little hot hatches do return, and the speed differential between a full-blooded thoroughbred GT3 and some of those little tiny Clios that are not hanging around, let's face it, but those drivers of the GT3s will have to be well aware of going around one of the many blind corners here in the Green Hell and finding a car right in the middle of the track, minding its own business, going as fast as it can, but that's the nature of this event.
Yeah, one of the fan favourites, the Dacia Logan, has been reshelled into a Megane and is out in this race.
Is that right?
It is, indeed.
Okay.
Again, so same drivers, just been reshelled. Looks slightly different.
I see, but yes, if you look close
I believe
enough.
they're still looking for a donor Logan, though.
Right, fair enough. Well, maybe the chassis plate still illustrates that it's a Dacia Logan, and possibly not. 7:53.112 is the pole position time, set by, no doubt, Frank Stippler, although Vincent Colby's a quick driver. Stippler just about has the edge on him. That's an all-pro lineup in the number 5 for Scherer Sport. The BMW M4 for Christian Krognes and Kuba Gimasiak for Valkenhorst will start from second position. Third and fourth, Aston Martin from Mercedes-Benz, 7:57.8 for the Pro Sport Racing Vantage of Maxime Dumouriez and Mike David Ortman, and they're joined rather by the Mercedes-AMG GT3 number 11 for Schnitzelarm Racing, Colin Karasani and Marcel Markovits. Then another BMW M4, the 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport, so sisters of the 34 for Thomas Neubauer, Nicholas Cruton and Dylan Pereira, who was racing actually last weekend at the 24 Hours of Le Mans event, not in the main race, but I believe he won the Porsche Carrera Cup race on the Saturday morning, a combination of Porsche Carrera Cup France and Benelux, and late in the day, Pereira coming through to take victory. 25 Porsche 911 GT3R will have Dennis Fetzer, Klaus Rader, Hans Wehrmann and Carlos Rivas. That's fairly unusual to have 4 drivers allocated to one car in a 4-hour race, so it's going to be one stint each. It has to be in the number 25 Huber entry. 805.543 that car managed. We do have one of the brand new Ferrari 296 GT3s, not the Fricadelli one that won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring last month, but the 26 Octane 126 car there for Bjorn Grossman, Jonathan Hershey and Luca Ludwig. 806.2 their time, and they'll start 7th ahead of the Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Actually, that's a Cup 2 machine, so we'll start further back, possibly in Group 2. Might be at the back of Group 1. We'll find out for car 120. They usually start at the front of the second group, but an indication of how quick that 120 car is. It's qualified 8th overall with an 809.9. Then the Pro-Am Mercedes, number 45, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlab and Shane Lewis, 811.809. And the Black Falcon Team Identica 102 Cup 2 car for Ben Nagel and Noah Nagelsdijk. That did an 813.404. So that is the top 10 overall, including 2 Cup 2 cars. And again, more evidence, Snowy, that the Cup 2 cars can really mix it with the GT3s, and they can go a bit further on fuel. So we might have the scenario again at the end of the first hour of a non-GT3 car leading the race. Yeah, it's not outside the realms of possibility that a Cup 2 car could even take overall honours. There's a gauntlet being thrown down. Just a bit.
Yes. I can't quote my sources though, but you just mentioned Fricadelli.
Yes.
And I've heard tell that they're still partying after 24 hours.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. One person I cannot
I do have inside information, but I cannot reveal.
From a certain DP.
Couldn't
perhaps.
possibly comment.
One person I cannot place, actually the aforementioned, but also Nicky Katzberg. Surely Katzberg has not got a weekend off from racing this weekend. The ADAC...
He was at Le Mans last weekend, wasn't he?
He was racing at Le Mans last weekend in the Corvette with Ben Keating. The ADAC Masters are not racing this weekend. DTM have a weekend off as well. There's a GT Championship, which is the International GT Open. They're racing at the Hungaroring, but there's very little crossover between drivers that regularly take part at the Nürburgring and in the International GT Open. And Katzberg isn't a regular member of any of those. So
well, there was a rumour that he's going to be at Speedfest at Brands Hatch tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah.
In one of the Euro Wayland Series cars.
Exactly.
Well, there was a lot of Dutchmen in that championship, so you might not be far wrong, actually.
Just watch social media to light up on that one.
Oh, yes. I mean, he may be going under one of his pseudonyms to hide his identity fully, but you wouldn't put it past Nicky Katzberg. I'm sure he'd like a quick blast or a long blast around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Audi take pole. They had a difficult 24 hours of the Nürburgring. I was often popping into the media centre to have a word with some of the people writing the press for the four-ring company, and they were just forever throwing their pen down on the desk going, this is not our race. I mean, to be honest, the same could be said for all of the four big German manufacturers, Snowy. I don't think anybody expected, for the first time in just over 20 years, for a non-German manufacturer to win that race, and it's left certainly Audi, possibly Porsche as well. They had a tough one, and the other two, Mercedes and BMW, scratching their heads a little bit. Although, admittedly, you know, this championship runs to slightly different rules, but the balance of performance is not far off. So, you know, can Audi sustain this run, and why on earth did they not go so well in the 24 hours? Sometimes I suppose it's the nature of the beast. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, your car can get tangled up in traffic. It can be in the Armco barrier, and that puts you out. But this is Audi's chance, clearly with a quick car on single lap speed, to get a good result, Snowy, in NLS4.
It is, and just you mentioned qualifying numbers there, Johnny, of the 103. You were quite right, there are 99 actually on track. There were 103 on the entry list. Two of the cars that recorded no times are the 254, which is one of the two entries, BMW 325i's from the VLN 24-hour Special class, which is 2 to 2.5 litres, and 477, which is our VW Scirocco from the VT2 front-wheel drive category. Now, whether those two came together or not, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but they're the two that caused the yellow flag this morning in the session. So that's two of them. That would certainly bring us down to 101. So we've got two other cars unaccounted for currently. Start groups are going to be, as usual, the red, yellow and black in order. Start groups 1, 2 and 3. Colours being, of course, signifying from the German national flag. And start group, there's 34 in the first group, which includes those, the majority of those, would you believe, highest number is Cup 2, 13 starters in that.
Yes.
SP9's got 9 in it, SP7, 10, X and 4T go in that first group. Second group has 38 cars in it, that's the VT2 front-wheel drive, VT2 rear and four-wheel drive, SPT3, TCR and Cup 3 cars, and then slightly less in our final group. 3 is 30 with V4, V5, V6, VT3, SP3, SP4, H4, BMW M240i and M2CS classes. Even I know what they mean. I know which cars are in those.
Well, yes, the title rather gives it away, does it not?
Rather than VT3, you have to go, we'll see what the moniker is, a decipher is. Yes, those are our starting groups as normal. 30 seconds apart, as ever.
Has VT2 always included a class that is rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive? I thought that was a new one for this particular race, or certainly it didn't exist in the Nürburgring 24-hour race.
There's two of them. There's a front-wheel drive, and then there's VT2 front-wheel drive, VT2 rear and four-wheel drive.
And the four-wheel drive bit, wasn't on the entry list for the Nürburgring 24 hours, which is interesting, but it's existed all year in the NLS, we think.
Yes.
Okay. So you've got Frontantrieb, which is the German word for front-wheel drive. You've got Heckentrieb, which is the German word for rear-wheel drive. And then there's a special extra code, which is basically 4WD, four-wheel drive. And that's not as a result of a hybrid kicking in, like you might find in a hypercar around the 24 hours of the Le Mans circuit, but four-wheel drive all the way around the circuit. We have had 3 races so far in this championship. So we started off with the 68th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. That was on the 18th of March and saw Maxime Martin and Dries Van Toor take victory in the BMW M4 for ROWE Racing, their number 99 BMW, from an Audi, in fairness. So Scherer Sport were right up there in second with Kim-Louis Schramm and Ricardo Feller, and third place for Mercedes and the Schnitzelalm Racing entry, number 11, that returns this weekend. The second race, which was the DMV 4-Stunden-Rennen, the 47th edition of the NIMEX event, that was on the 1st of April and was won by a Valkenhorst BMW for Kuba Gemaziak and Jesse Krohn, number 34, from a Porsche from Rutronic Racing, and a second BMW, the BMW Junior team of Daniel Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen. And the third race of the year, which was the 54th edition of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy, that was also a BMW M4 victory for the BMW Junior team, same trio that are regularly associated with the 44 car. Paul Harkema and Harkema Jr. being, I can only assume it's Harkema Jr. Being interviewed quickly on the grid. But a thought about the results we've had so far, you know, think aside of the qualifying race and the Nürburgring 24 hours, it has all been about Bavarian brand BMW, Snowy. They seemed unstoppable after 3 races.
They did. I mean, I've said all along, haven't I, that from day one, the day that M4 hit the ground, wheels rolling, it just looked right. And it's, I think Martin Brundle said years ago that the whole idea of a Formula One car was it should look like it's doing 200 miles an hour standing still. As in, if it looks right, it usually is right. It's a good metaphor. That M4 just came out and it just looked right. It caught my eye from the day I first saw it, and I just thought, there's something about that car. It's had the pace, it's had the reliability. It's had a stellar set of drivers in it across different teams, of Valkenhorst, ROWE, and the BMW Works Junior team, of course. But rarely have they seemed to get it all together for the big one. Where that car does seem to be shining at the moment, actually, it's in the UK, in British GT, and Century Motorsport, of course, one of those BMW Junior teams, drivers over here.
And are they essentially running GT3s this year?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
They've traditionally run GT4 cars, haven't they?
But they've stepped up.
Right.
So ironically, it's home turf, as you say, the Nordschleife is where you'd expect it. That's where the marketing team of BMW would want that car to really perform, and it's selling cars in the UK instead. Yeah.
I had forgotten that actually the ROWE Racing BMW in the 24 hours was only 27 seconds down from the Ferrari. Yeah. So Sheldon van der Linde, Maxime Martin, Dries van Tor, Marco Wittmann were really driving the wheels off that M4. And had the Fricadelli Ferrari had a hiccup anywhere, you know, that's 30 seconds gone straight away.
Well, there was a great quote from the team principal there that said just after 24 hours that their race in that BMW was absolutely faultless.
Right.
But the Ferrari was just too quick for them. We won't remind them from the Ferrari drivers who tell us that the dampers were, I think US is the phrase to use.
Okay. Yes.
Partway through the race, and with 4 hours to go, they were completely unusable.
Yes.
It didn't seem to slow its pace that much somehow.
No.
So a Ferrari on broken dampers still seems to do quite well.
Let's just pause to have a word with Charles Espenlaub, because this will be in English.
We'll hand it off to Charlie and Shane and see how it goes.
So the pressure's on him, huh?
Well, he's just such a great job starting. I don't mind batting cleanup anytime, so he gets out there, puts it in a big position. My job is just to bring it home.
Good luck for bringing home and starting the race. Übersetzt das noch ganz kurz. Sie sind natürlich schön, dass Sie wieder.
So that was Charles Espenlaub, who we caught halfway through, and Shane Lewis commenting that he's there just to bring it home. They've got, as far as the entry list is concerned, they have Charlie Putman back again. Now, Charlie was unable to race in the 24-hour race. He actually had his licence taken away because of an infringement happened. Was that in the qualifying race?
Qualifying races, yeah.
But it's back again. So presumably he's reapplied, shown the evidence that he's been a very clean driver in other events. And it might be because the NLS sits separately from the qualifying and the 24-hour race that he's absolutely fine to compete in round 4 of the NLS, and they will start from 9th position in the 45 Mercedes AMG.
Sorry to miss them at the 24-hour. Great to have them back. A team more competitive and more cohesive in equal measure, I cannot imagine. They always just seem to get on. They seem to bounce off one another. They are ultra intra-team competitive, but as a team, and they're almost a perfect example of endurance racing. They work hard together. They play hard together. They're always fighting. They're always got a bit. There's always every little bit, you know, every opportunity of a 10th here or a 1,000th there into team, but they do it as a team going forward, and it's great to see them back again. I think I mentioned it in the 24-hour that it was a great shame not to see them in the 24-hour. As ever, it was one driver who lost his permit for that meeting, so they withdrew as a team. That was it. There was no question of putting the team out and somebody else out. It is his team. It is called CP Racing for a reason. Perhaps that's got something to do with it. But there would be no. I know within that camp there'd be no question. If Charles isn't doing it, we're not doing it. Full stop. And that would be it. You can almost see the internal memo now, can't you? Dear employees, yes, due to unforeseen circumstances, yes, have a weekend off.
Exactly.
But they're back now, and always good. And great, the great supporters of the Hankook 24-hour series, Creventic, in that a great deal. Good to see them out again.
And they are predominantly still based in the United States, so there's an awful lot of air miles back and forth across the Atlantic. You know, it's not a small commitment by any stretch.
I want their club card.
Too right, yeah.
Loyalty card.
Their points will have gone through the roof, you have to imagine. Now, the 111 car, which does display the colours of Frickadelli, and this might be just about as close as we can get to the winners of the 24 hours, because Klaus Aberlan, who was overseeing that victory last month, is part of the driving lineup, so clearly he's managed to stay away from the mass partying. The driver, simply known as Jules, in inverted commas, is the second pilot, and Felipe Fernandez-Larza, who was in that quartet, Peter Snowden, who took victory on this very asphalt about a month or so, well, it was pretty much exactly a month ago. So Felipe Fernandez-Larza, who races a lot with Klaus Aberlan, not only in GT3, but also in the LMP3 category in the Le Mans Cup, and was actually in action around Circuit de la Sarthe a week and a bit ago as part of the Road to Le Mans races. And Felipe Fernandez-Larza in that difficult position in that he was bumped up to gold, and that has restricted his opportunities really moving forward. He had a massive load of offers on the email and in the in-tray when he was a silver, but the grading system, he would admit, has rather scuppered his chances. However, he can still regularly race with Klaus Aberlan. I wonder whether Aberlan's face has yet said goodbye to that smile. It would have been permanent for a month and more.
Well, it was a giant killing result, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody expected it. It's a bit of a Ferrari theme at the moment. Of the car's got the pace. The 296. We didn't doubt the driver lineup or the pace of that car at the 24-hour, nor indeed the capacity and ability of Frickadelli. But to me, I remember when we were out there, Johnny, when it got into the lead so early. My feeling, having done a few 24-hour races, is it's too early. It's too early to be leading. As in, things evolve. There's layers. It's theatre.
Oh, yeah.
The Nordschleife is always theatre. No matter a 24-hour event, and this is just a short sprint race, 4 hours. But I just thought it's too early to be leading. As in, the odds are usually stacked against you. That won't happen. Something will change, and it didn't. It got there to the end. Not dissimilar to Ferrari last weekend at Le Mans.
True.
The same base unit of the engine in the 499P. But it got there, and it said that it got the pace, and it got through to the end. Quite incredible. I know I'm known as a bit of a terrier. I'm just going to go back to a couple of things that got out of qualifying. The 477 and 254 cars were totally unrelated, two separate incidents. The one that did cause a little bit of the code city for a long time was the 952, which is the Schmillers Racing Cayman 718. That's pedalled by Francesco Mellini, Philippe Stahlschmidt and Christopher Rink. I'm not sure who was at the wheel of that at the moment, but that's what caused one of the longest code 60s in qualifying this morning. Went off at Fuchshole, not a place to go off really, and did require quite a bit of barrier repair, which is what usually causes a code 60 for so long. So that's 3 of our 4 cars that are off the entry list, or less than our 103. Get down to a 9 time. We've got 1 to go. Trust me, we've got a 4-hour show. I will find out who the other one was.
Good man. You've accepted the mission. I'm assuming Dylan Pereira is speaking German, and therefore, although he's from Luxembourg, yes.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, my German is distinctly average, and I'll not be able to at least translate that on the fly. But I'm a massive fan of Dylan Pereira. As I was mentioned, he was in action at the Circuit de la Sarthe last weekend as part of the Porsche Carrera Cup support race, which had 62 911 GT3 Cup cars in it, and Dylan Pereira was in that lead gaggle for much of the time, and I don't think my memory is deceiving me in that he did come through to take victory in the end in that race. Was, as I say, certainly on the podium. The 26-year-old from Luxembourg, and he regularly races in the Porsche Carrera Cup Super Cup, or at least did last year. Still, as well, looking for the opportunities within the 24-hour races, and has raced amongst others for Klick Versicherung, the Cup team that run in Cup 2, but he's welcomed into the GT3 fold for this weekend, joining Thomas Neubauer, the young Frenchman, and Nicholas Cruton, who hails from Germany. But the average age there, I mean, Pereira may well be the oldest. Pereira's 26. Cruton is only 20 years old, who hails from Trier. And then Thomas Neubauer, I think, still is in his early 20s as well. Will be proved wrong in a moment. Thomas Neubauer, yes, he's 24. So that's not a bad average age in actual fact. And there could be a car that sort of flies beneath the radar there. It did an 8:02.585 and will start from 5th position in car number 35. But it is an Audi and BMW front row. I look back through some of the other classes. There's only one SPX car in the entry, I believe, Snowy. That is a Mercedes-AMG GT2 from Schnitzelalm Racing. So if they finish, they'll win their class. But in a GT2 car, you want to try and at least stay as level as possible with some of the middle-order GT3s. And if they can finish ahead of, say, a GT3 AM, that would be a good result for Peter Pozovac and Jamo Hartling, who drive the AMG GT2 car, which qualified in 13th when you combine all the times, doing an 8:15.1. So it is quite a bit slower than the high 7-minute times that the GT3 cars can do. We're already getting the 1-minute board, closely followed by the 30 seconds. I say already. It takes
hopefully 30 seconds later.
Yeah.
You never know. I'd said hopefully, not suggesting you're wrong, but you just never know, John. I have seen that generally done where it's been organised to be a bit tight on time, and they've done the minute 30, and it's actually that seemed like very, very army seconds. Not
that was
very
10 seconds, not 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's hope that, well, being in Germany, the stopwatches will be as accurate as you would expect, and 30 seconds to my eye has ticked by, and now the whiteboard is displayed to the whole of Startgruppe 1, and in a moment or two the cars will roll away. You might think, why don't they not just do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit and start to get going? Well, that doesn't allow the space for the second and third groups to do a full circuit, and they're parked up elsewhere on the Grand Prix track at the moment. So it will be a full, effectively, sighter lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but bearing in mind that we're not using the full Grand Prix track for these races. We do use the full Mercedes Arena, though, so rather than the Yokohama S that was being used for the 24-hour race, it's a sharp right-hander and then something like 3 lefts around the Mercedes Arena before rejoining the old Grand Prix track, and then quickly on the brakes to go through that U-bend, which is often known as the cut-through, the right-hander, and that's quite heavily banked as well, so you've got to be careful when you work your way through there that you're not fighting the camber, but often, particularly in wet conditions, which thankfully we don't have today, the high line can be used around that U-bend. I also notice that that little lane, which it can be used for penalties on the fly, and you spotted that. Was it the start of this season or the start of last season? This season. It's a dotted, effectively long bus stop
penalty box,
and it's a penalty box. Yeah. So if you've been given a penalty and it's not severe enough to come into the penalty box in the pit lane, and if you go out wide through that first bit of the Mercedes Arena and therefore well off the racing line, it is considered that the penalty has been served.
But as you just mentioned about timing, German efficiency is admired, and quite rightly so, around the world. But to put a penalty box on track in a safe place, it just speaks volumes about the organisation of this. You turn to the right, you keep over there, and you stop there on track. Just don't anybody come through that and try and go wide.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's been measured and sorted. Of course, I was looking at timings this morning at qualifying. Was it a 7:53? Was it qualifying?
Yes.
Yeah.
7:53.1.
And I was thinking, hang on, it was an 8:09 was the new record at the Nordschleife N24, and I was thinking, how is 8:09 a record? My little brain didn't quite catch up. It was early Saturday morning. It's been a long week with Le Mans and other bits in between. And I sort of thought, of course, as you've just pointed out, they use a different configuration circuit. The N24, they use the Grand Prix loop, as well, whereas now we get to the bottom and we turn right again, where it's all barriered off again. So different configuration circuits for the Grand Prix section of the Nürburgring. So the Südschleife rather than the Nordschleife. That bit's identical. The bit that counts.
Yes.
And I have to say, it does just seeing a little onboard footage here, but it does please me to see that the third car on the line there has an Aston Martin badge on it.
Indeed. It's not exactly British racing green, I have to admit. It's
more Kermit.
It's a little bit more Kermit. It's certainly almost like a lime green with some white detailing on the back, but that is the chosen livery for Pro Sport Racing. I don't think you mind any Aston Martin in it, all flavours, frankly. And the Vantage GT3 with Maxime Dumouriez.
knows me so well.
Maxime Dumouriez, the Belgian. Mike David Ortman is his co-driver. And again, you know, having done a 7:57.8, there were only 3 cars below the 8-minute marker on this altered Nürburgring Nordschleife lap, and thankfully it's from 3 different manufacturers, so it does show that balance of performance is there or thereabouts right. We've got an Audi doing a 7:53, we've got a BMW doing a mid 7:56, and an Aston Martin doing a high 7:57. Then the first up of the Mercedes, which was just over the 8-minute marker with an 8:01.2. BMW, the second of those Valkenhorst entries, number 35, did an 8:02.5. We haven't spoken a great deal yet about GT4. Well, taking pole position in the SP10 category, it was the 187 BMW M4 GT4. That's the entry from FK Performance Motorsport. And I tell you, not hanging around at all for a GT4 time, 8:42.2 for Nick Hanke, Torsten Volter and Nick Wustenhagen, and they have behind them then the SPX entry, which is the Mercedes-AMG GT2. So I've lied to you there are at least 2 SPX entries. We've got the 53 and the 57, and one is a Haupt Racing Team GT2 for Thomas Jaeger and Ralph Aron, and the other one, the quicker one of the 2, for Schnitzelarm Racing's Peter Pozovac and J-Mo Hartling, as mentioned. Second in SP10 is a Mercedes-AMG, the Haupt Racing Team car for Tobias and Florian Wahl, and then Reinhold Renger will join them in the 189 car. Third in SP10 is a Toyota Supra GT4 from Teichmann Racing for Scott Marshall and Konstantin Scholl, 190 car. And bear in mind that they're quite liberally spaced when it comes to overall times, but they will be bunched together in start group 2 for the GT4 start. And again, GT4, are they quite into double figures? I think there's about, well, I think there's 8 GT4s, possibly
yes,
9.
So. Yeah.
So again, a good entry. We had 10 or 11 for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, but it's good to see that there's a fair old smattering of SP10 GT4 cars, which will produce 7. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's still a very good number, and 7 of them have qualified this morning and will produce a very good race across 4 hours.
You mentioned earlier, Johnny, when we had the 1-minute 30-second board about the gaps required between the 3 different start groups, and it's just being played out perfectly in front of me, just looking at the second start group, yellow, going on start group 2, just coming to the end of the Grand Prix circuit, going through Sabine Schmidt's curve onto the Nordschleife, whereas the first group are only just past Arenberg already. So that's why, as you said quite rightly, you need all that spacing to get 100 cars out. I mean, rather than 103 or 99, let's call it 100 cars. 100 cars on track, this narrow. It takes a little bit of organising to get them out there.
Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start.
Safe position or have a start. Of course, what that does, we say it every time, it allows the start group 1 to get that sort of lap and a half normally, don't they? It's sort of slightly short of this circuit because we're not using the full GV. It gives about a lap and a half of clear air before they start to catch up with start group 3. And then it gets into traffic. So they get a sort of maybe, I'd say maybe 2 laps tops before they start getting into traffic.
To give you an idea of the circuit length, now he says that, and I thought
You've got to say you're finished.
Yeah, I'll have to now. 24
benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola.
It's 24,000 meters, so that is
die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve.
24 kilometers. That sounds like too many. That's right. It's right. Because I've come from a 13-kilometer circuit last weekend.
Now we've covered this, Johnny. Don't doubt yourself.
Circuit de la Sarthe is almost half that distance around. Yes, 24.3 kilometers. And what I need to do now is the exact length of the circuit that's used for the Nürburgring 24 hours. It may take further research.
Der Nordschleife.
But I wanted to do a kind of direct side-by-side comparison, if that was possible.
Und damit von der virtuellen
presses and we will get
it's about 27, 28.
It's not that much more.
I was going to say it's not significantly more. But it is important. It's a big drop in the down.
25.3. So we've got 24.3 versus 25.3, and it might be a little bit more than that. Bear in mind, though, of course, we're not using the Mercedes Arena, so that's a little bit taken away.
Yes.
And then maybe it's just an additional kilometre down to the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the hill and back up again.
Doesn't seem right that to me. I'm sure it is, but just in my head, I'd have thought it'd be more than a kilometre as well on.
Agreed.
But anyway,
I'll continue that research, but it's not particularly fascinating radio or television.
Dogs with bones, aren't we?
We are. I do like to get my facts straight, though, but possibly something to look into before
it's a life skill.
So who's going to win this then? Another BMW, or will we have had some alteration in the balance of performance, considering that Ferrari was very, very quick? The car I fear for now, if there has been a BOP change, is the Octane 126 296, because that was a quick car across the weekend of the Nürburgring 24 hours as well. And will that mean that the 26 car therefore has...
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
The race lap record, interestingly, stands from 2014. These are up-to-date figures, May 2023. Jens Klingmann in a BMW Z4 did a 7:59.045 on this particular circuit. Now the pole time's a 7:53, so there is every chance that somebody could do a 7:58 in the race and beat that long-standing record. It's nearly 10 years old, that, from Jens Klingmann. Compare that to 25.378, which is the combined Grand Prix circuit without the Mercedes-Benz Arena. So that's the full 24-hour circuit, but without the twiddly bit at the start of the lap, 25.3. So yes, the difference between today's circuit and where we were racing last month in May is just a kilometre, pretty much. A big surprise for me. Anyway, beautiful conditions in the Eifel region for the continuation of this rolling lap, and you can hear the helicopter blades in the background. Hopefully you are enjoying, on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, our coverage in both sound and vision, because as the cars work their way around the double or even sort of triple or quadruple left-hander that runs into Schwabenschwanz and the second concreted area, and then this tricky double right-hander of Galgenkopf, which takes the cars onto the Dottinger Hohe. And still, by accident or by design, it is the best way to finish a long lap such as this. A massive blast, straight line, a chance to tow up along behind a car in front, and your ideal opportunity to overtake is right at the end of the lap. And often we've had place changes, you know, within the last couple of laps, really, of a 4-hour race. Picture the Mulsanne of Le Mans as the last bit of the track, basically, and the checkered flag just beyond Mulsanne corner. He would have to do a fair bit of rejigging of Circuit de la Sarthe to make that happen, but we have it in place for the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and this is the area of Moispart, which to the left, public road, and then further over to the left, so many research buildings and facilities for all the major manufacturers racing here, Snowy.
Yeah, sort of centres of technical excellence out there, isn't it? Aston Martin, all those people. There's a reason those manufacturers have those facilities there. Great description. They'll put them all on in the middle, at the end of a lap, though. So give you the twistiest, narrowest, longest circuit imaginable in the world.
Yeah. And
just for fun, at the very end, almost the very end, give you a long straight. Apart from just a little bit at the end, when you think you're nice and safe and got it all sorted on the long straight, Tiergarten. just when you thought it was safe.
Exactly. And Tiergarten beckons you in to be two abreast, but you absolutely cannot do the last bit, which is Hohenrhein, with door handle to door handle with another car. It has to really be single file by that point. Otherwise, you're going to get forced out into the weeds and very likely into the tyre wall, or worse, the Armco barrier.
Well, I always say, I refer to it frequently and boringly, I'm sure, but that lack of grass at the side of the track. There's a car width and a bit. You don't want to be getting there. Kevin Estre does it frequently and amazes us all to how he does it with the parts on the grass manoeuvres, but he gets that Grado car out there. But you can't do that. The Dottinger Hohe, you've got that into Tiergarten, there's a sweeping left into it, then a right, and then all of a sudden the barrier comes over the left, and there is no grass, there is no. They almost kiss the barrier with with the livery of those cars going up through there, just to focus you. As you say, it's 3 into 2 into 1 doesn't go. So they all have to be very, very respectful of one another.
You were recognised by a certain Kevin Estra in the pit lane at Circuit de la Sarthe, weren't you, last weekend?
Last weekend, yes.
Peter Snowden, pass on the grass, Estra. That's me, yes, I came up with that. Just like David Pitbull Pittard as well. Snowy is full of the nicknames. We may even create a few more this afternoon as NLS4, the 46th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen is go, because the green lights are now illuminated on the BMW M-Power bridge, and it is 4 abreast down towards the first corner. Huber Motorsport BMW wedged right in the middle. Falkenhorst down the right into the middle of the race then of Scherer Sport and the Schnitzelarm Mercedes, and the Falkenhorst BMW couldn't take the outright race lead from the Scherer Sport Audi in the blue and white. Who's this on the high side? That's the Pro Sport Aston Martin, who's taking the high line through the third bit of the Mercedes arena, and that might deliver the big vantage into second place. It has done, slotting behind the Audi R8 LMS of Scherer Sport. Great move there from either Maxime Demarais or his teammate Mike David Ortman, but it puts the green and white Aston Martin vantage up ahead of the Falkenhorst BMW and into second place, Peter Snowden.
It certainly does. I mean, that's obviously going to please me, but it is only lap 1. First couple of corners then, but good to see. I just think they deserve just a good result. It'd be great to see that. It is Frank Stippler that started in the Audi, of course, Guido Maziak in the Falkenhorst BMW. Cesarini, it was Casarini in the Schnitzelarm Racing, and it's Ortman at the wheel of the 17 Aston.
Who now leads? Mike David Ortman leading the motor race, coming through the chicane because the Audi's got a problem very early on in the race and will have to duck into the pit lane, and that scrubs that first lap of the race. It's effectively as if the 5 car has yet to start the 4 hours, the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen, and what on earth is that problem? It looks like the team are ready to receive the 5 car. Yes, indeed they are. But is this a problem that they knew about? Maybe a penalty that had to be served? It's a bizarre moment because it looked like the 5 car had got very good speed. Meantime, Startgruppe 2. It's a change of tyre on the rear left. So has Frank Stippler reported that there was a slow puncture? One of the Michelin tyres may be losing pressure, and that tyre is now being changed. Minimum pit stop time, because it looks like all the work's been done. And
well, no, absolutely no body damage on that car at all. So I just wonder if it just picked up just as you say, just a puncture, a slow puncture. Anybody's going to feel it. Frank Stippler, as he knows that car and this circuit inside out, and just not safe to continue.
There's also a Schnitzelarm Mercedes coming in, and is that one of the GT2 cars? Anyway, we are underway for Startgruppe 2 now, and at the head of this order, a load of Porsches that will take some sorting out, heading down towards the first corner now. Careful to avoid any contact. One of the all-white cars able to gain a number of places way up on the inside of the first corner, which is a very tricky way to start the lap. It's a tight right-hander, but these Caymans then powering their way down into the Mercedes arena, and up front, one of the best qualifying Cup 3 cars, the 959 Team Zorg Rennsport car. Also involved in that battle from the TCR division is the VW Golf from Max Cruiser Racing, but it does appear to be from pole position SRS Team Zorg Rennsport for Heiko Eichenberg, Patrick Gruter and Fabio Grosser, who are able to get the jump on the rest of the Cup 3 runners. Cup 3 are split into various different classes this weekend, predominantly Class A, but there is an older Cayman, not a 718 spec machine, which is entered as a Class B Cup 3 car. And the 467 VW Golf swinging left and right through the rapid Grand Prix part of the circuit to at least get the first sector of their lap under their belts. Meantime, the third start group, headed by a Hoffer Racing BMW, is just heading down the hill now into Tiergarten. And alongside this BMW, in fact there are 3 Beamers in this top 4 of the third group. Still trying to get to grips with exactly what the problem is for Frank Stippler. Definitely had a rear left Michelin changed to what looked like a very new tyre indeed. no sticker on it.
It was shiny. You've got the release date.
I think it was. Yeah,
most definitely.
So
not scrub, not anything.
Bizarre that it would need a tyre that early on, but a mildly scrubbed tyre taken off. And if that's, I suppose, seen some action this morning in qualifying, and it could very easily have picked up a puncture and the team not known about it, replacing it with a brand new tyre without the sticker. As now onto the Grand Prix track bursts the third group, which is headed by Hoffa Racing's BMW, but also in this gaggle are all of the BMW 240i cars. So they are heading now down towards the first corner. Treble 6 qualifying well, which is the entry from Schnitzelarm Racing. And Hoffa, in fact, lose the lead initially, but I don't think that's an immediate concern for the Hoffa BMW, because it has in and around it cars that are not from the same class, despite them all being BMWs. And 474 briefly leading, which is one of the rapid Porsches in this class.
Now, the stage has been set for Frank Stippler. Doesn't need any encouragement, but his dander will be up. But ever living up to the name of Phoenix Racing, that's exactly what this car is going to do now. Most importantly, Johnny, it's meant to get out before start group 2 out of the pit, so he's got clear track. Frank Stippler is currently just coming up to Callenhard. He's got completely clear track. Frustrating that will be, though. It's a 4-hour race. He'll be calm. That's fine. He's now got a clear track. He's got ahead of start group 3. It is what it is.
Yep.
Typical racing driver, and Frank Stippler is one of these people. And Phoenix Shearer Phoenix PSX. Sorry, I get the right way around. They're very experienced in this. They'll be nice and calm. It'll be done. It'll be sorted. He'll be out there. He's already through Westfalen and on the way up to Exschmuller. And the leading cars are just at Flansgarden. So it's about a third of a lap down.
Okay.
In reality, I always find this a bit of a contradiction in endurance racing, and even we regard these as sprint races, 4 hours, which is normal NLS. All the hype about qualifying, and you want to be. It's all about bragging rights, really. You don't want to go back. It keeps you out of trouble. It's risk management. So if you're at the front, you've got less cars to worry about. So we saw that with the Aston, the Pro Sport Aston getting through and weaving its way through into the lead, gets a clear track, you've got less to worry about. Frank Stippler now, perfectly calm, clear track, catch up with the pack, he'll weave through some of those before he gets onto the GT3s. He will just do what Frank Stippler does best. It'll be, I think this could be one of those real Phoenix comeback drives.
I think he's going to win it from there. Is there potential to finish on the podium from
100%,
the pit lane?
100%.
All right. Well, he'll need, I think, some code 60s as well, because that's another great chance to close the gap. Bearing in mind the overall leader is already on the Dottinger Ruhr, and it is Mike David Ortman in a Pro-Am entered Aston Martin Vantage GT3. I'm surprised that's Pro-Am, because it looked, to be on the face of it, that both drivers are of very good calibre indeed, but Maxime Dumoulin must be a silver, therefore. Mike David Ortman, who has wasted no time at all in getting to the front, but he was helped by the fact that Stippler had a problem and Mike Ortman was able to get ahead. No, actually, it's Ortman who's silver. Maxime Dumoulin is bronze. I beg your pardon, right? So bronze and a silver combination. But you've got a silver driver there overtaking Stippler, who was well out of the throttle before the end of the lap because he knew he had a difficulty. Frank Stippler all day long is a platinum driver, although in a couple of years' time, interestingly, he'll hit a milestone age, and that should drop him down a rating and could be even more attractive to some teams that are running perhaps in other championships. So we have the top 3 over the line and a few more cars, in fact, and here is the order. Still waiting for my screen to fully update, but 1 lap completed, Ortman leading from the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and who do we put in that second place BMW? Still waiting for timing to do its thing, but the number 11 Mercedes is running in 3rd position, then behind the 34 BMW, which is being driven by Kuba Gimasiak. Colin Carasani in the 11 Mercedes is 3rd, but Carasani in turn is under pressure from Dennis Fetzer, and the 25 Huber car, which is almost looks a little bit like the Luxembourgish flag. Strange, because they are a German team, but Huber running red, white and blue, and they run in 4th position. as a Pro-Am entry as well. And it's Huber who have bravely entered this race with 4 different drivers. That's highly unusual for a 4-hour race, but they will guarantee to be doing a driver change at every single pit stop, therefore. Starting with Fetzer, and still to come, Klaus Raeder, Hans Wehrmann and Carlos Rivas. Onto the hats and back for the second time, and at the moment, Snowy, BMW Kuba Gamasiak struggling to hang on to the coattails of a rapid Mike Ortmann.
Which is a phrase I didn't think anyone, either of us, would be saying today. Great that it is. I'm just stunned at this point. I really am stunned. I have noticed a little bit further down the order. Car number 50, one of our favourites, who's reduced on the entry list, his name to Lorenzo Rocco.
Oh yeah.
It's not as good as the full name of Lorenzo Rocco de Toro Padula.
It's not. It's
that's,
nowhere near.
that's the full bit we want, isn't it? Yes. I think he's doing that to spite us. 8:05.1 to say for Mike David Ortmann in the Pro Sport Aston.
Here's Stippler just completing a lap now, and we'll get a real-time gap from the Aston that leads back to Stippler, who is quite a way down, but he's not going to give up on this challenge because there are 3 hours and 50 minutes still to go, and this blue Audi could yet feature certainly in the top 6 by the end.
Hardly breaking news, but haven't had it confirmed on the ticker that it was indeed a puncture for the number 5 Audi. But better that it was done there. I'm sure Frank Stippler, going on the GP circuit, will have felt that and just thought, no, let's get it in. It's galling, but there's no point in continuing on to the Nordschleife with that. You're more likely to delaminate it, cause a problem, retard the car, damage, all sorts, collateral damage, get it into the bits, get it changed. Now they can do a race and do what he does best, which is just charge around the Nordschleife as fast as safely as he possibly can. And he's quite good at that, isn't he?
He's got 2 minutes and 31 seconds, nearly 32 seconds defined though. He's come through in 35th position overall. And the first 2 cars he will need to deposit are the leaders in SP14. They being 2 718 Cayman GTS cars. As the Cup 3 leader, the 950 machine, goes across the line as well. That will be from the second group. And leading that, Horst Baumann for Schmickler Performance.
As our leader, the Aston will start to just catch up with the very first of the back markers, which is at Bergwerk now. That's the 284 entry, which is our Team Hal Toyota GT86. Renato Kubu and Masato Mitsuhashi at the wheel of that. Well, not together, obviously, at one of this. But that the Aston has, I think, just indeed caught them in that already. Now, we've got our first yellow flag at Hoacht. As yet undefined what's caused that, but it's a yellow flag at the moment. So that's Marshal Post 149, Hoacht.
Fight is on for second and third. So far from Kuba Gamasiak able to take the fight to Mike Ortmann. Here comes the third place car. This is the Mercedes from Schnitzelalm. There are yellow flags out on track, but that's not going to stop Colin Carasani in the green flagged areas from attempting an overtake. And he was right on the boot lid of Polish driver Kuba Gamasiak, that time up the hill, heading towards Kesselchen, Klostertal, and now the tricky right-hander at the base of the Caracciolo carousel. So first place pretty much gone up the road, nearly leading by 3 seconds, but second, third and fourth place cars all hitting the concrete on the inside of the carousel together. And Kuba Gamasiak, I don't know whether he's struggling in that Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW or whether this is a result of balance of performance after 3 BMW wins already this year, but the BMW is not matching the Aston Martin stride for stride on this, the second lap of NLS4.
It's not looking like it's as sweet as it used to be, that car. It just seems to be just, we've got a great rover live helicopter shot here, which we look down upon over the woods there, coming out of the carousel on that latter part of the circuit. And that BMW just, to me, it just looks like it's lacking front-end grip. You can just see it's twitching to the mid-corner. It's getting on, as soon as it gets on the power, the front end just washing out a little bit, which is not ideal. In fact, I would say that it's struggling through this section of the track. He's got a bit of I think he's going to have that Mercedes on his tail very, very soon. Slightly misleading on the race leaders catching the back markers. I apologize, there are 2 of the cars in between yet that I've forgotten to mention. The first car they'll come up to is the 650 M240i of Adrenaline Motorsport. 240i, that's from obviously that class, BLN class at M240i, I mentioned earlier. And I think they are just a little bit ahead. I think they might have just caught up them now. So leaders are going to come down through Schwalbenschwanz very soon, or get to Schwalbenschwanz very soon, to end the second flying lap, as it were. First proper timed lap, if you see what I mean, from the Rolling Star.
Indeed.
This is one that's going to be indicative of a real time. It was an 8:05 for Ortmann in the Aston on the first lap, and an 8:07 for Gamaziak in the Valkenhorst BMW. Sectors aren't looking too bad, but the car that is getting the quickest at the moment is the Schnitzel Racing Mercedes in third place. That's setting some purple sectors. Our race leader is, in fact, those first three cars just coming out of Galvenkopf onto the Dottinger Höhe now. So we're going to get a little bit more representative time. So the BMW in second place is being caught. Now, of course, there's a bit of the drafting that's going to happen as you come down the track. The Schnitzel Mercedes, it's 2.7 seconds behind the Gruber-Kamaziak-driven BMW M4 of Valkenhorst, and the Pro Sport Aston currently leading by 2.4 seconds. Now, BMW does the closing up. It's deceptive though, because of course that is the draft that goes through the king, just a classic side draft that takes away the air from the BMW. But I think that BMW has not got the pace today at the moment. It's just not found its sweet spot. We've seen with that car in all previous rounds. I think, Johnny, you could be on something there with maybe that's a result of being bopped.
Yeah.
Balance performance changes, having won so much this year. This is what they do in these categories in GT racing. So one of the things I find so interesting about it is you do well, you get quite literally a bit of a success penalty.
Car 105 into the pits early in the piece, and that must have pitted at the end of its first racing lap. This is the
ADAC section.
Yes.
Sorry, Johnny.
Porsche 911 GT3 from the Cup 2 class. It wasn't necessarily running in the top 10, although I think I've only got a position for it after it came into the pit lane. But that car straight into the garage, so clearly the problem's not going to be fixed on the apron. I just want to give this young kid, Colin Karasani, a shout. He's 19, from the Netherlands, only run in the NLS on 2 separate occasions. Well, he ran twice last year, but in the BMW 240i division. He's had at least one race this year in the NLS, also in a 240i, but this may very well be the first time he's stepped into a GT3 car. And the Mercedes is absolutely like a rocket ship in the hands of the teenager.
Yeah, sorry, Johnny, Mike's up now. I cut across you, apologies. We're both looking at the same piece of information at the same time. Colin Casarani quite rightly pointed out, Ortmann just set a 7:58.4 closing that lap. I said 2.7 seconds ahead. But it was Casarani, just as you mentioned it, is now set the fastest lap of the race with 7:58.2. It's only 2/10. But that's a jump up from a 240i to a GT3 car. He ain't scared of it, is he?
Certainly not. I just want to check whether Karasani has done any other races this year. Yeah, the first NLS race, it was a DNF in the number 665. All problems now, not for the Schnitzel car we're talking about, but for the 53 Mercedes, which has tripped over the 104 car, which is a fellow Cup 2 Porsche 911 Cup car. So 104 is the Jörg Wiebahn driven Pro Sport car, and it must have crossed the line not too far away from. Is 53 one of the GT2 cars? It enters into SPX, I'm pretty sure.
Peter Pozovac in it, that car. But there was some bits of debris on the side of the track, but interestingly, I just saw somebody else running by there as if there was all this fluid on the track.
Maybe.
There didn't look to be any damage to those two cars, despite there were bits of debris on the side of the track. So, not quite sure what's happened there. It might have just clipped a dive plane or something. I think they've only... I've got a feeling there that may have been something on track. They've both gone off and just sort of touched as a result of going off, rather than other way around, if you see what I mean.
Yep. So actually, Colin Karasani's first GT3 race was NLS 3. He'd done 1 and 2 in the 240i's, and he managed to actually finish second behind the... No, wrong page, but it is definitely a GT3 entry for Karasani. He raced with Patrick Assenheimer and Marcel Markovits, and I wonder whether, again, they were part of the non-finishers. I'll have to check further down the result, but this is the second time then, in NLS at least, that Dutchman Colin Karasani has piloted a GT3 car. So he's leaning on that sort of experience and has already got himself into second position. can the 19-year-old now start to stretch his legs from a much more experienced Kuba Gamaziak of Poland to possibly take the fight to the 17 car, which looks a big ask at the moment, but bear in mind, car 17 is entered into Pro-Am because Maxime Dumouriez is a bronze-rated driver. So once Dumouriez gets in and starts doing stints, you would expect he's not going to be as quick, lion's share as quick, as the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. So we may well be looking at a net lead battle here, Snowy. Once you take the Aston out of it, and we want Aston to do well, don't get me wrong, but because that's a Pro-Am car, I think it will, all things being equal, slip behind these two, the Mercedes and the BMW. So it's important here for Karasani to build a big lead on that black and red Beamer.
I love how you can predict the future and say, once you take the Aston out of it.
Listen, I have massive respect for anyone who wants to race around here, but Maxime Dumouriez, indeed, Maxime Dumouriez is a non-pro driver, putting it as politely as possible. Now, hey, if you like the blue touch paper with the Belgian, he may well be able to take the fight, and especially if some cautions go his way, there's nothing to stop the Aston Martin from getting a very good result, because remember, the spec of that Aston is just the same as all the other cars in this field. They are all GT3 machinery. It's just the driver lineup that alters the field, or alters the approach to this particular race. 961 having a good dice here, which is the 4th, 5th and 6th place scrap in Cup 3. So 961 is the Huber-driven Porsche, and in front of the Team Matol entry for driver Schicht. And then you've got Omer, the 944 car, in behind. Also mixing it, actually, is one of the Audi TCR cars down towards the cut through. So 961, where did that qualify in the overall standings earlier today? 961 has made quite a bit of ground, actually. 43rd overall for René Huber, and he is running in 4th position now in Cup 3, which I suggested at the start of our NLS4 coverage here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Suggested that Cup 3 would be definitely one to keep our eye on. Cup 2, where unfortunately we've had a couple of fallers already, including the 105 car, which is currently in the pit lane. And that has lost another place now, down to 13th position, car 105, which looked a strong contender at the start of the day, but Moritz Österreich unable to go any further. And now there is a car trailing fluid, which is the 955 car, Snowy, snaking its way through the tyres.
Oh yeah, so radiator, classic Porsche radiators right in the front there. It's pouring out of the front left as it just turned around. I also thought it had a left rear puncture, but it may not be. I think it is just steam coming out of that radiator, but that's retired itself to the pits. Which is a little bit early on for that to change that, but its team are ready for it. Going straight into the box. And it's, I can't see any, oh, there's a tiny, is there a bit of damage on the front there? Yes, there is. Tiny bit of reference marks on the front left-hand side of that Porsche. The splitter is quite literally split, and there's a cameraman just filmed in very close for us, and there is coolant disappearing out of the front of that 955 Porsche, sadly, which is not meant to be on the pit road floor. It's meant to be in the cooling system, so that won't do that a lot of good there at all, unfortunately.
It's Rudiger Schicht who brought that 955 car in from what was 5th place. He was on a right old ding-dong with René Huber for 4th, 5th and 6th places in Cup 3. But the Cup 3 division is led by the 950 car, which has been started by Horst Baumann. And Baumann leads by only half a second from the 959 car, which has Gruter at the wheel. So, I mean, Cup 3 is just going to be a ding-dong scrap for the whole 4 hours, I reckon.
Johnny, we saw those two cars that managed to make what we thought was a little bit of contact earlier, one of which was the 53 Schnitzelarm Mercedes, was it not, from the SBX category? Well, that car has now stopped just on track, just after Klostertal, which is now causing code 120 for the moment. It hasn't become a 160, but it is just stopped on the exit of Klostertal. So whatever did happen to that car is evolved itself, and unfortunately it hasn't got a great deal further. Well, it's got halfway around the lap, hasn't it? Not quite got back to the start, which is a great shame Shame.
Mike Ortman's completed another lap. Still in the lead for Aston Martin and for Pro Sport. Ortman, again, someone who is well recognised with Nürburgring Nordschleife racing. Got to remember, he's only 23 years old, though. He is an ADAC GT4 champion from last year with this team, Pro Sport, who hail from Germany. And Pro Sport racing with Belgian racer Maxime Dumouriez still to come, but they have plugged in the young German for this opening stint, and he is doing a tremendous job. Second position, though, and arguably a little bit closer this time, is the Colin Carasani Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. He's got the gap down to 1.9 seconds. It was 2 and a bit last time around. Kuba Gamaziak trailing in third, although interestingly, that time around the shortened Grand Prix track, Gamaziak's just done an absolute best. So maybe the BMW might get a bit better through the course of the stint. As the fuel burns off, the BMW M4, which is a big car, it's sort of a GT3 car derived from a touring car type machine, the M4. There was a time, remember, that BMW utilised their M3, their M4 and their M6 in sports car racing around the world. Well, the M4's just done a 105.8, which is a tenth of a second quicker than Mike David Ortman, who leads the motor race, but it is also about a second faster than Colin Carasani. So actually the top three are getting closer and closer to one another.
Yeah, and that's 53 car, the Schnitzelarm Mercedes from SBX category. That's now become code 60, so our first one of the race. Just over there at so it was Cossatol, wasn't it? Just on the exiting of Sarah Rigby. I hope you're watching. This is an Aston Martin leading a race out of the Nürburgring. Just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sarah, massive Aston Martin fan of all Aston racing anywhere in the world at any one time. So I'm sure she'll be very, very happy to see that going. Our single Ferrari entrant at the moment, or is the 296 of Octane Racing. That is currently sitting in. I'm trying to find it a bit further down the order I would have thought. In fact, I'm struggling to find it.
It's in sixth.
It is in sixth. I've completely missed it. I've gone past it, yes.
Jonathan Hershey.
Jonathan Hershey, yes. I do apologise, Mr. Hershey. I've just gone right past nothing. He was quite that high up. Very unfair. My apologies.
Did you start from 10th, Snowy, and look down?
Kind of, yes. Yes. Again, he knows me too well.
Yeah. It's the only Ferrari in the race, which is a real travesty, considering the 296 is the defending champion of the big race around here. But the 296, I was wondering whether, you know, again, its pace or its wings might have been clipped because of the straight line speed of the Fricadelli version of the 296 a month ago. But actually, its sector times look pretty good. It's just done a 105.0 through the second sector. That wasn't the fastest. Nicholas Cruton has just done a 103.6 through the second sector, and that is in another Volkenhorst BMW M4. So I just wonder whether these BMWs are geared to get quicker through the course of their stints. So maybe a little slow on full tanks, but it's wise, is it not, to tune up a car to get very fast through the course of a stint and therefore be right at it in the closing stages towards the checkered flag. Little bits of whispering in the background as we try and sort our various timing screens out, but generally speaking, we are very much enjoying this race so far, with a gap of 1.9 seconds. It's less than that. Blimey, that was about half a second between Ortman and Carasani, reeling the Pro Sport Aston Martin through into sector 4. Now they go, and that was over a second gained back again for Colin Carasani in the Schnitzelarm Mercedes, car number 11. Kuba Gamaziak's Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW is not too far away either. And in fourth position, it's Dennis Fetzer for the Huber Motorsport Porsche, 3.4 seconds back. But Mike David Ortman is under massive amounts of pressure here. Can't wait to grab a sight of them in the second or two on the Dottinger Hohe, because I think Colin Carasani will be right in the ballpark to grab a toe off the back of Mike Ortman in his Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, and for the potential to switch these race leaders around. The BMW, or rather the Mercedes AMG, is not necessarily considered to be a very slippery car because it has that wide open mouth on the front of the GT3 after the Evo version of the AMG came out 3 years ago now. But Schnitzelarm racing car will be given a huge helping hand with the green and white Aston Martin out front. Still very slow through Kesselchen and Klostertal and that incline towards the Caracciolo carousel because of the drama for 53 Mercedes from Schnitzelarm, which has had, well, do we know whether it's for a fact an off or maybe just the car ground to a halt if it was spewing fluids after that contact at turn number 1?
Yeah, so we don't know what we didn't see what the incident was there. It's one of the fastest parts of the circuit there to have a slow zone on, so it gives the drivers a bit of a rest. I always love the onboards through there, just how fast. It's a real roller coaster part of the track there up to the Caracciolo, the carousel.
Behind the barrier,
is behind the barrier. Now, It does look like there's front left damage. It looks as if the headlamp's hanging out of it already. So I think that has a result of what happened earlier. They tried valiantly to get it around. Of course, I think it was just at the beginning, almost turn 1, wasn't it, off the pit straight. So why didn't he bring it into the pit? So presumably that problem didn't manifest itself until it got onto Hatzenbach and the Nordschleife, which is a great change. Valiant effort there to try and get the 53 Schnitzelarm Mercedes all the way around, but not quite made it yet.
Do you know what's going through his head right now? Why didn't I bring it into the pits at the end of the Grand Prix track? But the problem is it's a split-second decision. Once you've turned left and onto Hatzenbach, there is no turning back on the Hatzenbach, and sadly, if the car has suffered a slight puncture to the radiator, that's only going to get worse, and it may be that the important life fluids for that Mercedes have drained dry.
Yeah, do I turn left or turn right? Bad choice.
He had a 50% chance of that going correctly, and it's gone against him, but he may well think differently in the future. Had that been rear damage on the Mercedes, it would have been, a dinted and damaged diffuser, but it's not the business end of the car, the rear. There was definitely some contact, though, with, it was either the 104 or the 106 Porsche. 106 is being driven by, that might answer the question. There is no 106, so I reckon it was Jörg Wiebahn in the 104 that was tangled up with that 53 Mercedes from Schnitzelarm. And the 53 car, who did we say is piloting that? Peter Pozovac. And unfortunately, that's either a very long walk back from the Caracciolo carousel, or let's hope he'll get a lift either on the back of a moped or more suitably in a, well, he'd like it to be a Mercedes, I'm sure, if he can hitch a lift in a 3-pointed star car.
I'm just speculating, Johnny, and wondering, because the standard form for how these slow zones, if you like, work is a yellow flag becomes a 120, becomes a 60, which is exactly what's happened. That's a Klostertal. That car, the 53 Schnitzelarm Mercedes, we saw behind the barriers on the right-hander as you go up to the carousel, so it's tucked away there. So you go up through Klostertal, and it suddenly slows and starts to climb. You start a big right-hander, and then that run up to the carousel. It was in behind the barriers there, but with damage on it. So I wonder if it's clattered the barriers. So we're saying about why it didn't go into the pits earlier on in the lap. I wonder if there's a problem at the front of that car. There's a little bit of debris we saw on the track. I just wonder, putting 2 and 2 together, and possibly getting 5 or 3 or 7, you pick a number, as to whether it had got front left damage, maybe a radiator or something, and that will puncture, and that hasn't manifested itself until later in the circuit. Klostertal, I've just mentioned, is one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and maybe it's a tyre delaminator or something there. And I wonder then if it's rattled off the barriers, which is why we've still got that code 60, because that car is cleared out of the way and no issue at all. No reason why we couldn't presume green flag racing. The officials will have it at code 60 for us for a very good reason. So I wonder if it's just classing the barriers there, which is, it's usually barrier repairs that take the longest, often get a car out of the way really quite quickly. So I don't know.
If it is
all
spewing,
of that may make no sense, to be entirely inaccurate.
But that's what we like.
Answer the postcard to the studio.
Hey, that's what we like. Speculation here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Sometimes it is right. If it's spewing radiator fluid, coolant over its front wheels, and then it's tried to slow and turn right, it may well have very easily gone off on its own fluids. But without an eyewitness account from up there, very difficult to assess. But Peter Pozovac Did get a bit of a drive. You have to feel for his teammate, though, J-Mo Hartling. That's not J.R. Hartley, by the way, but J-Mo Hartling. J.R. Hartling, who will not get a drive at all, sadly, for J-Mo.
We're going to have to explain that one now, aren't we?
It's not an international joke, folks, but if you go to your favourite streaming site for those short little fun videos, beginning with a Y and a T, just search Yellow Pages.
Other platforms are available too.
Yellow Pages fly fishing and all will become clear. 4 laps done.
You're too young to remember any of that anyway.
Unfortunately, I'm not. I do remember it first time around. But it was a rerun. I can only think Yellow Pages had run out of ideas, so decided to go back on an ad campaign that was about 15 years old. That's my excuse. Mike Ortman still leading, but the gap has come down. It was 2.7 very early on in the race. It's 0.7 of a second now for the 23-year-old. Timing works because it got the Johnny Palmer touch, that's all I can say. But we have now got at least some full timing on our screens in front of us, which is most helpful. Colin Karasani in second place ahead of Kuba Gamaziak. But look at the gap. Karasani to Gamaziak is 7 seconds. The Polish driver is not happy behind the wheel of that BMW M4. And you've got to think Dennis Fetzer has a good opportunity in the Huber Motorsport Porsche of getting ahead. But Fetzer has 5 and a bit seconds to try and find. And quite rightly, we are focusing on a Cup 2 battle, which now deals with the 8th place overall runners. So Kay Kramer Racing in the 112 car leading in Cup 2. 112, which of the Mullers is that? It will be Tobias Muller leading Peter Terting, the touring car legend for Mullner Motorsport, and then Tim Scheerbart in the 120 car ahead in turn of Moritz Krantz and Ben Leuchter. It's all the big names in Cup 2 at the top end. Top 5 really not separated by much at all. And Kay Kramer Racing under massive pressure. Tobias Muller, though, has been here many times before.
Well, there weren't barrier repairs required for the 53 Schnitzelbaum car at Klostol. That's now been cleared and we've gone to a green flag. But almost immediately we've done that, we've gone back to a code 60 at Wipperman. And that's for the number 691 entry, which is our BMW 240i Racing Cup car with Maximilian Vogel, I believe, at the wheel of that. So that car has stopped there. I don't think it's had an incident. I think it's what, other than a mechanical failure to proceed.
Yeah.
Rather than an unintended instant disassembly.
I see. So either a crash or just a parked it because there's no fire in the belly.
So direct, Johnny.
I try to be. This is one of my.
I'm just flowery.
No, that's not a word I often describe. Describe you.
No.
Far from it.
I know, but it's a public broadcast, so.
Out at Adenauer Forst, and now to the double left-hander at Metzgersfeld goes the Cup 2 scrap. Tobias Muller in the white and red and black Kay Kramer car ahead of. Now, if that is the Mullner Motorsport car, which could very easily be, that's a change of livery for Mullner. I think they've run in the red and black for most of the season, but Mullner Motorsport cars tend to be blue and white. And actually, no, I reckon actually we're concentrating on Tim Scheerbart for Arbia W&S Motorsport. That's much more like it. So Arbia running the white, red and black colours, and then in behind the Kay Kramer car, which is the red and black of Moritz Krantz, and then the Max Cruiser racing car of Ben Leuchter. So this is 3rd, 4th and 5th in Cup 2. And what they've done is, unfortunately, allow Tobias Muller and Peter Terting into something like a 17-second lead, which is huge in Cup 2. And whether that's as a result of Muller going through an area without a yellow flag, and then unfortunately as Peter Terting came round, the code 60 was out, and it has forced a huge wedge between the first and second place cars, separated by nearly 18 seconds at the start of this lap. Well over to the right then for Tim Scheerbart, for Moritz Krantz and for Ben Leuchter, running 3rd, 4th and 5th. But the overall leader on lap 5 is Mike David Ortman for Pro Sport Racing, nursing this 0.7 of a second lead over young star from the Netherlands, Colin Karasani, for Schnitzelbaum Racing. And we've had nearly 40 minutes of this NLS4 event, the 46th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen event. The Grenzlandrennen club, or the RCM DMV club, organising one NLS race annually, and they're not very far away from celebrating their half-century indeed at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So in and out of the carousel goes this third-place fight for Cup 2. Cup 3 is led by the Baumann-driven Schmickler Motorsport 718 Cayman. Horst Baumann out front there, and SP10 in the hands of the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Was it the 191 that took pole position earlier in the day? No, it was actually the sister car at Valkenhorst Motorsport. But 191 now is leading the SP10 class, and has come from quite a way back to be out front for driver Weber. Place change there, and that was for third position in Cup 2 as Moritz Krantz was able to get ahead of Tim Scheerbart.
On the GP circuit, yeah.
When he did that into the chicane, out of the chicane?
I'm not quite sure where it was. I just saw it there.
Down,
often a great opportunity on that GP circuit. It sounds odd almost. Sometimes you don't overtake class-wise that much on the Nordschleife. I'm going to risk everything saying this, aren't I? But the GP circuit offers a better opportunity because it's wider. So you can set things up a little bit differently, and drivers will often do that and then almost settle down on the Nordschleife. It sounds a really odd thing to do. Because you've got so much going on the Nordschleife in different classes anyway. Enough cars to overtake there.
True. But sometimes the traffic can actually provide you with the ideal opportunity to get by, because if the car you're chasing is all of a sudden boxed in through no intent of the back markers, they're just trying to stay out of the way as best they can and go about their own business. But if there's a clump of 2, 3, 4 cars and the car in front judges that incorrectly, it's very easy then to box your rival in and fashion an overtake. Seen that happen many times before. Number 1 BMW from Adrenaline Motorsport. This is, and in fact the 511 as well. So this is the dice at the sharp end of VT2 for the rear wheel and front wheel drive cars. Remember, they're combined into the same class. And the number 1 BMW, which has at the moment Philip Lyson at the wheel, is trying to close in on Michael Schrei. And the Schrei and Lyson names really trip off the tongue when it comes to, well, in the past BMW M240i clashes, and they have now combined again and found one another in this race in the VT2 scrap. So FK Performance in the yellow and green ahead of the Adrenaline Motorsport 330i.
And of course, the Adrenaline Motorsport carrying number 1 being the reigning champions of this series. We often forget that because we focus so much on the GT3 cars, the SP9s as they're called in this. It's effectively a slightly, well, it's not even a D-tube, it's a GT3 car, just slightly different wheel, a little bit less power, just to get that magic 8-minute mark around the Nordschleife that the organised ADC want to always manage that number. But of course, that's not where the championships won. The races have won from that class, but the championships won from the one you've just mentioned, and that's why they're carrying the eponymous number 1. It just always catches me out there, because you get cars with 500 and something in the class, and then there's 1.
Yeah, so had they not been champions, they probably would be running as a 3-digit number.
Down the pit straight there. Sorry, Johnny. This battle for between 121 and 100, and it's not even nip and tuck. There was reminiscent of Senna and Mansell in a Formula 1 race a few years ago, when they were looking at one another, sparks flying, and both neither looking down the road but at one another. And these two doing exactly the same there. Nearly was a change to lead there, but it's still in the favour of 121. It's kept ahead.
Yeah, so it's actually the 4th and 5th, and Moritz Krantz has fallen behind Tim Scheerbart. So remember, Krantz got ahead of Scheerbart on the Grand Prix track last time around, but the red and black car's fallen behind the Avio car again, and now Moritz Krantz is fending off Benjamin Leuchter in the Max Cruiser car. And it was Leuchter and Krantz who were banging wheel arches all the way down the main straight and into the first corner, and now Tim Scheerbart struggling to hang on to the nose of his car. Big squirm as he came out of the left and right high-speed corners, now through Hatzenbach Bogen and towards the Vidal chicane. It's a shame this isn't for the lead in Cup 2, in fact. It's for 3rd, 4th and 5th, because I still can't quite understand how Tobias Muller has now got a 23-second lead in this class, which is normally door handle to door handle throughout. I can only assume, Snowy, that Muller went through an area that was green as he hit it, and Peter Terting, as he arrived, there was a code 60 there, and it's driven this nearly 25-second difference between the top 2 in Cup 2.
It's most likely the driving factor, no pun intended, isn't it, in that? We often say that the code 60s, code 120s, slow zones, whatever you want to term them as, they can suddenly change the face of a class, never mind a race league, so easy. And this class is so evenly matched, it is highly unlikely to suddenly get a 20-second gap there. So I think you're spot on there, John. That's exactly what will have happened. A couple of pit callers already. We've got our 5th and 6th places they are now. The Valkenhorst BMW with Putin and Grossman in the Ferrari has brought that in as well. So the fact they've just also left the pits, that's cars 35 and 26. BMW and Ferrari in 5th and 6th, because that will all settle out now and change the order. Charles Espinau in the CP Racing Mercedes is currently running in 7th overall.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
GPS has definitely got the car stopped there. Can't rely on the GPS being that accurate to the meter, given the scale of it, but if I was taking an initial view on it, it does look as if it's just stopped on the inside of the carousel as opposed to the outside. I'm hoping that's the case. I'm hoping for his sake it's just something mechanical and it's just stopped. Driver change for our race leading Aston Martin. So that's Mike David Ortman doing a sterling first stint. Maxime Dumouriez is to take over that car.
Yeah, so a chance to see what sort of speed bronze driver Maxime Dumouriez can offer and whether this Goodyear Eagle-shod Aston Martin can compete at the same sort of level as Mike Ortman was able to do. Moment or two ago, the scrap for third and fourth in Cup 2, as up the inside there went Tim Shearbart, and that was to get the place back again on the 950, which is being driven by, no, that's not the right class, big pardon, they are Caymans, aren't they, rather than being Porsche 911s. So the 950 car, need to be able to tell my Porsches from a great height with the Rover chopper in the air. That was a potential lead change in Cup 3 with the Baumann car under massive pressure. And what about these two coming off pit road now? Driver change as mentioned, Maxime Dumouriez versus Kuba Gamaziak. So it's the change in the Aston. Gamaziak is retained though in the Valkenhorst BMW. And now what I was talking about earlier on, whether the Aston will fall back into the clutches of the BMW, because you have got supersonic driver from the Porsche Super Cup, Kuba Gamaziak, who will be at least gold, probably platinum, versus Dumouriez, who's a bronze, but not to be shaken. And actually, the Belgian has set off very impressively indeed.
But that's the strategy call there from the Valkenhorst. Leave Gamaziak in it, although there's a strong driver lineup in that car. Either of the drivers in it, but Gamaziak on form, knows the car. I think we both commented, Johnny, that 34 Valkenhorst BMW just didn't seem to turn that first set of tyres on. It just didn't seem to get there. It's just a little bit off the pace.
Yeah.
Now's his chance. I think he's staying in it, familiarity, etc. You've now got a bronze-rated driver in front, which is no disrespect. This is how GT racing has always worked. So that's a clever strategy call there, and you can see the different lines already. Gamaziak even having a cheeky little look at the inside into Sabine Schmidt's curve there onto Dumouriez, just to say, you could just see there it was a clear track there and a clear indication between the levels of drivers there. Dumouriez just took a very cautious, careful line down the middle of the track, and immediately Gamaziak was, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it going onto the Nordschleife, but I am going to have a little look down the inside.
Just before we talk about this Mercedes, did you spot who was right behind that top two as well? It was Frank Stippler. Yeah. Frank Stippler, who hasn't pitted yet, but car 5 has slowly been working his way up the order. He's now in 13th overall. Now, is there any damage on the number 11 Mercedes that was running in second place?
Can't see any. Immediately, I can't see him. It is my GPS reading wasn't that far. It is parked on the carousel, but just against, well, on the outer side, not the inside, not on the racing line being the key part of that. But it does appear that the number 11 Schnitzel Mercedes that was running in second place it does look like a technical issue. It's just stopped on the outside of the track there, which is it's a great shame either way.
Of course, yeah.
But from a driver's point of view, you never want to be the weak link in the team that goes and damages a car, because it does happen. It happens frequently because the nature of what you're doing. But you don't want to be that. You don't want that walk of shame back to the pits. Hopefully, it's just something fairly simple. Though it's so delayed now already, though. But man of the race so far to be watching has got to be number 5, Frank Stippler, in that Audi.
Well, it's an SP9 Pro car, much further down the order than we would have expected. And if you weren't around for the start here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, Frank Stippler began the race from pole position, but detected a slow puncture on the rear left Michelin tyre, and rather than going out into the country, turning left at Sabine Schmidt's curve and onto the Hatzenbach, he tucked back into the pits via that escape route, via the traditional Grand Prix entry to the pits, had to weave left and right through the tyre wall and straight to the team. But bear in mind, it was only then when he left the pits with a brand new rear left tyre on that his race could begin. So effectively, he'd wasted that half a Grand Prix lap. That does not count to his tally. We've had nearly an hour of this 4-hour race and now concentrating on the V5 leader, which is the treble 4 car, which started quite a way down, but driver Korn is having a good dice with the Toyota GT86 from the car competition racing crew, number 286.
Now, I can't rely on the ticker, the GPS 100% because it's not sort of meter perfect, given the scale of the circuit and how this works. But it would appear at the moment that Frank Stippler has got ahead of those 2 cars in front of him.
Nice.
Of course, he needs to unlap himself still, doesn't he?
He's staying on the lead lap.
Is he on the lead lap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't lose a lap because...
No, he didn't. Right, so he started. Yes, he started. So, as indeed has...
But he hasn't pitted yet.
No, has indeed. Guberka-Maziak is ahead of both of them at the moment. So it looks like Dumoulin has dropped down to effectively 3rd on track at the moment. Now, obviously, they're just coming up to Castelchel at the moment, so there's a while before they come round to us. They got that fast bit through Castelchel, Posttal, up to Caracciola Carousel, which of course is still under a code 60 because of the stricken number 11 Schnitzellaum Mercedes, which remains on the outside of the circuit there. I'm just wondering if they can't get that car moved. There's an intervention vehicle with that number 11 Schnitzellaum Mercedes there, and I'm just wondering if it's got a transmission seized or something, because they can't even move that car. They've got an intervention vehicle in there which would give it a live tow, as it were. But it appears they can't move it, and there's marshals busily talking to the driver, Colin Casrani, and that. And it's almost like it's stuck in gear, or it's a drive shaft or something. They can't seem to roll that car at all, which is a great shame for it, when it was running so strongly in 2nd place.
I'm just looking back to previous race events this year, and actually we have had lap times that have been better than that 7:59 that I mentioned. We've had a 7:58.001, for instance. That was in the race, wasn't it? Yes, from the Scherer Sport Audi. So we're looking to at least better a 7:58. And actually, Frank Stippler, in his charge, or attempted charge to the front, has now done a 7:57.8. So we are seeing some of the best lap times we've seen in the history of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the short circuit combined with the Nordschleife itself. Into the pits now from the net race lead comes Dennis Fetzer. I believe I'm right in thinking that Frank Stippler hasn't pitted for a scheduled stop. Obviously, his first pit stop is showing up against his name, but that was when he came in at the end of a 10th of a lap, remember, right at the start when he needed that rear left puncture changing. Really good dice at the sharp end of the VT2 rear and 4-wheel drive fight, with Michael Schrei in the yellow, grey and green car just about fending off Philip Lyson. They were absolutely side by side all the way along that stretch in towards Klostertal and Kesselchen, and they're now heading through the Stefan Beloff S and towards the Schwabenschwanz with quick car Frank Stippler behind. Stippler's going to dive up the inside of Philip Lyson and of the 511 Michael Schrei, and the BMW can't get by quite as readily. So Guberka-Maziak's going to waste it or lose a little bit of time here. And I notice Frank Stippler is in front of Guberka-Maziak now. Stippler should be coming into the pits at the end of this lap for some much needed fuel. Also in on this lap, Dennis Fetzer for Huber Motorsport in the 25 Porsche, and Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes number 45. So they're heading down the Dottinger Ruhr now. Some of the quick Porsche Cup cars go through. Tobias Muller has not yet stopped, and Tobias Muller will lead the motor race. We talked about this at the start. Will we get a Cup 2 out front? Well, that is exactly what we've got right now, going on to lap number 8, because the 2 cars ahead of Muller have come into the pit lane. Philip Lyson on the inside of Michael Schrei for the lead of VT2 rear-wheel drive. Can't make it work into Tiergarten and heading up to Hohenrhein as well. It's real pumping of the brake there from Philip Lyson to get the thing stopped, car number 1, and he does eventually manage to shave off enough speed, and Lyson will pit. The 511 car, though, happy to stay out for another 24 and a bit kilometres in car 511. So the defending champions, Philip Lyson, sharing with his usual partners in crime, being Daniel Zils and Oscar Sandberg, and those associated with Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec will be awaiting their BMW 330i. Also in pit road, Peter Terting for Mühlner Motorsport. This is the paint scheme I'd expected on a Mühlner Motorsport car, the sky blue and white. It's kind of very similar to Scherer Sports Audi colours. And Frank Stippler hasn't pitted yet, so they will have put some fuel in this car. Remember, it did a rolling lap, then it came into the pits to get that rear left puncture refitted, so they will have brimmed the fuel tank, and it should be able, therefore, to do an extra lap on this particular stint. So Frank Stippler had risen to 7th. 3 of the cars ahead of it have pitted. I reckon on the road now, this car runs 4th, Snowy. That's not bad going.
You said a podium was possible, and I said it always questions the qualifying. Of you can do that, do a lap, come in, brim it. Yeah. Was it a puncture? Was it not? Of course it was.
Well,
I'm just saying, but
it puts you in something. Then again, why would he concede a pole position?
Of course not. Exactly.
I think if you're further back down the pack, if you've not qualified well,
don't.
Some people may be watching that going, hey, that's an interesting thing to do.
We may have started a trend now.
Come in at the end of half a Grand Prix lap, get out of the traffic. You know, those phrases I hate, the undercut, the overcut, they use in Formula 1. What it does is it delivers you into clear air. And Stippler has been able to really make hay because there's been nobody in front of him.
Just dive down the inside or go around the outside. Those undercut dive, under rotations. It's called a lock-up.
Yeah. But undercutting
keep it simple, stupid. Works for me.
Undercutting, that phrase comes from trying to pit before everybody else and then delivering yourself into some clear air to try and get further up the order. And I do like that as a strategy.
Just not the terminology.
But I just don't like undercut, overcut. That's what you find in the hairdressers. Anyway, 25 Huber Motorsport car.
I don't go to a hairdresser, I go to a barber.
Fair enough. That's where you and I differ, and it probably by about 20 quid as well. Anyway, the 25 car...
In my favour.
Exactly. 25 car back into the race, shown as the race leader, but it's spent about 4 minutes in the pit, so that will put, as mentioned, Tobias Müller for K. Kramer Racing in their Cup 2 Porsche, number 112, as the outright leader. CP Racing's Mercedes is back in the race, but looks to have spent quite a bit longer in pit road. We haven't yet seen Charlie Putman complete his first sector from the pit stop, but I think that's just a matter of waiting for the 45 car to appear. Yes, there it is. But it spent slightly longer than 3 seconds more than the Rivas-driven 25 car. Which of the Rivases is that? It's Carlos Rivas of Luxembourg. More yellow flags appearing around the track, including at Galgenkopf. There's now a slow zone in place, in fact, on that right-hander onto the Dottinger Hohe, as we focus in on a couple of the Hyundais that are in the race. So 485 is on an outlap. These two Hyundais, though, are tucked in together, and therefore, one may well be on an outlap, the other one having stayed out on the racetrack. Nearly, mate, was able to grab a number for you. It is 470, the multicoloured car, and 470 is the offering from Valkenhorst Motorsport with their Hyundai i30N that runs in the VT2 class for front-wheel drive cars. And that is that Bailey Voisson then, who has raced in the UK quite a bit in single-seaters. He came through the Ginetta Junior programme, did Bailey. Very French-sounding, although he is British, or, comes from, I think, actually not French. I think it's Swiss heritage, Bailey. And, racing with Alexander Connor in the Valkenhorst Motorsport car. And Voisin in the multicoloured car, the race taxi livery, very 1960s that, has just been overtaken by the Kievan sponsored car, number 499. We'll get a good view of it now as they turn right through the cut through. It is car 499, driven by Fritscher. So 2 Hyundai i30s, and there are a mass of these i30s in the field, just showing that they're a good little car to go motor racing in. 5 of them in total, including 1 fastback in today's entry. Slow zones galore, including for Frank Stippler, who's got himself between Tim Scherbart in the Cup 2 Avia car, and that's Ben Leuchter in the white, gold and black 100 car, I think that is, from the Cup 2 division. Ben Leuchter in 100, yes he is, and up to 3rd position now in the Porsche 911 Cup GT3 Cup car. The one thing that's great about having slightly fewer GT3s is that we can properly home in on the Cup 2 battle, which is still 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in the overall position, Snowy.
Yes, but who's coming through behind that Shearer? Kubica Maziak, Wolfenhorst, BMW.
Yeah.
Using the traffic to perfection there. Frank Stippler didn't make any mistakes in that traffic and getting himself between those 2 Cup 2 cars. However, Gamaziak seems to have got this Wolfenhorst BMW M4 finally turned on in this second stint. Got those tyres switched on, and it seems to be working, using a lot of exit curb, a lot more than Frank Stippler. Though we've commented on that before, it's very much Frank Stippler's style, and he knows those R8s inside out. And into another slow zone, but he never seems to take any, not necessarily risk. I'm not suggesting other people to take risk, but he never needs to use any more than to be the white line of the track. A lot of people you see regularly, the Kevin Estras, the Kubica Maziaks, there are many others, the list is long, that use all the exit curb, not dangerously, all within the realms of the safety net, but it's a unique thing of Frank Stippler's. He doesn't seem to need to do that. He can just thread that eye of a needle, that R8 through any old gap. So a little bit of debris on this. And now we've got a BMW parked at the side of the track here. I'm thinking that's at the beginning, so the Galvenkopf going on to the Dottingerhoe, I think. There's some left front damage. It's the 187 entry, I think, which is that's a GT4, isn't it? Just trying to find that on my list, bear with me. 187 is FK Performance, yes, GT4 M4. And that looks to have had some damage, I'm guessing, by where it's parked. It's looking to rejoin. The wipers are still going, so they've not the stalk on that.
Yeah.
But it's got left front damage, but behind the barriers, I'm just ascertaining from the view I saw just past Galvenkopf, so I'm guessing it's maybe run a little bit wide there, clashed the barriers, pulled over, they pulled it out of the way. There's a little bit of debris on the track, the marshal's there, there's a yellow flag for it. Once that's cleared, and it can pull out, presuming it's on all 4 wheels are pointing in roughly the same direction, perhaps not geometrically perfect as it was intended to be when it started the race. That can pull out and turn sharp right onto the grass and rejoin. It's one of the few safe parts of the circuit you can join there, because everybody else is coming through Galvenkopf sitting on the left-hand side of the track. It can rejoin, pick up speed, and get itself back to the pits. Otherwise, its race is done. That's the 187 FK Performance M4 GT4, which is from the SP10 category, the GT4s.
And there are 3 drivers allocated to that car. It's Torsten Volter, who's had a moment in car 187. Actually, that car took pole position in SP10, so it has rather descended down the order. Started that lap in 7th place. Volter, who's bronze, shares with 2 silvers, Nick Hanke and Nick Wustenhagen. And I'm not sure whether either of the Nicks have been at the wheel of that car quite yet. SP10 or GT4 cars can do a little bit more mileage than the GT3 cars, and yes, it's yet to stop. So that is starting driver Torsten Volter, who has had a moment.
And it appears it's had that moment with the 65 991 GT3 Cup of the SP7 category. That's at the same time, and that's got 3 drivers aboard, in which case it's Martin Schluter aboard that car at the moment. It appears those 2 have come together, which is why there's bits of debris on the track, and they've connected, then parted.
Yes,
They both try to use it. They've got 25, whatever we established, kilometres of track together, but they're both typical racing drivers. They both want to use the same piece simultaneously.
Sometimes it just works like that, and as one
it rarely works, actually.
Well, true, and it hasn't done at all.
It happens, but it doesn't work.
Torsten Volter in the little safety enclave between the two Armco barriers. Kuba Gamaziak leads this race after an hour and 11 minutes. The Polish driver in the BMW M4 has pitted. He was one of the early stoppers, remember, so can now go for probably a further 6 laps at the end of what turned out to be an 8-lap stint, which is a rare thing in an NLS race. You can very rarely get 8 laps out of your first stint because you've done a green flag lap, but Frank Stippler got the fuel he needed to do that, courtesy of a slow puncture in Audi number 5, and finally has come in. Now, this will be the longest of any of the stops after the first stint. 8-lap stint means much longer minimum pit stop reference time. And although it's been, well, a big loss at the start for Stippler, then win, but now he's going to fall down the snake after climbing several ladders at the start of this race. Like that little analogy there.
I did like the board game analogy. I like it, yes. Just try not to monopolise the commentary.
Oh, that would be a big risk. Here comes the BMW.
Plenty of Cluedos there.
There were 1 or 2. I dropped. I can't think of any more. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Yes, we've done that one.
34 Gamaziak leads from Maxime Dumouriez, I reckon, in the green and white Aston Martin for Pro Sport. Third position by virtue of his Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW staying out at the end of lap 8 should be Dylan Pereira, the Luxembourgish driver, number 35. This is Michael Schrei, who have been, well, embroiled in a battle from the off, really, with Philip Lyson in the all-black and a little bit of orange BMW car number 1. And Schrei is pitting a lap later than the number 1 car.
Yeah, that's the 511 car, FK Performance again. They're having their work cut out for them. Not the one that's behind the barriers at Kaltenkopf, but another FK Performance entry. Some telltale damage to the front right of Michael Schrei's 330i there. The front bumper splitter just slightly out of aligned the bonnet, slightly just so obviously he's either pushing to the back or something, or just rattled down the barrier. That's all well and good, everything's still attached to it. It's, of course, depending on what he's hit and how hard he's hit it. It depends whether there's any steering alignment damage. That's the issue. And, of course, the car then tracks and crabs, and it's just horrible to drive. It's got no performance, then it just wears the tyres out if it's out of line. Only a few millimetres to do that. Didn't look like it, but a few millimetres can make all the difference.
It's been thirsty work for Michael Schrei, who is quite clearly a little warm in that car, but he has now clambered out of the 511 for a much-deserved gulp of water and handed that car over to one of his teammates as Patrick Simon catches up with him. I wondered as well which car Sindre Setsas is in this weekend. Sindre just been interviewed. He is part of he's part of the 511 crew. So if Sindre's not in the car and Michael Schrei's not in the car, that must mean it's Ranko Majatovic, the Swiss, at least Swiss licensed driver, who has taken over the FK Performance Motorsport car number 511. And we're still trying to work out exactly who leads this race, but it is likely to be almost certainly Kuba Gamaziak now in the number 34 BMW, because the 112 Veremenko-driven K. Kramer racing car pitted on the last lap. But during the stint, Michael Schrei and Philip Lyson at the time. Lyson's handed that car over now to Daniel Zils, but it was Lyson on the high side through Kesselchen and Klostertal, and this is properly full commitment part of the track, uphill, probably flat out in one of these V2T cars, and then arriving on the scene a couple of Cup 2 Porsches that want their bit of asphalt as well, and somehow are able to split the VT2 rear-wheel drive front runners, albeit briefly, and it was all very neat and tidy and without contact. Close racing, but fair racing is something we love to see at the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Well, further theatre down at the carousel, not content with having number 11 Schnitzelhelm, second place Mercedes off there. We've got the 944 number, not a Porsche. It is a Porsche, but not a Porsche 944. It's a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, which happens to be numbered 944, and that's got one of the Omer brothers. I think there's three of them in that. There's either Maritz, Leonard, or Nicholas at the wheel. That's I've got not two to choose from, but three. So the surname's not difficult to get right. But that car has had an issue and is now parked on the exit of the carousel. It's just got out of it, and that's stationary there. So I'm not sure what was there. I'm getting an update that the 11 Schnitzellaum car was indeed a crash, an incident. So if it is, it's very light. So if it is, I'm just from the rover helicam shot we saw looking above it, that was parked on the right hand side. I wonder if it's just gone in a bit deep and just had a moment going into carousel and just come out of it high and rattled the barrier and stopped it there, i.e. front right steering damage. But that's a great shame for Colin Quadrani that just did a brilliant job there in second place. And we also have two more that have managed to collect themselves. This is 113 911 GT3 Cup of Jim Cameron is the only person I've got down on the end of this flat card. That's more than one. And 187 have also managed to try and share the same piece of track. That's what we did before, wasn't it? The FK Performance, wasn't it? That's the one that's behind the barrier.
Let's just pause to see if I can pick out a bit that Frank Stippler's saying. It's in German, but let's see how we go.
Boxenstopp unausweichlich und ja, in der ersten Runde schon wieder gelaufen, läuft einfach kugelrund dieses Jahr.
Kann man im Nachhinein herausfinden, was den Reifenschaden verursacht hat? Wir haben gesehen, dass irgendein Fremdkörper in der Lauffläche war. Wir haben im Training noch Beschädigungen oder beziehungsweise Trümmerteile auf Start und Ziel gesehen. Ist schwer, das am Ende nachzuvollziehen, woher der Schaden kommt.
Nee, war ziemlich eindeutig ein Fremdkörper diesmal und von daher haben wir jetzt einfach wieder Pech gehabt, so wie das scheinbar dieses Jahr gang und gäbe ist. Und ja, das heißt jetzt einfach versuchen weiterzumachen und gucken, ob sich das Blatt dann im Laufe der Saison irgendwann wendet.
Dann wollen wir dir mehr Glück mit deiner neuen Uhr wünschen und hoffen, dass das Fortune aus Los, Glück und allem Möglichen gleich bei NLS 5 dann zum Tragen kommt. Danke, Frank Stippler.
So Frank Stippler basically saying he had to come in at the end of the first bit of a lap with the puncture, and I think there was some questions then from Patrick Simon about whether he caught too much curb perhaps on the rolling lap, whether that's just circumstantial. It didn't look like a brand new tyre, so if they'd used that in qualifying this morning, or somehow scrubbed it a little bit, ready for the race, and whether that's meant some damage in the early part of the day, which they hadn't spotted. But generally speaking, you take a tyre off after qualifying, it's thoroughly checked before it's then chosen as one of the starting race tyres. And just, well, obviously Frank Stippler not particularly happy about how things unfolded, but as a racing driver, you've got to say that's happened. We've got to put that out of my mind now and just absolutely gun it to see if we can get a good result.
Well, my German's quite rusty these days, or rustic, I should say, as it used to be. But the essence I've got of that was from Frank Stippler, aligned with his body language was, it is what it is. Kind of like, suck it up, paraphrase. He didn't say that, but to paraphrase it. It is what it is, get on with it. It's a long way still, it's lap one, it's on the GP circuit. Just deal with it. It's something that we say time and time again, but never underestimate it. Drivers and teams, strategists, etc. Very much a thing in motorsport. It's fast moving. It sounds like a real obvious statement. It's fast moving live. Things change. You have a plan, you have a strategy, it changes. Something unexpected is thrown at you, a curveball, just like that. Okay, press reset, go again. We've now got this race. No point saying what might have happened, what we'd like to have done. That's gone. This is what we've got. Deal with it. And they can still get on it and still win. So our number 17, Aston, is still in the hands of Mr. Dumoulin, which is now currently down. Now my time screen needs to update a little bit because we're currently still in third position.
Yes, stopped once. It is trailing the race leader, Kuba Gamaziak, who has also stopped by 40 seconds. Carlos Rivas is charging hard in the number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche, and Carlos Rivas is a bronze as well. He is Luxembourgish by nationality, although has strong ties, as the name would suggest, to the Iberian coastline and to Lisbon specifically in Portugal. Competing again in the NLS Championship in Cup 2. He did a race last year as well for Black Falcon. Philip Lyson has had a certainly a fun opening stint, and again, warm work for the defending champion. Just handed over to his teammate Daniel Zills. So it'll now be Zills in the number 1 versus, now who did I say is going to get on board the 511 car, which is the yellow machine from VT2. It was Majatovic who's taken charge of that and retains the VT2 rear-wheel drive class lead.
Thank you once again to all those listening in on social media and commenting, and Ian McCarthy, who was so helpful with us during Le Mans and other events. Once again, the absolute master of the freeze frame taker study. He's had a look at the right or the front of that central arm Mercedes. He said there's a little bit of body wounds there, so it could well be a misaligned wheel to have a trouble towing it. We said there was trouble towing it, wasn't give off. We thought there was no damage at that point, but if he has rattled the barrier, as I suspected he might have done with the front right. But thanks again, Ian, as accurate as ever. And if you want to tweet us, I know what I mean, at RSL_studio. Thank you, Ian, for that.
2 hours, 38 minutes and 38 seconds still to go for NLS for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Kuba Gamaziak has a 37.5 second lead over Dylan Pereira in the BMW M4 GT3. Now, how much has Dylan Pereira done behind the wheel of a GT3 car? Everyone's probably screaming at me, a ton, Johnny. But he is a former champion of the Porsche Mobil 1 Supercar. That was last year. He's raced in Cup 2 at the NLS. And what else? Because I know for a fact he's running GTE at Le Mans, but this is his first proper season in NLS racing. And the Nürburgring 24 hours, I think, has actually been off his radar so far. Yeah, never competed in the Nürburgring 24 hours, with the exception of possibly this year. So Dylan Pereira working his way out of one-make Porsche Cup racing and back to GT racing, having previously run actually with TF Sport in an Aston Martin when he shared that car with Ben Keating, I seem to remember. Yeah, it was Ben, it was Felipe Fraga, and it was the highly talented Dylan Pereira. So let's hope we're going to see a lot more of the young man from Luxembourg. So young man, he's now mid to late 20s, 26 years old.
That's young.
Still pretty young, isn't it? Certainly compared to me and you. Gold rated, and Dylan Pereira could very easily be on the cusp of a decent drive in the future at the Nürburgring 24 hours.
I mean, to be fair, I am platinum rated, but that was just a hair colour reference.
We're going back to the barbers or the hairdressers.
Indeed,
yeah.
That's whole debate.
There is
and Johnny, I really wouldn't worry about not knowing every single one. Don't forget, I went and asked Jimmy Johnson, or suggested to him at Le Mans that presumably this was his first time racing at night. So
that's true.
Let's just get it out there and now it's done. Yes. Well, no, I've done a whole bunch of other 24s was the response. Like, yes, you have.
He's done the Rolex.
And those NASCAR sprint races, yeah, I've forgotten about
Bristol night race.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Dylan Pereira did race in the 24 hours this year, and in fact was part of the lineup that won Cup 2 Pro. They were the Click Cyclorong.a team, and it had in that lineup Robin Czerżanowski, Kirsten Jodeksnis, Peter Schmach, and the aforementioned Dylan Pereira. They finished with 153 laps to their name. And actually in Cup 2 we had Pro and we had AM lineups in Cup 2 this year. And would you believe the Cup 2 AM winners finished ahead on the road of Cup 2 Pro? So every credit to those associated with car number 161 and K Kramer Racing. They finished 17th overall, ahead of the 18th position car. Meantime, another lap's ticked off by the race leader, or will be in a moment or two, and Kuba Gamaziak is able to lap slightly quicker than his Luxembourg teammate Dylan Pereira, but at the moment things look very good for Valkenhorst Motorsport. Are we going to get yet another BMW M4 take a win? We've had 3 out of 3 in NLS so far to date, and Valkenhorst have the numbers as well as the ideal positions. 34 first, car 35 is second.
Well, we're nearly down to a green flag track. The only little bit of code 60 we've got left is at Metgesveld, and there's no car on track now, just an intervention vehicle, so I'm guessing it's just a little bit of repair work going on there, finishing that off with our officials, and we should hopefully get back to a whole green flag track very shortly. Have we mentioned, Johnny, that there's a newer fastest lap from the number 5 Audi?
No.
Christian Kolb set a 7:57.8 in that.
Very good. 78, 57.8. Well, it depends whether that was done before Stippler got out or whether that was a time set by
I've got
Kolb.
a feeling it's actually done the Stippler. I think that's a Frank Stippler lap.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, to give you an idea of how much these yellow flags, these code 120s, these code 60s are costing you around a lap. Earlier in the piece, you could do a 7:57. Vincent Kolb's last lap was at 12 minutes 15. So you're losing the best part of 4.5 minutes around the lap currently because of the various incidents, including the latest yellow flag that has just appeared at Hohenrhein, which is right at the end of the lap. Tiergarten and Hohenrhein all affected by yellow flags at Marshall Post 205. So that will severely delay the race leaders. It might also bring the two BMWs of Valkenhorst Motorsport together. The first of them appears on the Dottinger Floor now, in fact. Headlights ablaze for Kuba Gimasiak, heading over the various chalked sections of the asphalt as fans have crept out overnight probably to make sure that their signature is on the racetrack. We see that an awful lot during the Nürburgring 24 hours as well, particularly on hats and back. Sometimes the tyre walls are emblazoned with a bit of graffiti as well. It was one of these BMWs, in fact it was Christian Krognes who had that big off in top qualifying during the initial qualifying phase and clattered into the tyre wall, resulting in a long stoppage. And then the following day a bit of graffiti appeared on the very same tyre wall saying BMW parking only because of the 102 car driven by Norwegian driver Christian Krognes. Krognes yet to take charge of this, the 34 car, by the way, because Kuba Gimasiak is doing a double stint. This should take the car to a half distance. Now, hang on a minute. What is the problem here? Is this the other Valkenhorst BMW? Dylan Pereira hasn't yet appeared at the end of his 10th lap. It's certainly a BMW-shaped car, but I'm not sure it's necessarily got the large rear wing on the back. It might have, you know. It is Dylan Pereira, second position, and this car is smoking.
Front right puncture.
And Pereira trying to get the car back as quickly as possible.
It's rear, actually, as it gets close. I think it's the rear. Yeah, so it's the right rear. Sorry, it was just we've got one of those long shots of it from Tiergarten looking back down the Dottinger Höhe of that car approaching us. Johnny was spot on identifying the unique kidney grille of a BMW, but the size of the wing does make a difference whether it's a GT4 or GT3 car. The bigger it is, the higher class car it is, GT3 in this case. You can see bits of rubber flailing off, and I thought it was front right, but it's indeed rear right. Its tyre is still just about on the car, but it'll be lucky to get it back to the pits with that, and it is starting to delaminate. It's the inside wall that's going to fail, and the tyre's starting to work its way out. I think it will just get its way back, but crisis for that Valkenhorst BMW, but that's to say it slows it down is an understatement.
Well, it's lost second, it's lost third, it's lost fourth position, and very nearly fifth as well to Verimenko, who leads the Cup 2 division. So Maxime Dumouriez in the green and white Aston Martin now up to second place because of the dramas here for Dylan Pereira. Carlos Rivas in the Huber Motorsport Porsche now runs third. Two of the top three GT3 cars are in the Pro-Am lineup, and they are at the moment taking the fight well and truly to the rest of the pro cars. Bjorn Grossman crosses the line in the Octane 126 Ferrari as now the frantic work can begin on the second of the Yokohama shod cars. Remember, these typically the Valkenhorst cars for a number of years now have run on Yokohama rubber, but if you catch a bit too much curb, if you're a bit too heavy on the throttle in the early stages of a stint, this can so easily happen. Also, think about the number of crashes we've had so far in this race. Very easy to pick up a bit of debris, a small shard, a carbon fibre or similar, and that can so easily pop one of these Yokohama Advan tyres.
We've had a great close-up there of that car being worked on into the pit lane. They've done the driver change whilst they're doing that automatically. Dylan Pereira out of that number 35 car. I've got a feeling it may be going into the garage, but there's obviously some collateral damage. The inside sidewall is what really failed, and the tyre was not to come off across to the outer. The problem with that then is, of course, that carcass then flails around, no matter how slowly Dylan Pereira or any other driver driving the car drives it back. It's always going to do with it. You can see all sorts of witness marks around the outside of the bodywork there from the rubber flaying about. What's interesting is there's an engineer or technician there in under that right rear wheel arch investigating, and I'm sure this car is going to go into its box. There's obviously other damage there. It depends what else it's done. Yes, indeed, exactly on cue, it's going in. So that carcass can take out fuel lines, electrical lines, sensors, all sorts that do affect all the systems on these cars. Once you take those out, the car won't work properly. And it's just a nightmare. And never mind, so there's two sides. There's physical, mechanical components, suspension, brakes, etc. And then, of course, you've got audio connection. Dylan Pereira just being interviewed. We're going to see if we can listen in and get at least a gist of what he might be saying. Wish me luck. I'm going in. Just at the end of it, yes.
Oh, well.
Yes.
What did he say, Snowy?
I think it's fertig means it's finished, as I remember.
Well, let's hope not. But, yeah, any chance of a good result certainly now gone into the sky. And the Pereira car, which, well, I was about to say, if they were able to change the tyre, fuel it and send it out again after the minimum pit stop time had been observed, they could have swallowed that up into strategy, because it had done a 5-lap stint. And as long as you do at least 5 laps, generally you can weave that in and still get a good result. But the fact that the car has now gone up on the dolly jacks and gone into the garage, it could very easily be race over, unless Valkenhorst see value in sending the BMW M4 out purely for data. But it's not going to be now for any better a result than that. And Pereira's car has been overtaken by a slew of Cup 2 cars and the recovering number 5 Scherer Sport Audi, currently being driven by Vincent Kolb, teammate to Frank Stippler. Audi about to cross the line, and that will be the Equipe Vitesse car, which runs in SP9 AM, the number 50 car. The only SP9 AM car in the entry, I reckon, and that is being driven by Michael Heimrich. He shares with the shortened version of Lorenzo Rocca, shortened by name, that is, and Arno Klassen is the lineup in car number 50, and that sort of primer grey colour. Behind it is the 104, which was involved in the clash with the 53 Schnitzelarm racing car. It was the 104 that was tangled up very early on in the piece. The Pro Sport Racing Cup 2 car, number 104, which at the moment has driver Balkan at the wheel. And they are heading now down or out of the cut-through and towards the medium-speed corners on the Grand Prix track, the left and the right.
Well, I'm going to put courage in my convictions. I'm going to bet your house on the fact that the number 35 Valkenhorst BMW doesn't rejoin the race, Johnny.
Okay.
Safe in the comments that you don't own a house, so that's fine.
Exactly.
That's how safe my money is.
It's win-win. Or lose-lose, I don't know. 466 now in strife, which is the Hyundai i30N, which is on, I was about to say on the end of a tow rope, but no, it's not being towed. It's, if anything, towing the intervention vehicle along.
It's just being protected, isn't it?
That's
right.
right.
Close protection officers behind.
And this is another Valkenhorst Motorsport Hyundai i30. Not one of the cars we were talking about earlier on, though. And as you say, it's touring back towards the pits, so the protection vehicle is tucked in behind. Meanwhile, Peter Pozovac, who was involved in the 53 incident, not only at the first corner, but also then retiring later on at the lap at the base of the Caracciolo carousel, and unfortunately end of day much earlier than he would have wished for Peter Pozovac and his teammate in the 53, Jamo Hartling. 2 hours, 25 minutes to go. It's NLS4, the 46th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen. with Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer. And we've still got well over half of this race still to enjoy. And it's a race of attrition if you've entered an SP9 car, Snowy. There are now only really four runners once you detach Dylan Pereira from the lead gaggle. It remains to be seen whether the 35 will be seen again. But if it's not, Cup 2 could finish as high as 5th place at this rate.
I'm going to say it now. Cup 2 on the podium.
On the overall podium?
Overall podium.
All right.
I'll get my coat.
Well, you know, it's
been a pleasure working with you, Johnny.
It's possible.
It is possible.
Let's not say anything, you know, against the chance of it becoming a reality.
Positive. It's possible.
Veremenko is a mean driver, Alexei Veremenko to give him his full name. That car qualified in 25th overall, sharing it with Carsten Kramer, home of the K. Kramer name, of course, and Herbert Loesch. So the 3 German drivers neatly arranged at the sharp end of Cup 2. And they still have an 11-second lead. Now, Noah Nagelsdijk is doing his best to close that gap, which was initially started by, I still think, a green flag, which then became a yellow once the second place Cup 2 car went through that part of the track and rather gave us a false look to the Cup 2 lineup. But it is starting to equalise a little bit now. Let's focus briefly on the SP10 or GT4 race leader. And this is another Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So one has dropped out of the reckoning, we reckon, in the form of Dylan Pereira. But they could still yet get a double victory, Snowy, with SP9 and SP10 wins. However, there's only 2.7 seconds as an advantage for this 191 black and white, almost like a camouflage livery for the BMW of ROWE out front of a Toyo Tyres Toyota Supra. Just looking in the background, oh, that is the Supra in second place, working its way now through Hatzenbach Bogen. So again, something just about right in GT4, not really forcing the top runners too far apart despite radically different cars.
So attrition is absolutely the key word of this one, isn't it? Never would have dreamt this. It's 100 cars on the Nordschleife. We're used to bigger numbers, and days gone by we had 140, 160 cars up there, and I'm sure when I first took part in this, in the dark mist of time when they still had box brownies and it was sepia photographs and you got them about 6 months later. I remember being over 200 cars starting around here, which was insane. Of course, the cars weren't quite as quick. Well, perhaps the top cars were. But I wouldn't have predicted this so far, these cars coming out. Valkenhorst, this BMW M4 GT3 car, it's no way can we say it's flattered to deceive, but it's just not getting the rub, is it? It's not getting the luck.
No, but I have to say the early concerns for the pace of Kubik and Maziak have been allayed slightly.
Yeah.
Now that's helped by Frank Stippler's dramas on the opening lap, and also other cars that have flattered to deceive, I suppose. I mean, what about the other SP9 Pro machines? We've had the drama for Colin Carasani, which took him out of the mix very early on. Dylan Pereira continues to fall down the order, now shown in 13th spot. And otherwise, SP9 has the Octane 126 Ferrari 296, not really showing the sort of speed as the similar car of Fricadelli that's not here this weekend, but was a winner this time last month in the 24-hour race. And the 296 is the next best all-pro lineup. So again, there is scope for that to leapfrog Dumoulin and Rivas. Actually, at the start of the lap, Pro Sport Aston, Huber Motorsport Porsche and the Octane 126 Ferrari were separated by just 2.5 seconds. And we'll have to check them through the split at the end of Sector 3 to see whether there's been an order change there, as now the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche, which is being driven by, was that the 123 or the sister car?
No, the 123's had an issue already, I think.
Let's just have a little look. Maybe the 124 car there. It is the 124 car, you're spot on. And it is fighting with the Black Falcon Team 103 car, and 103 is the Team Techstar offering with 103 driven by Mehmet Kaya. Yeah, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, the Turkish driver, currently at the wheel of that, and in turn it is ahead of number 124 for Tobias Vasquez. So yes, 123's been in for a stop already. May well have been an issue as well, because it's running much further down the order in 88th position, although at least the Hopper-driven car is back in the race. But 124 by far the better placed of these two Mühlner Motorsport cars. And Vasquez to the inside line of Mustafa Mehmet Kaya to take the position. And that within class will be 7th place now in the hands of 124.
And taking 15th or 14th overall in that move.
Yeah, so there's a big spread of Cup 2 cars, considering the race leader, Noah Nagelsdijk, is 5th. And then you can see Cup 2 cars all the way down to at least 19th and possibly further. That's not including the ones clearly that have had early drama. 18th place, Balsan. And then those ones that have struggled in the opening stages, including the 123 Mühlner Motorsport car. The 50 SP9 AM Audi still cannot shake the attentions of Porsche number 104. And the 104 car being driven by Balkan. Maybe a new name on the entry list there. Actually, I'll dig around for a moment or two to find out Balkan's background. But it's been a good drive so far for this Cup 2 car. Certainly to be able to mix it so well with the machine ahead of him. And the driver from Ghent charging on in car 104. Yes, what have you found out now?
Yeah, I've just got a code 120 down to a 60 at just from the exit of Brunchen down through Flansgarden. I was just trying to ascertain why there's no car off there, but quick look at the ticket just tells me that it's actually intervention vehicles returning back to their place from Prototype. So that's what it is. That's why I can't see any ticket, because there wasn't anything there. It's just intervention vehicles, i.e. officials. But they've got much right to be avoided on track anyway, because they're fast, slow-moving cars.
True enough.
What you do want to avoid is the hard-working officials that allow us all to go racing.
Yeah, the sole purpose, really, of these speed-limited areas is to provide a safe environment for the marshals to work in as they make the race, or make the racetrack clear again of any suspicious debris. We've had two significant punctures in the race so far for cars that were doing really well. Frank Stippler from pole position suffering a slow puncture from the off pretty much, and the number 5 Scherer Sport Audi PHX, short for Phoenix, having to make a stop at the end of a short run around the Grand Prix lap on the short combined circuit that we're utilising this weekend. Oh, crossing the blend line there for the Toyota Supra. And if that wasn't picked up by the officials, I'm afraid I've landed that Supra driver well in the doo-doo now.
That's the 520 entry.
Yeah.
Which is on the next page of my entry list.
You'll get there.
Toyo tyres with Ring Racing, that's the Toyota Supra, as you said. So I hope that wasn't Ben Harper at the wheel.
It wasn't, it was René Rudelt in 520, who I think has just taken that car over.
That's the 4th driver then, because I've got 3 other people on my entry list in that.
In 520?
Yeah.
Right, I've got Sophia Menzenbach,
Ben
Klaus
Harper.
Volker, and René Rudelt. No Ben Harper.
Ah, they've been replaced then, that's why.
Yeah. Okay. But we often get a slight tweak of driver changes when the qualifying sheet is printed out. And now what's going on? This is the work on the Valkenhorst BMW.
So that's a lower to now. That 35 car therefore isn't done yet. I thought it was. They are working on that. That's
so is my house safe? My non-existent house is safe now.
Absolutely, yes. But I've got to deposit down what he can for it. While the interest rates are so good. There's also front-end work going on. You're absolutely right, Johnny, that this has now become a data collection exercise of experience.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Bit on our timing screens back here at the Nordschleife, and in first position is number 34, Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie at the wheel of the Barbarossapreis BMW M4 GT3. In second place is our Ferrari, exactly as you predicted. So anybody wanting to enter a lottery, whichever country you're watching from, we have a lottery. Tweet Johnny at RSL_studio, and Johnny will give you the appropriate numbers or code you need, because he's a soothsayer. You can just see into the future.
What can I say?
He's got his crystal ball out.
Yeah, I can tell the future, and I'm not going to tell you who's going to win this race because I want it to be a surprise.
Exactly, you're not going to spoil the surprise. Oh, exactly. Yeah, just you can predict the future. You're not going to spoil the show, are you?
RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Snowden and Mystic Meg, Johnny Palmer, keeping an eye on things for the next 2 and a bit hours, with car 34 into the pits at the end of 13 laps. So, albeit the 34 car leads on the scoring tower, if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, the scoring tower to the left of shot displays the 34 car out front. However, that car for Kuba Gamaziak, after a 8 lap stint for Gamaziak, I reckon the Ferrari in second place is due for a stop as well, but it is further back down the track. We're waiting for confirmation as to whether the 26 car has come down pit road yet or not. Huber Motorsports Porsche in the hands of Carlos Rivas, number 25, leading the SP9 Pro-Am category in their tri-coloured Porsche 911 GT3. It's white, red and blue in the typical Huber Motorsport colours, and Carlos Rivas is pedalling very swiftly indeed. Bear in mind, he's a bronze-rated driver and has built a gap of nearly 14 seconds over Maxime Dumoulin now.
I'm just gesticulating at a little bit of footage we're seeing there of one of the SP4 category cars. There's only 2 cars in that class, 250 and 254. 250 is the one I'm talking about, which is the 325i. We've seen this car in the pits a bit earlier in the race with its exhaust system and silencer box quite literally touching the ground. Quite why it's not sparking, I don't know. It's just done most of the GP circuit with it grinding away on the track again still, and I'm desperately hoping it will turn right and come back into the pits. It hasn't, it's gone left and gone on to the Nordschleife. So let's hope that entire exhaust system stays intact on that car and doesn't depart. Yes. The last thing we want on track is the debris of that volume and size and mass on track. Not helpful.
Grossman did indeed come into the pits. He'd done 8 laps in that Ferrari, so needed to come in because you can't fit 9 laps of fuel in a GT3 car. So Jonathan Hershey did a 6-lap stint to open things up, followed by Bjorn Grossman, his fellow Swiss driver, who has just brought the Ferrari Octane 126 296 into pit lane. And for this car, there are 3 drivers, I think I'm right in saying. Yes, the other driver then is Luca Ludwig, and they may well be plugging Luca Ludwig in now for a double, perhaps, to take it to the finish. Ludwig, who has previously had great form in Ferraris and has qualified so well in the past for the Octane 126 488, so the previous Prancing Horse model. But they, like Fricadelli and like 1 or 2 others up and down the order, have adopted this 296 into their fold. Brand new Goodyear Eagles onto the 296, so it doesn't run Michelin's like Fricadelli were doing in the 24-hour. The car has already been spun through to land at 45 degrees to the garage behind, and actually needs, I was about to say they're going to put some dolly jacks underneath it again here, but they're actually being removed. So it stays up on the pegs, the internal jacks, and will be lowered in a moment or 2. And then under the command of the lollipop person, ready to send it back into the race. Was there a driver change for the BMW? Yes, Christian Krognes taking over the 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So Kuba Gamaziak did a double, and now Norwegian driver Christian Krognes is likely to do a double from here to the finish. And unless the Frank Stippler / Vincent Kolb Audi can do something a bit special from 5th position, it's a tough ask for anyone else to kind of rise to the challenge and make sure that it's a different manufacturer at the sharp end of the race at the end of NLS4. We've had so far 3 M4 wins out of 3, and it could very easily be a 4th the way this race is panning out for Volkenhorst Motorsport. Catching a glimpse there of the 102 Cup 2 Porsche, and that's the car that runs in 6th place overall for Noah Nagelsdijk. And Nagelsdijk doing a very good job. Is that the best chance that a Cup 2 car has of finishing on the podium overall? The 102 car that is shared with Ben Boonagel, just 2 of them allocated into the 102 car, but it is running in 6th place overall and leading the class by, just looking for the gap between the two, it's about 11 seconds separating first place Cup 2 car back to the second place car, which is the 121.
Now, Johnny, you picked up a few minutes ago now, about the Toyota Supra that was leaving the pits, the 520 numbered Toyo tyres with ring racing car, and you had a driver at the wheel that I hadn't got on my entry list. That car, you commented that it just gone over the blend line coming out of the pits. Well, funnily enough, it's had the first penalty of the race, but not for that.
Oh.
For speeding in the pit lane. Sorry, my apologies. Speeding under a code 60 at 95k. So nearly over 50% greater than it should have been doing. And it's got a 150-second penalty for that, plus a penalty point on the driver's licence. Now, more interestingly, we've just had another flurry of penalties, and it is second place is not the place to be at the moment. Car 25, the Porsche 911 Huber Motorsports car, that's also just had a penalty.
Over the line goes the Fricadelli Porsche. Now that is not in the GT3 category, but with the yellow door mirrors about to turn right, it's the Treble 1 car on this occasion. And Treble 1 has Klaus Aberland himself, in fact, at the wheel of that car. There are the extra 520 drivers. It's René Rudelt, I think, that was missing from the initial entry list midweek, but has shown up for qualifying. And that means that, now which of the Bens did you say had been put in 520 and is not taking part in the race?
Ben Harper.
Ben Harper. Okay, so that's not to be confused with Daniel Harper, of course. Ben Harper is experienced racer in SP10 machinery in the past, and he's, despite having a fairly English sounding name, actually German. And Ben competing again in the NLS Championship. 961 and Treble 4 are nose to tail. The Treble 4 car is full of corn. All 3 of them, in fact, and very tricky therefore for us to tell you precisely who's at the wheel of that car. But 3 family members, you have to guess, piloting that car in the Treble 4 machine. Let's give you all of their names whilst I have the opportunity. It is Ulrich, Tobias and Daniel Korn, K-O-R-N, and Adrenaline Motorsport team Motec Porsche Cayman, running in the V5 category. The Treble 4 leads 445 in V5. So they are duking it out with Holger Gaschow, Jerome Larby and Axel Jahn in their MSC Adenauer Porsche Cayman. So a couple of Porsche Caymans in V5. But we stay focused on what's happening in the overall positions. And at the moment it is the 34 car now being driven by Christian Krognes. Big lock up there coming in and out of the Vidal chicane. And the Treble 4 car almost hooked up within that. Exactly 2 hours gone. It is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer enjoying NLS4 in 2023. Halfway there for 34 car of Valkenhorst Motorsport, after 2 really stellar stints from Kuba Gmaziak, the highly rated Polish driver, but the Norwegian pilot Christian Krognes, who's top qualifying in the Nürburgring 24-hour race, did not go to plan. He crashed more or less at this point on the Hatzenbach and caught the tyre wall, doing substantial damage to BMW number 102. It was fixed up in time for the 24-hour race. Today, it's running as the 34 car, and they are leading the motor race after half distance, 2 hours of 4 completed. And there's a minute and 10 seconds of an advantage for Krognes over Carlos Rivas in the 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche. And Luca Ludwig did indeed take charge of the Octane 126 Ferrari. So say about Octane 126, they're quick with their driver rotation. 3 drivers in their lineup today. And in fact, all 3 have had a drive at just over half distance in the race. As now, Carlos Rivas, from the lead of SP9 Pro-Am, makes his second stop, car 25 for Huber Motorsport. 11 seconds remains the lead margin in Cup 2 for Noah Nagelsdijk, and who is now in second place. It's the 112 car of Christopher Broek. So he is charging hard in the second of the Cup 2 cars. Chris Broek sharing with Michele Di Martino and Moritz Krantz. It was the K. Kramer racing car that was embroiled in a fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th not too long ago. I remember the days when, not too long ago, where Michele Di Martino was driving Lamborghinis for Franz Conrad. Christopher Broek, I'm pretty sure, was part of the Deutsche Post Bentley lineup as well. So Broek and Di Martino, no chance of getting a GT3 ride. Unfortunately, all the seats taken this year, and the next class available to them that they find attractive is Cup 2. And you can understand why, with so many cars entered today. Did you say Cup 2 is the most amount of cars in the lineup? One of the classes has 13 cars.
I think it is that one, yes.
I'm pretty sure it's Cup 2.
Yeah. I will double check that. I'll come back to that in a minute, Johnny, but just a very quick update on the penalty for our number 25 car, which I said was the cursed second place in this race today. That car is currently leading at the moment, the Huber Motorsport car. It's listed as having Rivas at the wheel of this penalty, and it is a code 60 infringement of 104k.
Right
into that. So the penalty is 277 seconds added to their pit time and 2 penalty points on his license. But it's a fair overspeed, that, isn't it?
Yeah, 277 divided by 60 is 270, near enough, is 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Ouch. And that will be costly. It's not a full lap time.
It's half a lap.
It's half a lap. Yeah. Just gone straight away. But you can understand why these penalties are so heavy-handed, I suppose, or I was going to say draconian, but I don't think that's the fair.
No, I think they are.
I think they're fair.
I think they're fair. They're absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Unfortunate and frustrating if you're the suspect, so as it were. Well, there's no suspect about this. You've been charged and convicted already. So that's going to play into the hands of, who do we think might be up there getting high? So would that possibly be Shearer, Sport PHX, by any chance?
Well, Vincent Kolb's just come across the line. Hasn't yet stopped for a second time as a kind of functional stop. Remember, there was that very much out of sequence visit to the pit lane right at the start. So our pit stop column is deceptive for the number 5 car. They made 1 stop, and that was after an 8-lap stint for Frank Stippler. Vincent Kolb just going on to lap 7 of what should be another 8-lap stint. It could be a 7-lapper, depends how Shearer Sport want to cut it, but they're running in 4th. A couple of the cars ahead of them have just stopped, so actually make that 2nd place now. And Vincent Kolb is now only 45 seconds away from Christian Krognes, who has just taken his 2nd stop. Krognes, remember, taking over from Kuba Gmaziak. So the 34 BMW has a stop in hand, effectively, to the number 5 Audi R8 LMS of Scherer Sport. We've got a new fastest lap within class for the Cup 3 division. Cup 3 is led, by the way, by car 959. And one of the Grossers is at the wheel of that. It is Fabio Grosser, sharing with Patrick Gruter and Heiko Eichenberg. More action down in pit road, and one of the Audis is in, but that's not the Scherer Sport car. It's a similarly liveried car, but I think that was possibly a TT that has stopped elsewhere in the lane. And also arriving now, number 189 for the SP10 class. 189 is a combination of Tobias and Florian Wahl and Reinhold Renger. And where is 189, or where was 189 in the order? From 4th position in SP10. One of the two Wahls at the wheel of that. But the top 2 in SP10 are now Toyota Supras of the GT4 variety. Neither one of them is the 520, which has already been smacked with 1 penalty and could quite easily get another one for crossing the blend line on pit lane exit. It's Pirelli rubber for the number 189 Mercedes of the Wahls, though, joined by Reinhold Renger.
I think 25 has just pitted and therefore just served his time penalty as well.
Yes, that would make sense.
Yep.
So the 25 also had a driver change, didn't it? So the Huber car, that's the one with 4 drivers, so it didn't take much predicting to say that there was going to be a driver change. There'll have to be one if they want to get all 4 in and out. There'll have to be a driver change every time that car stops. It began with Dennis Fetzer, then handed to Luxembourgish driver Carlos Rivas. Klaus Rader has just taken it over, the man from Munich, and that leaves Hans Wehrmann still waiting in the wings to do the closing stint for Huber Motorsports Porsche. Audi, it's not a TT, is it? Nothing like it. That's the 801 car that I was struggling to identify in the pit lane, which is the RS3 LMS. And that car emerges still with the TCR lead. Car 801 now being controlled by Kenneth Ostwald. Oh no, beg pardon, his teammate Hakan Scherin. 3 Norwegian drivers for the Moller Bill Motorsport RS3. So Hakan Scherin now driving the blue, black and white Audi RS3, the RS3 LMS. And some of these TCR cars beautifully turned out. TCR, a category really developed for sprint racing, but it didn't take many teams very long at all to adapt some of these cars so that they'd be good across 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours and indeed 24 hours.
And I think it's an often overlooked category in class in this series. We are guilty as any, Johnny, of talking about the cars at the front, the cars that steal the headlines, SP9 or GT3 cars as they are here, but they're quite elite. You know, it's pro or pro-am, and there's either way, you're either being paid a bit or you're paying an awful lot to drive one of those cars. TTR is by far away not the entry level. There's other categories there, 240s and things, a little bit further down if you really want to just get started on this. But TCR it's a great category within this racing of taking it seriously. They're proper race cars. Yes, they're based on. I know the purists say if it's got a roof, it's not a real racing car. Well, come and drive a Group C car then, because it's a Formula 1 car with a roof. It's got a Formula 1 engine in it, so they're proper cars.
The 499P Ferrari's got a roof.
Well, exactly. I'd call that a racing car, but the purists say it's got to be open wheel. Well, I'd say the purists are wrong. This is proper racing, but the TCRs, it's that perfect mix of, yes, it's road based originally, but a lot of it isn't really. It's nearly a full proper racing car. Some of the setup, the way they work, they're just phenomenal, and it's an absolutely fantastic category and a way to go racing on this ribbon of tarmac that's just amazing. And why wouldn't you want to come and race on this?
Agreed. And there's always a good following within TCR, particularly for the big events of the year around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but we're very grateful nevertheless for those that have turned up in a TCR car. I make it 3 in that class for today. Well, interestingly, one's been entered as a TCR Class A car. That's, I think, a slightly older machine for the Stankos, Armando and Dario, the Swiss combination. So 811 is the Cupra TCR entered into Class TCR A. And then the other cars, the Audi RS3 that we've mentioned from Muller Bill Motorsport, number 801, and another Cupra, but this time not a Class A car, just a standard TCR entrant for Jens Wolf, Mike Uch and Kim Beerwanger in the 808 car. And to give you the overall positions of those cars, we have a TCR now as high up as 19th overall. That is the blue and white Audi. The 811 for Stankos is 28th overall, and then the Beerwanger driven Cupra running in 31st overall. 34 BMW heading now into the cut through, which is the race leader, Christian Krognes, without any immediate pressure behind him. Next car across the line should be probably the Aston Martin of Mike Ortmann, waiting for him to appear at the end of this particular lap. Let's just see how we're doing in terms of the splits. Because Dumoulin pitted at the end of his 8-lap stint, so has been delayed by virtue of that pit stop. Dumoulin handed back to, or the Aston Martin's handed back to Mike Ortmann from Maxime Dumoulin, and that will promote a certain Vincent Cole in the blue and white Audi up to 2nd place now, and he will be due in. Did he come in at the end of that lap, in fact? Yes, he did. So that's an 8-lap stint, followed by a 7-lap stint, and the blue and white Scherer Sport Audi has come in, possibly to be handed back again to Frank Stippler.
Well, that was the car, of course, just for clarity, that started on pole position, but didn't even complete the first lap, only completed the GP part of the circuit with a left rear puncher for Frank Stippler, who brought it in and dropped it right down the order, and then was effectively just managed to get out before start number 2.
Yeah.
But it started effectively a good 2/3 of the lap down.
Yeah.
So let's call that.
Well, he lost 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
He lost 2.5. Well, he was 2.5 minutes down by the end of the first lap, I think it was.
Yeah.
And yes, the problem is the 2 sectors. Is it that 2 sectors on the Grand Prix lap? It might only be the first sector, actually. It takes you 1 minute and 6 seconds or so. But that was effectively wiped. It was as if he hadn't done that first bit of the lap, because you have to do the full lap to count it as a full lap of the Grand Prix and the Nordschleife combined. So it's almost like Frank Stippler had to start the race again, and from the pit lane, at pit lane speeds.
But that's exactly the point we were talking about earlier, Johnny. You've just hit the nail on the head there, absolutely. That's what the likes of these drivers like Frank Stippler and many others in this field would do in that situation. It is what it is. I'm starting the race again. That's a great way of describing it. Forget what's happened. That doesn't count. Start again.
And Vincent Kolb, as an in-lap, did an 8:19.6. We're waiting now for that Scherer Sport Audi to reappear at the end of pit road, but having done a 7-lap stint, it was 8, wasn't it? And then a 7, yeah, it takes us to 15 laps now completed for the number 5 car. So the current standings see Christian Krognes of Norway in the BMW M4 GT3 34 lead the race by 1 minute and 6 seconds from a pit-stopping number 5 Scherer Sport Audi. That should promote the 26-octane 126 Ferrari to 2nd place in the hands of Luca Ludwig, and the 107 Hofmeister-driven Team Mattol Porsche now up to 4th place overall. Noah Nagelsdijk in the 102 Porsche has just pitted to concede the race lead, in fact, to Hofmeister, but that will all switch around in due course as well, just as soon as the Arne Hofmeister-driven Porsche makes his stop to equalise the number of stops at the sharp end of Cup 2. You should be on, well, Lars Nagelsdijk is on 2 pit stops completed so far after just over 2 hours worth of racing. And are we getting some word of now a further code 60 coming through, yes, on the very fast bit of the circuit, Snowy.
Well, yes, that's at, well, there's one at Exmouler.
Oh, that wasn't what I meant.
No, okay, I know that, because 444 and 189, but there's also one at Arenberg for 666, so it's got the devil in it.
But I've also got a slow zone at Klostertal now as well, which is the flat out section from Bergwerk all the way up the hill. Klostertal affected by at least 2 marshal posts at code 60.
You're absolutely right. I've done 2 of the 3. You've done the important one as ever. This is my role in life, supporting it. It is car 930, that is.
Oh, drama at the first corner. The 661 BMW's off the road, and there's a Cayman involved as well. And that was the 4th place runner in BMW 240i. So car 661 with a severely buckled front left wheel. And
955.
I think probably is not. Well done.
955, yeah.
Well done from the top half of the numbers there, because the bottom half is obscured by concrete wall. But yes, telling you 5s from your 6s, it's that straight edge across the top. All we're told to write that correctly. 955 is the Montana driven and driver simply known as Montana in Cup 3. 8th placed 718 Cayman. And it'll be end of race for the 661. You're not going to go anywhere fast there with wheel that severely bent out of shape.
That's the Smithers Racing entry. I'm trying to find who's at the wheel of that, of our 3 drivers. 661, is it not?
Yeah.
It is Lorenzo Midori who's at the wheel of that. All Italian lineup in that. Lorenzo Midori, Simone Sama and Andrea Zampino driving that car, but it's Lorenzo Midori at the wheel of it. It's got a ton of gravel buried into the front of the wheel arch there, with that wheel askew at it's got what about a planet's worth of toe out on the front left. It's not going to track, but it needs to go somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not sure. It's the ever chicken and egg situation. What's caused what there? There's quite there's inner wheel arch there and all sorts of things. That's had a. Now, whether I wouldn't have thought it's been torn into gravel. It's gone a long, long way into the gravel there. So I'm not quite sure what's going to. Because if that's turn 1, how on earth did it? And I've also got a Hyundai on the Dottinger Hoe with its hazards on, very sensibly, with a front left tyre failure. Now dropping little bits of bodywork onto the track. That's coming back. We've said this before, this is the 466 entry, Johnny. I know you're looking it up for facilities. We've said this many, many times in these races. How slow does a driver bring the car back? And it's slow enough not to do more damage, that's the answer. But it doesn't matter how slow you go, it never feels slow enough. And it's doing a lot of bodywork damage to that car, and that's the 466 Hyundai.
So Bennett Earl in the wheel, at the wheel of the 466, which was running in 10th.
Car.
Not going well for Valkenhorst. I mean,
they get lots of airtime.
True, and if you enter this many cars into the race, then purely from a numerical point of view, you'd fancy a good result. And they are leading outright, let us not forget, so that's going okay. But some of the other ones have certainly fallen by the wayside. Their 34 car, though, still good enough to be out front, but drama elsewhere in the Valkenhorst awning.
That 661 BMW and 955 Porsche, given where they both are on the track and the damage done, I just wonder if one's come out of the pits and collected the other.
Yeah,
simple as that. Just tried to turn and gone for a gap that isn't quite there. The Porsche has gone through. We mentioned that penalty box earlier on the right-hand side of the track after the first corner, and it's over on the right-hand side. That Porsche's then pulled into the left there and got itself out of the way. There was a little access road there, pulled itself behind the barrier. So the Porsche 955 is clearly out of the way already. The BMW is proving a little less compliant in getting itself out of the gravel. That's probably because of the way the wheel's pointing, and there's a straight line toe on that now. It's got to be, they're putting it in an oblique angle, which isn't going to help it through gravel. It's like day at the beach for the marshals there, isn't it?
It is. You need a bucket and spade.
So building sandcastles next. No, they've got better things to be doing. Now, the 34 BMW, has that just come out of the pits?
No, I think it was a slow zone. If there's a slow zone in place, or certainly some sort of speed limit,
yes. Christian Krone's at the wheel of that. Yes, you're absolutely right, John. It's just coming past exactly that slow zone. But I was right. It was going slowly. I couldn't wonder why, but you know.
And because it's the race leader,
right, you just explain why. It's teamwork.
Okay, fine. I was concerned because it's a race leader, and you don't want to see the 34 car with Valkenhorst's luck elsewhere, including for the 466. You do not certainly want to see more drama for one of their cars, the overall race leader. But Christian Krogner's had everything in hand there. And this is a laborious task to get a wheel off, which has got a severely damaged tyre, but it's a 5-stud wheel. So you've got to be patient getting that off. Certainly not done at the speed that you might see in a NASCAR race.
No, look at this. This is the category where the cars haven't got air jacks, so it's still a manual hydraulic jack going in there. And one of the things we noticed, the hydraulic jack going there, and having to pump the handle 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times to get that car to the requisite height to lift the remains of that wheel clear of the deck to get it off. Hendricks Motorsport at Le Mans last weekend of that NASCAR entry. I'm sure it's available on all sorts of platforms. You can watch it, but their pit stops were just extraordinary. Put that jack in, it was one go and the car was up and done. Absolute fantastic bit of theatre there. They're repairing the bodywork on this Hyundai, which is less than showroom pristine as it was when it started the race, shall we say. It's a little bit second-hand now.
And Bennett Earl, who drove the car in, shares with Fernandez Flavia Pellegrino, and may well be the Pellegrino taking that car over now for another stint, with only the option to hand to the second driver. There aren't any more than 2 drivers allocated to this particular car. Meanwhile, what's happening at the front of the order? Well, 34 went through, as we know. Luca Ludwig in the 26 Ferrari doing the chasing. Did that car, went through as well, and the gap was 1 minute and 17 seconds. The Ferrari 296 is somewhere in the second sector currently. 36.5 seconds further back is the Raider-driven number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche. So that is now in the hands of Klaus Raider, with Hans Wehrmann still to come. And some quick cars on the Dottinger Hohe, but a relatively lonely affair for most of them. Not close enough to utilise the tow just yet. Next battle to liven up, well, in terms of lap speed, the Pro Sport car in the hands of Mike Ortman has just, well, last time around did an 8:58.3, which was faster than a couple of cars further up the order. So remember, that's a Pro-Am car, but essentially Mike Ortman and Maxime Dumouriez are trying to close in on the 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche. First and second in Pro-Am, led by Porsche, second place Aston Martin, and then third place is the CP Racing, Charlie Putman Racing, Mercedes-AMG, car number 45. And there are 3 cars right together now on the Dottinger Hohe. Big gaggle as well coming out of Galgenkopf, involving 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, all shuffling around for the best line of sight up towards Antonius Bucher. That really fast left-hand kink underneath the bridge. Blue flags rapidly being waved there by Brave Marshall to drivers left, as two cut 3 Porsches rather, go line astern, go side by side. And there is a place change there.
You mentioned that really fast kink on the Dottinger Hohe there, Johnny, and it's not until you actually see it or drive it in reality, you realise how much of a kink it is. It's really deceptive. It's a corner in its own right. It's rather like the old Woodcote at Silverton back in the UK. People come out to Luffield now and sort of think, oh, it's just flat past the old national pits. It isn't. It's a big corner there. It's exactly the same with the Dottinger Hohe there. You don't come out to Galgenkopf and think, oh, it's straight down to Tiergarten, because you've got the gradient change as well, and then of course you've got that kink. So there's still more to it. Slows out still at that first corner for that BMW that I think they've got out of the gravel now. The Porsche was no, the BMW is still there on the left hand side. So, there's a Porsche here, which is the 121 entry. That's got the black Falcon car 102 right behind it, and there's already a crease in the rear panel of that 121 Porsche. It nearly got a matching one the same size though, wasn't it? A little bit of a kiss, or 2 Porsches kissing together.
So Michele
How romantic is that?
It could have been, well, certainly not a welcome kiss had it speared one of them towards the barrier. But in the red and black car, Michele Di Martino, and in the chasing 102, Ben Bernagel in the gold, black, and a little bit of blue on that car as well in the Black Falcon colours. Ben Bernagel running 7th then in Cup 2, essentially all trying to reel in the 107 car, which has just made a stop. So there is a chance that the 107 car will fall back into the clutches of all the other Cup 2 cars. 107 has quite possibly Hendrik Still at the wheel. It's certainly somebody with the Still surname. Yes, it is Hendrik Still.
Still at the wheel then?
Still at the wheel for Hendrik. And
sorry, it was too easy. Cheap, but it was easy. That's me. Cheap and easy.
Hendrik Still has raced Ferrari GT3s in the past. I think for Rinaldi Racing.
Stand up, that man.
Yeah. And now finding a home again in the Cup 2 division. But he's no mean racer in his own right. 35 years old, silver rated. He's been with Teichmann Racing for a couple of seasons as well. Just check that my memory's not deceiving me. Rinaldi Racing I'm looking for. Yes, at the Spa 24 Hours in 2019 he raced a 488 indeed for Rinaldi Racing. So unusual for me at least to see Hendrik Still behind the wheel of a Porsche today. But he's right in the mix and has just pitted from the class lead in Cup 2. After another pit stop under his belt, he'll slip back down the order, but not too far. Quick glimpse there into the slow zone for BMW number 884. This is the BMW M2 CS leader. So there is now an class entirely for BMW M2s, which is a relatively new addition to the lineup in NLS. Great to have them though as part of the field. And again, looking forward to this car, or this class rather, growing in size over the next few years. Who's at the wheel of 884 currently? It is Johan Rosen, joined by Peter Larsson, the two Swedish drivers in this BMW M2.
But John, a few minutes ago I mentioned the 666 entry, which is a Schnitzelhauen 240i, which had an incident at Arenberg and caused the code 60 there. That car has now limped on, remarkably. That's Thierry Vermeulen at the wheel of that, and it's limped on to Metzgersfeld, where it now appears to come to a halt. So it's managed to get itself through Foxhole, Adenauer Forst, and all the way up to Metzgersfeld, and now it's decided it's shuffled off the mortal coil and stopped at the side of the track, as it were.
Yeah. Or at least shuffled off the iconic asphalt here at the Nordschleife, but I'm sure it will be seen again later on in the season. There are, strictly speaking, 8 rounds of NLS this year, but the 12-hour race you were talking about earlier on, is that 2 6s, one on Saturday and one on Sunday, Snowy?
That's a cue, by the way, for me to go and check that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a 12-hour race in one go, because that would be pretty intense. It's normally a split race. 955 back in the pit lane. This is the one that clashed at the first corner with that BMW that was being towed away. Montana was at the wheel. Not Hannah Montana, well I assume it's not, but the driver that adopts the Montana pseudonym.
It's only the door panel.
Well, they're just going to apply a load of tape to it. Now, I hope that's not the side Montana wants to get out of. It's going to be a left-hand drive car, won't it?
The right-hand door. So, no, it's exactly the right thing to do. I jest, but it is only that side of it. It's the door panel, it's the outer skin. The main thing about taping that on is to stop it flapping and coming loose and debris on the track and a danger to others. But it looks like it's missed the wheels completely, which is the important part. So I'm afraid I think my conclusion was right, that it had been collected rather hard by BMW. The BMW fared less well in the crash test situation there.
It's true. Now, whether one was coming out of the pits, as you suggested, and the other one was on the racetrack, difficult to say, because we haven't been able to had a chance to re-describe that whole incident to you.
It's turn 1, which is where just after the pit exit, the BMW's got damage on the front left, and the Porsche's got damage on the right door. I'm going to try and put 2 together. I never was very good at maths, but I'm getting towards 4 on that one.
Do you think the BMW was coming out of the pits?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll never know. The one man to answer that is Lorenzo Medori, who was driving the 661 BMW at the time. Unless Medori just saw a gap and thought that's BMW 240i shaped, and then was somewhat corrected because he slammed into the side of the 955. But it does appear, without having been able to describe the incident to you piece by piece, it does appear the 955 was the innocent party there.
The law of diminishing returns. I thought it was a gap. These things evolve quite quickly, even coming out of the pits, but they shouldn't do.
There was a phrase in the old days of if you see a gap and you don't go for it, then you're not a racing driver, but I wouldn't necessarily concur with that, particularly in a 4-hour race.
Well, it all depends on your hit rate, because the hit rate should be 0.
Your hit rate as in how many cars you've taken out?
Correct.
That's a nice bit of reapplication of the race number, I have to say, because they've applied so much tape, they've covered up the original door number, and thankfully have a 9 and a 5 and a 5 spare, and have smacked it on the side, the sort of numbers you might find on your wheelie bin outside your house,
But of course, it's also mandatory, so it's common sense. You've got to have the race number on the side of the car for the officials.
Yeah, true. And at least they've got the 5s and the 9s the right way up. You could have rejoined us 229, I suppose, if you've got them the wrong way round. But the right numbers have been applied and in the right order, and that car is now back into the race. 661 though, different story for this BMW, only just out of the gravel, so first corner I'm sure still affected by a slow zone. Snowy will be able to confirm that to you in a moment or two, but with a tractor and with marshals and with gravel still very much evident at turn number 1.
Yeah, that's still there for that, and that is of course just removing it from the gravel. That car's not taking part in anything. It's got the longest lap to go all the way backwards. It's the first of 170 corners. There's not best place to return to the pits there, but that front left damage too far gone, so quite literally this is just taken that long to get it out of the gravel.
We should make the point that the 955 Porsche won't have done a full lap though. That will have ducked into the back of the pits via the Grand Prix lap, and therefore that initial part of the Grand Prix track will not have counted, but 955 should be fine now to turn left at the end of the Grand Prix Strecke, through the Sabine Schmitz curve and onto the Hatzenbach once again. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer with NLS4, the 46th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen. And not going the way of Audi so far, despite that car taking pole position earlier in the day. Frank Stippler hitting big problems on the opening lap, on the opening run around the Grand Prix track, in fact, as he felt a rear left slow puncture, so had to come into the pits and get that changed well before the opening lap was completed, and that has left the door wide open for Valkenhorst Motorsport, for Kuba Gimasiak and his teammate, current driver of the 34 BMW, Christian Krognes, and the BMW M4 number 34 leading after 17 and a bit laps. Who will be the next GT3 car to pit? Krognes is just into his fifth lap. Luca Ludwig in second in the Octane 126 Ferrari is on the same pit stop cycle. So they had different lengths of opening stints. Jonathan Hershey did a 6-lap opener, whereas Kuba Gimasiak did 7 laps on his first stint. And Grossman was able to do 8 laps in the Octane 126 Ferrari as stint number 2, whereas Gimasiak matched his first with a further 7 laps. And they found each other now on the pit stop cycle, as the Black Falcon 102 Porsche is able to get ahead of one of the lower class BMWs on this occasion. Car number 600 turning right at the cut through.
Just going back to your question, I said to find out for you, the 12-hour race you're right, it's 2 races on the 9th and 10th of September this year. It's NLS 6 on the Saturday, which is 6th run in the ADAC ACAS Cup, and on the Sunday is the NLS 7, which is the 62nd running of the ADAC Rheinolder Langstrecken-Rennen. So 2 6-hour races making a 12-hour event. Quite how that's billed as 12, I'm guessing it's going to be points yet to be published. but it's 2. And we've also got, I mentioned Seb Vettel, demonstrating an RB7 there, but we've also got no less than Daniel Ricciardo in one as well.
Nice.
Hope Krales is watching.
Richard Crale, our fellow Australian commentator who joined us at the Circuit de la Sarthe for the first time in his career last week and thoroughly enjoyed the event and the experience, I'm sure. You've got to do a 24-hour race, so lose massive amount of sleep then, and then fly back to Australia within about 3 or 4 days of the end of the race. So that will really mess with your body clock.
Yeah, but he's Australian. They made a stronger stuff. He's fine.
True.
Just take it in his stride.
Just have a couple of lagers when he gets home,
yeah,
i.e. 20.
Yeah, that'll be all right, mate.
And then tell your brain it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Honestly, it really is. And yeah, push on through. He'll be busy this weekend at Darwin.
The Hidden Valley. Darwin Supercups and Porsche Australia. What a mixture. We're talking to him about it, and he said, what a mixture of a weekend. Porsche Carrera Australia, and then Superbikes, Australian Superbikes, and Dragsters on Saturday night.
All at Darwin?
All at Hidden Valley, Darwin. That's what he's covering. Yeah, I'm going to tune in later.
You've almost got me sold as well.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm working my magic on you, finally.
It would be even better to have all 3 of those things on the track at the same time, but perhaps a bit of a stretch.
Therein lies Johnny's weird streak.
1 minute and 7 seconds is the lead margin for Christian Krognes and Luca Ludwig. They are both in the 4th of 5 sectors currently. In fact, Krognes has just appeared on the Dottinger Hohe now and heading down the long straight. Still not due for a pit stop. It's going to be another 3 laps yet for the Norwegian, and likewise for the Ferrari that runs in 2nd position. We could very easily here get an SP9 Pro-Am car finishing in the overall top 3 inside the final 90 minutes, and Klaus Rader or Mike Ortmann are fighting it out for SP9 Pro-Am honours. And what's going to be fascinating for me here is whether Ortmann has managed to get ahead of Rader already, or will it happen towards the end of this lap? Huber Motorsport versus the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. The Aston that led in the early stages, remember, in the hands of Mike Ortmann. And as mentioned, it's a Pro-Am car, so by definition, Maxime Dumouriez, as the bronze-entered driver, is a little slower. And I say that very much in inverted commas, because neither driver is slow. But the greater performance generally on lap speed comes from Mike Ortmann, and I think even Maxime would admit to that. And now back in the hands of the 23-year-old German, Mike Ortmann is turning the screw for lead honours in SP9 Pro-Am. Waiting for those cars in a moment or two to appear on the Dottinger Hohe. Meanwhile, Christian Krognes has gone through again. That will complete 5 laps on his stint, and we'll get a real-time gap in a moment or two back to the Ferrari of Luca Ludwig. The Ferrari's just done the best sector, I should say, of anybody down the Dottinger Hohe. That tells me that Ferrari 296 is still blisteringly quick when you get to the tubes and the straight line bits of this racetrack.
It is. They've always been these challenge cars, which I know this isn't exactly a derivation of an evolution of it, like those challenge cars, even from when I was first covering it in the UK in 2019, I had one of the drivers of one of those leading cars that actually won the championship that first year saying they were absolutely missile quick in a straight line. The issue was the cordon, because the challenge cars don't have road jointed suspension and stuff, so they're still rubberized. These cars, proper full GT3 cars, are very, very different, and they seem to have evolved now. This 296, which shares the same engine as the base unit of the 499P that won Le Mans last weekend, and of course the one that won the 24-hour here a month ago in the hands of Fricadelli. It just seems to have extraordinary pace, which is what I've said about taking it on to another level, and not to be discounted. 4 Porsches in a line here in 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, but ahead of it, who would have thought of it, in reverse order there, Audi, Porsche, Aston, Ferrari and BMW rounding out the top 6 places there. Quite extraordinary.
You talk about Ferrari Challenge, and obviously there are domestic championships around. There's a North American Championship, there's a European Championship, there's an Asian Championship. They're still on the 488s, aren't they? Yes,
at the moment. Yes, I'm sure that will change for next year. We're on the 488 Evos of that. Of course now. And then, of course, they ran and the Le Mans 24 Hour last week support race in the morning.
Yes.
The European Challenge one, yeah.
But that's a mouth-watering prospect to get a field full of these 296s as part of the Ferrari Challenge. My word.
I tell you what is mouth-watering, the cost of running the challenge race at Le Mans. I heard some numbers this week from people that were involved in coaching people there.
Yeah.
And some of the drivers were not expecting to spend or come away with any change out of €250,000.
Blimey.
For a race that spent most of it under safety car.
That's just to enter the race?
No, that's to complete the weekend.
So you turn up with a kind of prepared and ready to roll race car?
Yeah, 75 grand entry.
75 grand entry and arrive and drive, in a sense. The car's supplied to you for $250,000.
You think what we could do with €75,000? Rather than spend 25 million pound a safety car.
Circuit de la Sarthe is a wonderful place to go motor racing, but you didn't really get to go motor racing during that event, sadly.
But that also is motor racing. It's what happens. Yeah.
And admittedly, you're not the type of person to be entering a Ferrari Challenge race at Le Mans if you have to ask how much it's going to cost.
Exactly.
If you have to ask that question, you can't afford it, I'm afraid.
Exactly.
18 laps completed, and the gap. Well, what was the gap? There has been a change. I wondered that. Pro-Am, new leader, Mike Ortman, got ahead of Klaus Rader that lap around. And that is a silver-rated driver getting ahead of Klaus Rader, who is the bronze in the Huber Motorsport Porsche number 25. So Ortman, with his talents, and remember how he was starting to scamper away in the early stages of this race, put behind the wheel of the green and white Aston Martin early doors, and he's made short work there of German racer Klaus Rader. Where the overtake happened, we can't immediately tell you, but what he's done is made something like a 5-second gap, and a deficit for Ortman is now an advantage by 2.5 seconds, and that was confirmed at the end of lap 18. Still no stoppers in the leading batch of SP9 cars. Where is Frank Stippler, I hear you say? He is 3 minutes and 48 seconds adrift of Christian Krognes, who leads this race. But bear in mind, Frank Stippler now has 2 Pro-Am cars in front of him, and I would imagine he's taking big chunks out of Klaus Rader. Check out the last lap time. Rader an 8:50, Stippler did an 8:34. So he's taken 15 seconds on one single lap out of the 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche.
Just by comparison there, that Ludwig in the Ferrari, his last lap was an 8:34. Race leader Christian Krones in the BMW was an 8:37. Mike Ortman in the Aston was an 8:41, and Rader in 8:50. So second quickest there almost on that last lap.
Yes. 8:34.
I know it was fastest by 4/10. Sorry. Yeah.
So on the top 5,
4/10 slower. Yeah, that's all.
The top 5 lap times, Stippler fastest by 0.4 of a second, and Stippler could be the one on the move. He's
Stippler and Ludwig, isn't it? They're pushing it now.
Yes, but Ludwig has a far greater task of closing in a gap of pretty much 65 seconds to race leader Christian Krognes, and there is a strong chance, of course, that the Norwegian driver is racing within himself now. Team will be constantly in communication from Valkenor saying the gap is 65 seconds, the gap is 64 seconds, but they'll be informing him at the appropriate points around the lap to really just measure his pace to the flag now. It seems a strange thing to say. What are we, 75 minutes away from the checkered flag, but that's only one more stop, should only be one more fuel stop, and possibly a change of tyres for the leading BMW.
Meanwhile, this battle between the Black Falcon of, is it Ben Bunagal at the wheel of that at the moment, sitting behind the carton off the screen. It's determined, this has been going on for, seems endless, these two, almost that eternal piece of elastic between these two Porsches.
Well, Michele Di Martino is mightily experienced. He's raced Lamborghinis for Franz Conrad in the past. He's also, I think, raced Mercedes, AMGs for some big teams too. So Di Martino is a name to be reckoned with around this racetrack. He is 30 years old now, very Italian-sounding German racer, coming out of the VW Sirocco Cup, which was always door-handle-to-door-handle action.
Erlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
I can't see a reason why it's not currently coded with a yellow or a 120 or a 60 even. So that is as parked inside the truck. I'm just going to find out who's at the wheel of that. It's a choice of Masato Mitsuhashi or Renato Kubo driving that. I'm just going to find who's at the wheel of it.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden keeping you company for the 46th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen around the short combined circuit, as it's called. So the shortened version of the Grand Prix Strecke, which takes in the Mercedes arena and the U-bend cut through rather than the cars thundering their way down to the lowest part of the Grand Prix circuit. We miss out the Goodyear hairpin, as it's called these days, and instead head back on out to the Vidal chicane. And then you have a choice, of course, either turning right and going back into the pits, as many cars have done today with various mechanical gremlins, or the more natural route of turning left through Sabine Schmidt's curve and on to the Hatzenbach. It is a day at the moment for a BMW. Where have we said that before in NLS racing this year? Well, on every occasion, in fact. And it may well be, from 4 races, a clean sweep of this still relatively new M4 GT3. This time, the preparation done by Valkenhorst Motorsport for Christian Krognes and Kuba Gamaziak.
Yeah, just very quick on that 284. It was Masato Mitsuhashi that took the wheel of that, and yet to confirm why that car stopped. And slightly surprised there's no flag. Question for you, Johnny. If you were just if you were to sell your house and set up a racing team with all the proceeds you've made from that, once you paid the mortgage off and paid your capital gains tax, what GT3 car would you go out and buy if you were setting up a team now?
Now, they don't do an Alfa Romeo Giulia GT3, do they?
Yes, I'd like a 105 Giulia Spider. Yes, 1962.
Yeah, that would be quite good in GT3 format.
The current cars, what would you go and get?
There are a few more out next year as well, but we'll keep it to 2023 rules. See, I just wonder whether, has the Ferrari had its day now in the sunshine? It took a dramatic race win to break the stranglehold of the German manufacturers, but is it now just going to be bopped out of contention because it was one that slipped through the net? I wonder. I'll just leave that hanging there. Well, I think I'd have to go with the M4 at the moment because it is the earliest in its development. There's still a bit of pace to go, whereas the Audi, long in the tooth now, the R8 LMS, and I just wonder whether the chance, generally speaking, to get a good result out of that has been gone. Aston Martin Vantage, that's not been revamped for a little while, has it? When was that last Evo?
No. I would say, I mean...
Mercedes was a rejig in 2020.
That's 3 seasons ago. That's a long time in racing.
I know. I'll go with the M4.
It's very logical. My heart says Aston.
Of course.
But it wouldn't be. If it was a GTE car, yes, I'd go for the Aston. Or a GT4 one, actually. But not one of these, not a GT3. It's not got the pace. Logically, M4.
Yeah.
But people like Klaus Abelin don't switch from Porsches to Ferrari for a one-off win. He'll be at the 24-hour.
True.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. It's going to get bopped. It's going to get bopped fairly heavily. They're going to put a set of gloves on for that one. But we've seen it before. We saw it during the Nürburgring 24-hour race a month ago, where the Porsches were bopped heavily during qualifying, and then they took a lot of it away again, find their own way. I would still say M4 for reliability, and it's going to be it's going to be on the podium, almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
But there's something romantic about the Ferrari.
Oh, there is, definitely. But I just wonder whether there was that one single opportunity early in its development to get a very good result, and then, you know, almost flying underneath the radar. Everybody said, oh yeah, Ferrari up front, but it'll fade. It's a new car, it's going to break, and it just didn't.
Well, it didn't, and it went to Le Mans in a different variation of a Ferrari.
It's pretty much the same engine, though.
Exactly, that's my point. Exactly, it's pretty much the same engine. It's certainly the basis of it, totally different car, the 499P hypercar. But we had exactly the same, possibly because we thought about it, well, it couldn't possibly do the same as its younger sister did, its younger brethren, its sibling, and lo and behold, it did. Quite extraordinary.
I will say that...
And got craned out of the gravel during the night.
Well, yeah, excellent point.
Must be the first time ever. That's a car that's won Le Mans had that happen to it.
It wasn't the easiest run to the checkered flag, certainly not in the overnight hours. I will say Klaus Abelin hasn't turned his back entirely on Porsche because he's racing one today, and has handed that over now to Felipe Fernandez.
I don't think he's legally allowed to, is it? I think they'd take his citizenship away from him if he stopped running Porsche somewhere along the line.
I see, yeah. Well, certainly they would have a word in his ear, and clearly he still owns a Cup 2 car, sharing that. It's the 111 entry for Klaus and for Felipe Fernandez Larza. And could I say there was a third driver in that lineup for today, the 111 entry. You may get there before me, but it's neatly placed nevertheless in the Cup 2 division.
Yeah, Jules.
Oh yes, the man simply known as Jules. Whether he's a judge, we'll have to work that out at a later date, but Jules, in inverted commas, is the slightly unknown and obscure driver, as it were, but Fricadelli's car is running in 9th position in class. But the Cup 2, the overall positions in Cup 2, if you know what I mean, class positions in Cup 2, led by Nico Otto, car 100 from the 107, which is Henrik Still. And then that battle we cannot take our eyes off at the moment, Michele Di Martino versus Ben Bunagel. And they're still in the same order, 121 ahead of 102, red and black in front of gold, black and blue car of Ben Bunagel. And they're still unable to change those positions despite Bunagel's best efforts. Never like to see a car returning to the paddock on a flatbed, but that is the case for the 930 Porsche Cayman.
With a lot of the front left missing, the wheels pointing the right way, but one of the integral parts of any race car, and certainly Porsche, is the radiator, because it keeps it's part of the cooling system, and it keeps it cool. When the radiator's missing, it's I think they describe it as, I think the technical phrase is suboptimal.
It's certainly not of any use particularly, and yeah, if you keep pushing on with no coolant flushing through the system, you'll soon know about it. So the Adrenaline Motorsport team car, which On my timing screen, it doesn't even have a driver against it. Maybe that's because it's out of the race, technically, and the driver has clambered out of the car.
Semi-autonomous driving coming to NLS.
No, well,
here first at RSL.
There'll be a class for that pretty soon. Self-driving cars.
I've seen some driven by robots in the past, and that's not necessarily complimentary. But semi-autonomous, I'm not sure. Just going back to the 12-hour race, of course, I'm just trying to remember from last year, Ian McCarthy, thank you again, Ian, who just reminded us that what the rules were last year. It was effectively, it was a 12-hour race, because the first part ran, if the rules are the same, and I am correct, nothing's been published yet probably for this in September, but the first part ran for 6 hours into Radar, but then it was part Ferme rules overnight, and the cars came out again the next morning. And it was effectively a 12-hour race with a break, but you can't work on the cars.
I did wonder whether it might be an aggregate race where you add together the two race times.
But they have
another way of doing
also
it.
The organisers, the ADAC, are very good at changing things and adapting and tweaking all the time. So there might be a slightly different version of it this year. We will find out.
Well, that's how the 24-hour series have run their split races in the past. 3 hours at Mugello on a Friday, 9 hours on a Saturday, and you just grid them up as per the finishing positions. We've got just over, and I mean just over an hour to go. It's an hour and 33 seconds, and Ben Boonagel got a really good run on Michele Di Martino that time down the Dottingerhoor, but still no opportunity for Boonagel to squeeze ahead in the Black Falcon Team Identica car. Really nice delivery on both of these machines, by the way. The yellow door mirrors for Michele Di Martino.
Straight though, he's got to run there for the back markers at Tiergarten. He might just do it, Johnny. He's going to nip to the inside. This is going to be his best chance. He can't quite do it. He's going to go to the left-hand side to go all the way around the outside, or dive down the inside on the exit and try and get this done. I'm not going to use the terms you don't like, that's why I've deliberately avoided them, but not quite worked out for him. He's trying to get, these two have been at this for lap after lap. It seems like they've been doing this all race, and the concentration level to drive the Nordschleife at speed is one thing. To do this, constantly trying to work out how to get past the car in front, I'd take my hat off to these two. Defending and attacking. Absolute exemplary driving from both of them.
Well, it's like a Mobil 1 Super Cup race over 4 hours, and unfortunately neither of these...
Bring it on.
Oh, well, exactly. And we have this for 24 hours during the 24-hour race, as the name would indicate. But Nico Otto, unfortunately, is way ahead of these two. They'd have, well, Michele in the red and black cars got 11 seconds to find on Hendrik Still, and Hendrik in turn has got a further 25 seconds to find on Nico Otto. So it's not your average Cup 2 race where we would expect the leading duo to be as close as this. Unfortunately, we can only offer a third and fourth place fight as close as this one right now. Ben Boonagel in place is looking much quicker than Michele Di Martino, but he just cannot find a way by.
But do you know what? If you're in equal machinery with somebody you respect, and these two clearly do respect one another, the way they're racing, yes, of course, the driver wants to win, but you'd rather have a battle in some ways for third place, as this is, than be out at the front on your own. That may sound very strange because winning is points, and points mean prizes and all that. But I'm just thinking back to the Mon last weekend. I wish Johnny Moder was here to sort of concur or just say I disagree with that, trying to fall off your chair again.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Johnny, had to mention that once. But you want to race somebody, and it can be as satisfying to finish second, third, or this place third or fourth, having battled somebody, and they get. If these two go to the end like this, I know they'll embrace one another and just say, "Fantastic! I thought I had you here." I'm here, there, and they'll compare stories.
Yeah.
The fact that they're third and fourth, kind of immaterial. The team may not think so because they've got less points.
True, but even for third and fourth in a well-populated class such as this, you've got 13 cars in it, and the point system is done on a sliding scale. So if you enter a class of 2 cars and win, you get fewer points than you would do if you win a class full of 20 cars. And I think that's fair. It happens in multi-class racing elsewhere as well. You can only beat what is put in front of you, but if you continue to win a 2-car class month after month after month, it's very easy to win a championship like that, and much harder to score decent points when it's there's lots of entries. So a third place in this particular category, and indeed a fourth place if you are Ben Boonagel, not to be sniffed at. Very good lap time that time around for Arno Klassen in the only SP9 AM entered car, the Equipe Vitesse Audi R8 in its primer grey colours. And also need to mention the 170 Toyo tyres with ring racing Supra, car 170, where is that currently in the order? Running in 21st position. And it has Uwe Kleen at the wheel of that. Uwe Kleen, no relation to Christian, different spelling by the way. Heiko Tongus and Michael Tischner in the 170 car. Uwe running in that SP10 class with the rest of the GT4 runners, Snowy.
Yeah, and our two race leaders, as it were, into the pits now. So that's 34 Valkenhorst BMW, Christian Krones and Ludwig at the wheel of the 126 Ferrari. Octane 126 entered, Ferrari 296, that is, for clarity. And in fact, the Valkenhorst car has nearly finished its stop. I'm just wondering, are they going to do a driver change back to Kubica Maziak for the final hour in that car? They're going to have another pit stop, isn't it, after this?
No, it'd be fine to the finish from here.
Fine to the finish from here, okay.
Inside the final hour, so you can comfortably do about 63 or 64 minutes in a GT3 car, so it'll be all right to the finish. Kuba did stints 1 and 2, and then Krogner's got on board for stint 3.
Well.
Yeah. So I think you minimise the driver changes that way. You could do it driver 1 to driver 2 to driver 1 to driver 2, but actually better to self-contain each of the double stints. Only 2 drivers plugged into this BMW on the Yokohama tyres. But it's interesting for me that the 5 Audi have done as you suggest. So Frank Stippler started, then Vincent Cole took over for stint 2, Stippler back in for stint 3, and I'm fancying Vincent Cole will bring it to the flag. It's just a question as to how high up the order the number 5 car can get, because it's really been recovering to a decent result from minute 1, if not minute 2, when the car pitted after only a loop around the Grand Prix track.
And it appears that Luca Ludwig has stayed aboard the Ferrari as well.
Yeah, now
because they started with Jonathan Hershey, went to Bjorn Grossman, and then to Lucas. So stints 1, 2, and 3, as it were. So it looks like the 4th stint is going to stay with, say the person that's just driven the car. He knows what it is now. Why change the driver?
Yeah.
And the other
probably Luca's considered the quickest of those 3. I mean, it's nip and tuck, but Luca's often put out for qualifying duties during the big race of the year as well.
Yeah, I think Jonathan and Bjorn may disagree with that, but they have their own opinion.
Well,
but
you know,
that's drivers for you.
At RSL_studio, Jonathan and who else do we put in that car? Bjorn Grossman, of course. Yeah. Ben Bunagel taking a long look up the inside. This is Brunchen corner, and still can't find a way by Michele Di Martino. Martino, I don't think this car is quite as pointy as the 102 behind it. I thought this at the start of the lap, and the 102 looks slightly more manoeuvrable. Then again, Michele Di Martino has good speed when he makes his way onto the straights. Through Flansgarten, where the cars will briefly leave the ground. And now to the really quick stuff, heading towards Stefan Beloff S and the second of the concreted sections, the Schwabenschwanz. And Bunagel wanting to be as close as possible as they head into and out of Galgenkopf, because he tried it a lap ago to try and snatch 3rd position and has got a very good opportunity of doing the same again. Whether it's newer tyres for Ben Bunagel or just, I don't know, slightly better setup car to come good as they go through the race, that 102 car looks the better to have of these 2.
It does have that air about it, doesn't it? That if it was to be past it, it does look like it would not disappear, but it would just go like it would pull away. But it's that age-old adage we say in racing so many times: catching's one thing, getting by is another, and it just hasn't got the opportunity to so evenly match these 2. Ben Bunagel trying once again on the Dottinghoer to get that toe. Wants to pull up behind it, it's not closing the gap. That's the point. It's sitting there. We treated some onboard footage of it now, just to explain that, how it looks from our ROWE live helicopter. Ben Bunagel is sitting behind it a car's length distance. He's not able to do much to come to Tiergarten. He's trying to do that side drive into Tiergarten. As I say, he has gone round the outside. He has actually done it, going up into Tiergarten. That was very, very brave. Well, finally, it's been resolved now. is it going to be proven that he pulls ahead or not?
You said quite rightly he wasn't making any ground, and then all of a sudden he was.
Yeah, side drafting, so he just stole the air off him.
But it was the basic standard draft that sucked him in, and then he was able to get alongside, and as you say, disrupted the air over Michele's car, and Michele just seemed to be going backwards at one point underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher. Now the proof's in the pudding for me. Does the 102 car open up a gap? Because it does appear to be better in the slower speed corners. Clearly it hasn't quite got the straight line speed of the 121 and needed the toe off the back of that car with the yellow door mirrors.
Now, not being helped there, Johnny, by having to catch up with the 884 BMW, which was no fault of his own. He's got every right to be on the track. He's got to go through the right and the left. As he went through the left-hand side, he moved over to the right-hand side of the track to keep out of the way. But it looks like Ben Bernal was now under huge pressure once again as they go through the cutback of the GP circuit, and this may not be done. This position may change back. The GP circuit is the best opportunity to do this, but Ben Bernal has done all that work. He's waited and waited so patiently to get by, then got the job done, and then just the way the back markers fall, it's just suddenly he hasn't got the advantage needed on that pit straight.
Well, he's opened up a little bit of a gap on the Grand Prix track now through Hatzenbach-Bogen they go, and then this, not the full hard stop into the Vidal chicane, it's the faster configuration that we always use at these weekends. So taking plenty of curve there, and now up towards the left-hander, the Sabine Schmitz curve next up, and that run onto the Hatzenbach. As we concentrate on this battle, let's not overlook what's happening at the sharp end, because there's been a pit stop for the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. That was another driver change. Mike Ortman getting out, and Belgian bronze-rated driver Maxime Dumouriez taking charge of the Aston Martin for the second time today. So Dumouriez still shown as in third position, but I wonder whether he's actually dropped to fourth now. If Frank Stippler, Stippler did not come in at the end of lap 21. Expecting Stippler to go a little bit further than that, probably until the end of not this lap but the next lap, before Stippler comes in and hands the car over to Vincent Cole. That's what I would expect. There was also a stop on that lap for the Huber Racing Porsche, which came into pit road from 5th position, and that was a chance to plug in the 4th and final driver allocated to car 25, Hans Wehrmann, for his first run in the 46th edition of the Grenzlandrennen. That gap between 102 and 121 is starting to open up a little bit this time. I don't think Michele Di Martino, now he is, couldn't hold back Ben Boonagel, he doesn't seem to have an answer for the Team Identica car. As they head out of Arenberg and plunge down the hill into the Fuchsrohre, with Adenauer forced at the bottom of this as everything opens up, the tree line suddenly clears, and you head into that open area of Adenauer Forst. Very technical part of the track, as the car is desperately wanting to go to the right-hand side, but you are hugging the left-hand apex, then muscling it through the right-hander, and a chance to open up the throttle for a short time before the double left-hander at Metzgersfeld.
Let's look at the lap stints they've done. This car has done 7 laps, or no, six laps already. This is the 102 Black Falcon entry with Ben Bernal at the wheel, and I'm just going to look at the 121 Kramer Racing Di Martino. That's done 7 laps as well.
Okay,
so they're on the same strategy.
Yeah. So we would expect, well, 2 cars might be able to do 9 laps actually on a stint, rather than the 8 that is generally the case for the GT3s. Although looking back, 102 hasn't done any more than 8 laps on a single stint so far. And the same actually for the K Kramer car and the number 121 of Michele Di Martino. Just over 45 minutes to go. Thomas Jaeger came in on that lap. He is the sole surviving SPX runner. That's a Mercedes-AMG GT2 car for the Haupt Racing team. And Jaeger returning to the racetrack. Meanwhile, the Valkenhorst BMW race leader Christian Kronknes is having to negotiate some traffic. That looks like Bergwerk, turning right and about to head up the hill. Is that actually the Team Identica car that he's got by? It's Identica colours anyway, if it's not the 102. Sorry, Snow.
No, I'm just saying, much as I love sharing the commentary box here with you, John, I just sometimes I see bits of this track and I think, oh, I just want to be out there playing.
Well,
working.
Of course, yeah, for research purposes. I've never driven it for real. On a simulator as close to real life as they can get, I have to say, I get spooked on the Klostertal and Kesselchen stretch.
That's the best bit.
I know it is.
That's the best bit.
But you think, I can go faster up here, and then you can't go any faster up here because it's in the wall.
Yeah, that's that old Gilles Villeneuve quote. It's not flat. I thought it was. It's not flat.
I found out that wasn't the case.
Yes, it's that part of the track's a definite code brown.
Indeed. Tests the men from the boys, perhaps. And I'll also throw in a bit of traffic as well, where you have to go offline. That's not very nice out in the marbles. You'll soon run out of asphalt. And then if you do catch the green stuff, you're very quickly in the barrier because you're talking probably 2 or 3 metres before, between the white line at the edge of the circuit and that very hard metal barrier.
Well, running out of track and all that is one thing, but the danger is running out of talent first, and that sort of dictates where you are on or off track, to be honest. It's the talent that keeps you on track.
The gap from Ben Boonagel through to Michele Di Martino is growing. Boonagel looking to nip up the inside of one of the hot hatches and has to think about it 2 or 3 times. Thankfully, he was seen. That looked like possibly a Cupra.
I think that was good driving on both parts there, to be honest, Johnny. That if it is the Cupra, then he'd got alongside, but it was just that exactly what you need to do on this circuit. Let the other driver know you're there without entirely committing to creating a mistake, because whilst you want to come through and it's a natural driver's process to be continuous full momentum, that's what you want to be doing. But equally, there's no point in risking it, tapping somebody and being out, or taking somebody else out. But selfishly, you want to take yourself out. So just put yourself in a position where I'm here, have you, haven't you? It's not a hesitation, it's just a clarify the point, I'm here, give them a chance to go, yes, you're there. There was no swerve out of it. I think that was very good driving on both parts. And this is exactly why they go through this procedure with the ring permit, to understand how it all works. And you've got to work together. It's all very well saying, I'm in a farter category car and let me through. You haven't got a right to be on the racetrack. And, as I was taught by a teammate of mine many years ago who was a world champion, he just said, it doesn't matter how quick you think you are or how fast the car you've got underneath you is, other cars don't just disappear. And it was a very valid lesson of, it just doesn't disappear. You might think you've got this right in your head, but you're still driving a physical match. That car in front is going to be there. It's your responsibility to get around it, always a faster car. So I think that was a perfect example of sensible committee driving from both of them.
Very easy, I think, for Ben Boonagel to hang back and actually still be in the blind spot of the Cupra. But as you say, draw alongside, make the car obviously present, and then you have a decision to make. But very well summed up there, Snowy, and thankfully collision avoided. So Boonagel down the hill into Tiergarten, and it's only when you get a view of the cars down at ground level that you realise quite how fast they're going. The longer distance cameras don't level out the top speed, really. The foreshortening of TV cameras naturally slow cars down, but when they whip by Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, they are really pushing hard, and that moment where they hit the brakes, the cars come briefly fairly unstable as the initial arresting of the speed takes place. Michele Di Martino in at the end of that lap, whereas Ben Boonagel stayed out. So Di Martino pitting from 4th, also in on this lap, the Cup 2 race leader, who is Nico Otto for Max Cruiser Racing. The Otto-driven car shared by Ben Leuchter. And we did have somebody else in the 100 car as well. It says, ferreting through the entry list, that it was... No, actually, just those 2 drivers. So Nico Otto at the wheel currently, Ben Leuchter, who started the race with a double stint. And I would imagine that Otto will be retained for the final run to the flag. But there again is an idea of quite how much further a Cup 2 car can go. They've generally been doing 65 minutes, maybe even 66, 67 minutes on a stint, which means they'll only have 40 or so minutes to do for the closing run to the flag. Christian Krognes, his race lead has been whittled down a little bit 5 seconds gained by the chasing Luka Ludwig, and now that gap that was about 65 seconds is now only 49. So the gap from the race-leading BMW back to the Ferrari 296 of Luka Ludwig, going in the right direction for the Swiss driver. But is that partly to do with Christian Krognes driving at maybe 80 or 90%, knowing that he's got that leading margin to play with? Frank Stippler, on the other hand, has just done, well, that's a massive, oh no, beg pardon, because the top 2 cars have pitted. That's the reason why they show north of 10.5 minutes on their lap time, whereas Frank Stippler did not pit on the previous lap, and he's just done an 8 minutes flat for lap 22 around the combined track here at the Nordschleife. And when is Frank Stippler due into the pits next time around? It should be at the end of this lap. So this will be the highest that we see the number 5 car for a little while, due into pit lane in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And that will be the 4th stop of the race, although really the 3rd stop of the scheduled visits to pit lane. He had 1 visit to pit lane very early on, which is very much off-piste and not part of the Share a Sport script. Tottinger has 1 or 2 cars on it at the moment, but certainly not as busy as we've seen it earlier on in the day. Arno Klassen is having fun in the Equipe Vitesse Audi, continuing to chisel away at that car's best lap of the race. He's got it down to an 8:14.4 now. Just a shame that that is the only SP9 AM car in the entry. Yeah, so really having to find alternative competitors in the lineup. Not too far away from some of the Cup 2 cars, actually, in the 911 GT3 Cup division, and Cup 3 is only a few places back as well. Here's the BMW from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Christian Krognes about to tick off lap 23, and his lead margin was just under 49 seconds at the start of this lap. It'll be interesting to see how that has altered at the end of lap 23. And Valkenhorst Motorsport may be a touch concerned that they've had 1 puncture on a car that they run. That may well have prompted a quick radio message to Kuba Gamaziak at the time to stay off those awkward curbs. The Yokohama shod car will have different, well, presumably different camber settings compared to a BMW that runs on the Michelin tyres, like the BMW Junior team. But it's been a strong partnership between Valkenhorst and Yokohama over the years, at least the 5th season that they have run with the Japanese rubber.
And just to clarify what you're meaning by staying off those curbs, they're not curbs like at the roadside where it's a sharp sort of edge, but they can be serrated as well, because they can be done that to encourage people not to use them too much. What it does to the tyre is it damages the sidewall of the tyre, and it really depends on the temperature in it. If it's too cold, it's not meant to work that way, and it's one of the things you have to learn is to stay off the curbs, especially if they're serrated, when the tyres are cold, until you've got heat into them. While we see these weaving, when you see cars weaving, we see it here on the Dottinger Ho on that first lap, we see it in all sorts of formulas across the world of motorsport. What they're actually doing is they are putting a bit of heat into the tread of the tyres, where there is no tread being a slick, but the tread area. But what they're trying to do also is that's why some people weave quite excessively, is the shoulder of the tyre, the sidewall. They're trying to flex that to get it supple, to make the thing up to the right temperature, because it doesn't like being cold and has an operating temperature, unlike a road tyre, a very small window. And if you go over curbs and crack those when it's cold, it can damage the plies in it, and quite literally that will lead to a failure. And that's obviously what you don't want. So quite often you'll see it on the insides. Of course, they're cambers. Some of the Porsches, they're rear engine car, they'll run quite a big camber, so the wheels are tilted in, basically at the top. That means that they're running on the inside edge of that tyre, which is all the more critical to get the heat into it working at the right point. So just driving along in a straight line, the wheels are effectively tilted over until you load into core, it becomes level. Of course, the inside one then isn't. So it's all about, that's why time management is just so important.
I mean, cambers are designed, like you say, to be the best condition when you're cornering, which levels the tyre out.
The best contact patch when it's under load whichever side of the car it is. So a right-hander is loading the left-hand side of the car, logically, and vice versa. What it does mean then is, of course, that if you then run over a curb when the tyre's cooler, you can damage it. So it's all part of the discipline of being a driver, which is why you have engineers will say do this and that in between, and you think if you hear it that they're telling you how to drive. It's a reminder, because it's the big picture. There's no point in losing the race by having a tyre that's failed because the driver hasn't thought about what they're doing. So you just need that. And drivers are pretty focused people at the best of times. They tend to be sort of looking forward. So it's good to have a sort of template sometimes. I've remembered this one. And curbs can change around a circuit. Some will be smooth, some won't be. There's some you can and cannot avoid, and that's all part of your armoury. You have your little black book of basically going around. That's why people do circuit walks, have a look around and look at things, and there'll be manhole covers or whatever, depending on whether it's a permanent road circuit or a race circuit or however it's whatever format it is.
And there was a great example at the Circuit de la Sarthe last weekend, where at Indianapolis, because so many cars had run wide, the gravel track was getting lower and lower. So, you drop the tyre over the curb, and then there's a really big lip to get back up on top of, because the gravel track was probably half a foot lower than it was at the start of the race.
Exactly, that's effectively a safety net initially, but then that's taken away because it's eroding, like gravel that's torn away. So the problem is exactly that. You just run what feels a little bit wide, and it can only be a matter of a couple of centimetres, and you drop the inner edge of that tyre over the curb and then back over again. You imagine taking a road car and driving it, hitting a curb. We say we curbed it, it damages alloys, doesn't it? But it doesn't do the sidewall a lot of good. Now, these, of course, are low-profile racing tyres. Bit of debris on the track there, Johnny, I've just noticed, for just a replay we had of the Valkenhorst leading car, number 34, coming through. Was that the arena? Or not quite the arena part, is it? It
was the final bit.
Final bit of the arena, was right, yeah.
So the final left-hander, which is then a tricky right-hander, but...
Was it debris that was already on the track? Yes, it was. It wasn't coming off the 34 car. And breathe again.
But, well, concerningly, though, Krognes ran right over the top of it. Now, I don't think any of the four tyres came in contact with it, but it may well have taken a chunk of the floor, depending on what it was. Just a bit of car bodywork. May well have just splintered into yet more tiny pieces, but it's another concern that maybe Christian Krognes does not need this late on in the race. Let's hope none of his Yokohama tyres ran over it, and therefore he's not risking a puncture on this next lap. This is lap 24. Meantime, the 35 car that was within a chance of being retired on the spot is still going, and Thomas Neubauer has just brought that car in after a lap time of 8:16.2, whereas Neubauer and his teammates have completed 18 laps in the 35 Valkenhorst BMW. We're talking 23 laps for the overall race leader. So car 35, the sister at Valkenhorst, has lost 5 laps with that puncture, and it was car 35. Dylan Pereira suffered a puncture, didn't he, in his opening or second stint, and had to pit. And not only was it a puncture, but it had also done some damage as well to the internals of that car. So maybe the odd suspension bit that needed replacing as well. It feels like Christian Krognes is not still reining back the pace here, and I can understand why, because often if you try and race at 70%, that's where mistakes can creep in. So you want to try and keep the pace up, the delta time there or thereabouts, and with some traffic to deal with as well. A 106.3 is a very healthy lap time through the first sector time through the first bit, and also 105.3. There's a drama at Hatzenbach, but thankfully that's not this time around going to affect Christian Krognes, who is well clear of that moment. But you were nodding there, Snowy, about not wanting to ease up. Even though you've got nearly a 50-second lead, best not to break your concentration.
Well, it's one of the RSL team's favourite phrases, isn't it? Joe Bradley. It always said you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly, and it's exactly what you just suggested there, Joe. You work within a zone, a window, and you're used to driving the car in a certain way. If you have to because of a tyre or something else, then that's something completely different. But just being told to sort of stroke it home is one of the most difficult parts for a driver, because they're not used to doing that. They always want to come first. So you've got to you've got to really apply yourself to doing that, and it's not easy. It's boring as well.
Well, yes.
Just putting a personal spin on it.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, you're almost conceding. You're almost saying we don't need to do any more from this position. A 50-second lead is plenty, thank you. But if you do have a drama, something that slows you on a particular lap, if you catch the traffic at the wrong place, or equally, if you go through a slow zone, which is then cleared for Luca Ludwig behind you, 50 seconds could very easily disappear. So you can't rely on that time, remaining 50 seconds, all the way to the finish.
Now, you may remember who it is, but if not, I'm sure that social media will light up with it. But I can't think who to credit this to, but there's a well-known phrase, and it's by one of our drivers of 60s, 70s era, I think it is. It said that the object is to win races at the slowest possible pace.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's somebody like Andretti or somebody like that just said it. That's the point. It might have even been Scheckter. I'm going to have to look it up now, aren't I, before Twitterati beats me to it.
24 laps now completed for Christian Krognes. 30 minutes left of this year's NLS 4, the 46th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen, and BMW level briefly there with the number 10 Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf. Making short work of that, it is Hamill at the wheel of the VW Golf Mark 7, and that's in the SP3T category. Is not a fight to be necessarily approached for the VW Golf. You've got to pick your battles, and that Golf stays or makes a side step to allow the Valkenholz BMW M4 through, and the gap on that occasion actually opened up by a further couple of seconds. So again, further fuel to the fire that Christian Krognes is doing entirely the right thing, opening that gap up to Luca Ludwig in second position.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
It's the closing stages of NLS4 here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You join, or indeed rejoin, Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden for the final 23 and a bit minutes, and 9.59 to the inside at the base of the carousel, cutting its way to the concrete itself. That's the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 718 Cayman that runs in Cup 3. And 9.59 is indeed the Cup 3 race leader, with Heiko Eichenberg at the wheel. He has a lead of only, well, at the start of the lap, 0.1 of a second. He's opened the gap up a little bit now, back to Oberheim in the 960 Cup 3 car. But that is much more like it. After well over 3.5 hours of racing, these two Cup 3 leaders started this lap 0.183 seconds apart. Brilliant stuff.
That's proper racing for you. Just looking at some footage from the ROWE helicam shot there of a Porsche. I'm not sure quite, it was a trick of light on the door there, but it almost looks as if the driver's door was not on that car. It has to be because the mirror's there. Unless we screwed that into mid-air or something on a skyhook, I'm not sure, but it just must be some kind of damage on it. But it did look vaguely like it had no door on it. So we have just over 20 minutes to go, Johnny. 22, 25, for there's 22 and 22 now. And it's BMW Ferrari from Aston.
Yeah. And what can the Ferrari do?
I want to bet my house on that.
Okay, so yeah,
Ferrari into the pits.
I did think a BMW would win this race purely because we've had BMWs winning all the way through, but unfortunately what we've been denied of is how good was the Audi going to be on a level playing field in the hands of Frank Stippler and Vincent Cole. That Audi, number 5, had to pit really early on in the piece. There's now the Goodyear Eagle tired Ferrari from Octane 126, has its fuel cap unscrewed, or rather screwed back on. And the team are not doing any work on this car at the moment. How many laps has this been for Ludwig? Only a 4-lap stint, and away it goes. Was that penalty being served then by right next to the garage rather than in the penalty box?
Well, it looked like it, yes, because that's gone out with a degree of urgency, has it not? Now, where's the third place car next to this? That's Dumoulin in the Aston. It's only at Westfalenfahrt now, and the Ferrari's back out again. Now we've got a Porsche. Now this is the 968 entered number. Ooh, just lost its left tyre, front left tyre. It's just literally departed from the rim, and there is some panel damage to that already. So it's running on. Well, there's a little bit of the sidewall left there. This is the 960, is it? Yeah, 960.
60, yes, you're right.
Yeah. No point saying the doorway's damaged. It's on the bonnet as well. Oh, wait, actually. Now that's accident damage, because there's a lot of bodywork damage to the front left of that car headlamp as the Adicam zooms in. I assume it's the cameraman zooming in for us, not the helicopter dropping down that low.
Let's hope not. But this is key in the Cut 3 division. Yeah. We talked about Heiko Eichenberg and the gap that he'd got at the start of the lap, which was 0.1 of a second. Well, the reason why Moritz Oberheim is no longer on his boot lid is because that front left tyre's let go on the Arvia WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman. So surely that has allowed the 950 car now through and into second position for Horst Baumann. The gap was 53 seconds at the start of this lap between Eichenberg, who leads Cup 3, and the third place, likely now second place, 950 car from Schmickler Performance. So all change for the top 3 order in Cup 3. And I have to say, Arvia WNS Motorsport are going to do very well here to leave the Nordschleife with a podium. Desiree Müller now being interviewed by Patrick Simon in pit road, who is the leader in the ladies' trophy so far this season. 58.6 seconds the gap between Christian Krognes and Luca Ludwig. It's going the right way for BMW, despite that. Well, it's even larger now, of course, because of that Ferrari and a slightly bizarre moment where the Ferrari came in. The team appeared to tighten the fuel cap on the car. They didn't loosen it to put fuel in, or not that I could see anyway. And unless it was a quick refill, maybe they'd worked out not enough fuel had gone into it, but they sent it back out again, and it has lost a huge amount of time. That may well have given the Aston Martin even better a shout of finishing in second position. We need really for the cars to go through the next split times to get a true gap on that, but it was a loss of, I reckon, about 45 seconds for the Ferrari compared to the BMW of Christian Krognes. Look at the first sector times for Krognes. It was 1 minute and 6 for sector 1 for the Norwegian, and 1 minute and 50, so around about 44 seconds the difference for that Ferrari. A costly error, if indeed it was, or a costly penalty that needed to be served by Ferrari number 26.
Just put that in perspective, where the Ferrari is on track at the moment is Neckesfeld, and I'm just trying to find where the Aston is physically on track, just to give myself a little visual, as it were. Yeah, it's still a Hatton back. Nearly into our dying minutes of the race. Christian Krognes, it is, in the Valkenhorst Motorsport M4 GT3 leading. The Ferrari 296 GT3 of Octane 126 that Johnny just been talking about, engine number 26, with Luca Ludwig at the wheel of that car that was started by Jonathan Hershey. And then Bjorn Grossman took it over. Luca Ludwig still at the wheel of that now. Our driver lineup in the third place car, we've mentioned this, it's a Pro-Am, so you actually have one Pro and one Am. It's Mike Altman that's the Pro, and Maxime Dumoulin that's the amateur in that car, and doing a great job to be in third place though. But it's got that not exactly champing up a bit behind it on its heels, because the fourth place car, number 5, my apologies, is the Shearer Sports PHX Audi R8. It was started by Frank Stippler, that had that extraordinary issue on the opening lap and identified whether they had a sensor tell him or what it was, or the team, or he just sensed it himself. And any one of those is entirely possible, certainly the latter, from somebody the ultimate experience of Frank Stippler, that the Audi R8 just, let's just say, sensing, told or otherwise, that the left rear was got a puncture, and we were treated to the extraordinary sight of the pole position car peeling off into the back of the pits and not even going on to the Nordschleife, just doing the GP part of the circuit on that very first lap. And we predicted a podium was not impossible for that car. It is currently in fourth. It's mixed feelings out. You always want people to do well,
of course, and
I'd love us to have that borne out and just say it did get to go onto the podium, but that would be at the cost at the moment of the Aston.
Yeah.
But it has also got a bronze rated driver, is it?
Dumouriez's bronze
in that, isn't it? Yes. Which comes to us all eventually with time. You mentioned that earlier. You get to a certain age and they just go, nah, you passed it, mate.
Well, not past it. Just you get to a certain age, and Frank Stippler, I think I said, is 2 years away from that, and all of a sudden he drops down a grade.
Just seeing the 960 Porsche being worked on in the pit lane there. This is the one that had the front left damage, and they're just replacing, take over the bodywork, etc., etc. But a neat little touch. Mechanics just got in the engineer, technician, whatever I still call them mechanics.
That's fine.
Most important thing, actually, and really helpful for a driver, has gone in and just straightened the mirror back, because it's a road cast. The mirrors click in. So whilst he's clicked the barrier there, it's flattened the mirror. Now, 120 Porsche has a right rear puncture. Now, this is our Cup 2 car, isn't it? It's at the bottom of that class. That's the Aviva Motorsport entry.
Yeah, but the 120, when it was in the hands of
at the wheel,
when it was in the hands of Tim Scheerbar, he was running third, and then Paul Harkema did well as well, the man from the Netherlands.
It's not now.
David Jahn took over and really wasn't that far away from a top 5 position, but huge delay on this lap for Jahn, and the car hugely down on the rear right-hand corner. They're going to change, by the looks of things, all 4 Michelin tyres, and a fresh set have been held back of the Pilot Sport tyre for this closing stint, but maybe a question of what might have been for the Avia WNS Motorsport car, which has been a quick race car all day.
And they are refueling it as well, so it's been a little bit a while to go on that. So Boardman just waiting to give them the signal. The car finished being refueled. Air bottles out of the way. And it's back in.
Another lap beginning for Christian Krognes in the 34 car, so that's 26 laps now completed. His BMW number 34 pitted with 55 minutes left on the clock, so it should be absolutely fine to get to the finish on that amount of fuel, and certainly these areas of yellow flag and in some cases code 60 around the track will be helping with fuel consumption. And he's got the lead up to 1 minute and 40, because remember, Luca Ludwig had to pit at the start of that last lap around with, at the moment, an unexplained problem. Were they unable to get the full amount of fuel into the car, so it had to come in effectively for a splash, or did it have to serve a penalty? I'm still pretty sure that penalties are served not outside your garage, but in the penalty box at pit in instead. So it was definitely a stop outside the Octane 126 garage. Team were touching the car as well, which normally you're not allowed to do when a penalty is being served. And then after about 45 seconds worth of a delay, the Ferrari went back into the race. But what is the gap like now between Maxime Dumouriez and the Luca Ludwig Ferrari? I still think that's probably opened up a little bit, courtesy of Ludwig, who is a gold graded driver, versus Dumouriez, who is bronze. The real fascinating one is whether Vincent Kolb can inch his way closer to the Belgian racer Maxime Dumouriez at the wheel of the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. and whether we may have a late change to see an SP9 Pro car get ahead of a Pro-Am car for a 3rd place overall. Aston Martin now heading towards the end of the Dottinger Hoor, and look much further back, the red door mirrors of the Audi of Scherer Sport. That's a real-time gap, therefore, between Aston 17 and Audi number 5, probably about 20 seconds with a few more laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely so. And, that's always the danger of your driver cycle, what you're going to do if you've got no disrespect to our driver in that, number 17, Maxime Dumouriez. He's a bronze-rated driver. He's a bronze-rated driver for a reason. It's Pro-Am. Somebody's got to be the Am.
Yeah. But their priority is not to beat Stippler and Kolb. They never thought that would be possible at the start of the race. They are making sure they finish ahead of the 25 Huber Porsche.
You are in 3rd, and you want to have that glory of being on the podium. Person they're crossing the line now with just over 10 minutes 30 seconds to go. Trying to see where the Audi is in relation. It was what was the gap across the line?
Well, it was over 20 seconds. It's now down to 15.
Yeah, it was 26 seconds, wasn't it? It's now, yeah.
So that was an 8.50 from the Aston, an 8.39.5 from the Scherer Sport Audi.
It's 10 seconds, isn't it?
There you go. I mean, that is the difference. Like it or love it, that's the difference between a non-professional bronze driver and a silver hot shoe, Vincent Kolb. And Maxime will be the first to admit. No,
and rightly so.
I'm not
it's
here
what it should be.
Yeah.
You're not there to take on the likes of the pros.
You've got to pick your battles, and it's not a like-for-like
But please, can you slow down, because I want this podium. Well, on the other hand.
But they will still, even if they allow the Audi through, they'll still stand on the top of the podium of their class, and they will still be taking the maximum amount of points on offer, albeit it's a relatively small subscribed class. Pro-Am cars, there are 3 in the entry.
Yeah. Drivers always say that records don't matter, and class podium is the same as an overall podium. No, it isn't. Trust me. They won't admit to it, but it isn't. Trust me.
No. Well, it's not going to be all-out risk here, because the last thing Maxime Dumouriez wants to do is end up in a barrier somewhere trying to hang on to a 3rd place overall. However, if he can play the traffic well, and if he can get a bit of luck here and there for the odd yellow that affects Kolb in his draft, but not necessarily the green and white Aston, then they will take that all day long. Drop of a couple of tyres off the road there for the 191 BMW. How is that doing in SP10? It's running in 2nd position and about 20 seconds adrift of the race leader, which is the 170 Toyota Supra.
Just a quick clear up on the 26 entry, the Octane 126 Ferrari. It appears that the fuel filler cap was replaced. Therefore, there was no work done on the car. It was a requirement to replace that because presumably it was leaking. So you've got to touch the car to do that.
Yes,
Therefore, you've not broken the rules. They haven't done anything else with it. They've done the bit that's required. So that's completely within the rules.
But crucially, it wasn't a penalty being served.
No.
It was obviously either a decision by the team to replace that, or it was the officials effectively waving it a black flag with the orange spot on it, the mechanical warning flag, saying you're trailing oil, please fix the problem. And thankfully for Octane 126, what it has done is eliminated any chance of them taking a race win, bar major incident for the Valkenhorst BMW. But it didn't lose them a position on the road, because the Aston Martin was not close enough to capitalise on that 45-second deficit. So the Ferrari in and out, the work itself, total time lost, 45 seconds. Every credit to Octane 126 for achieving that and limiting the amount of time the Ferrari needed to take in the pit lane. Lonely drive, it appears, for Christian Krognes at this stage, but he will not mind that one bit. Now, when did he start this probably penultimate lap? Yeah, he will be able to get around. He's just gone through and onto the Dottinger Hoor now. But this time around, there will be less than a lap time still on the clock. So we're on the penultimate lap now for the Krognes-driven Valkenhorst BMW. A little bit of a toe picked up there by one of the lower order cars. And the BMW now with a 1:40 lead, which is a huge margin. It's going to be, I think, easily the largest winning margin that we've had all year. And again, looking highly likely that a brand new, or into its 2nd year, more accurately, BMW M4 is going to take another victory in one of these NLS rounds to make it a clean sweep so far. But there is still one more lap to be completed for Christian Krognes and his teammate Kuba Gamaziak. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, so this is guaranteed to be the final tour for the Walkenhorst BMW on the Yokohama Advance.
Now it's a lap that the number 17 Aston with Maxime Dumouriez at the wheel doesn't need, but unfortunately it is going to happen. The inevitable is going to happen. Just on a visual for that, we knew the gap was about 15 seconds. Dumouriez is at Klostotol now on that fast run up to the Caracciolo carousel, and Frank Stippler won't have him in sight just yet, and in fact the Aston will come up to the sharp right-hander that begins the final climb to the carousel. Stippler is just at Klostotol now, so it's going to be a little while yet. I may not actually read him in on this lap. It may go on to the final lap before Frank Stippler catches and does pass the Aston for third place. We did also say early on, didn't we, when that car came in for its left rear puncture on that very first lap, which is our whole position car we're talking about, of course, that it was, you said top 5, and he looked and said, podium possible? I said, yes. It looks like it's going to do it. It's there's 5 minutes, 15 seconds of racing to go. Of course, these cars got to come through and across the line yet, so it is still possible. I'm trying to look at the sector times. It's so Dumouriez is a 1:05, and of course, it's not Stippler, is it? Kolb.
Vincent Kolb, yeah.
Vincent Kolb, my apologies. Frank Stippler started the car.
Yeah, and they've chosen to do a driver change every time the Audi has come onto pit road. So Kolb did the second stint, Stippler back in for stint 3, and Kolb to finish things off. So he gained about a second, did Kolb, on Dumouriez in the first sector. Then he lost time.
He lost 3 seconds, didn't he?
So that's got to be down to a bit of traffic. Gain 2 seconds in sector 3. This is not necessarily done and dusted. It's all about really sector 4, which takes generally three and a half minutes.
Isn't it? It's a big one.
And if it's a big gain for the Scherer Sport Audi, then the Aston's number may well be up for an overall podium finish. Ferrari number 26, without that hiccup, might have been a bit closer to the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, but I actually don't think it's lost a great deal. I think it's going to always be a big ask to close in on Christian Krognes. I'm hearing actually that they forgot to put the
flap over the flap over the filler.
The filler cap was not reattached. I saw them screwing it back on, but it might well be they fueled the car, they spun it through to 45 degrees ready to go, and then simply forgot to put the filler cap on, like you would do at your local petrol station.
Right,
leave
Maxime
it on the rest.
Dumouriez is a 3:07 in the sector 4.
Well, that's showing me that that whole sector is now pretty much clear of previous yellows.
3:06 for Vincent Kolb, so it's actually a second. So 9/10 quicker. So it's not hand over fist, not the massive gain. I was expecting that nice long set there. There could have been up to 3.5 seconds taken out of him, but maintaining it at the moment. So it might not be. Might we not be thinking it might not be an Audi on the first step of the podium. It might be the Aston, but Maxime Dumouriez has got another lap of this to go. The pressure to do this, and he'll know exactly what's going on. His team will be telling him, and it would be absolutely no disgrace whatsoever if somebody of the calibre of Vincent Kolb were to come past you in a Scherer Sport PHX Audi. But if you can keep it behind, then hats off to him.
Top secret, we don't mention it very often. Aston Martin fan Peter Snowden getting very excited to my right here. But he remains neutral, of course. They're all his favourites. But
I try and remain impartial, but
15 seconds has only become 14.7. It needs to close a lot more readily than that, because we are now onto the final lap for Maxime Dumouriez in his Pro Sport Aston, ahead of Vincent Kolb in the Scherer Sport Audi. It's almost turned into a handicap race here, whereby you put the pole man effectively 2.5–3 minutes down the field and see whether you can make the podium from there. Frank Stippler would dearly have liked to have started his race in a very different way, with all 4 Michelin tyres fully inflated, but it wasn't to be. And clearly he felt that something wasn't quite right on that green flag lap, so pitted at the end of a Grand Prix lap, or half the Grand Prix lap as we run it here. Now, it's not all done and dusted for Christian Krognes either, because, yes, he knows this part of the circuit very well indeed, but there will be dribs and drabs of slower traffic still to get by. The sorry sides of the Schnitzelarm Mercedes GT2 that we lost really early on when Peter Pozovac had to park his car at the base of the carousel. Pozovac did make it back to the pits because he was interviewed by Patrick Simon later in the piece, but he looked particularly glum, and it meant that his teammate wasn't able to have a drive this afternoon. He'll have to wait till NLS 5, therefore. There are some good lap times coming in now from a number of runners, so clearly track conditions are good, and an example of the fact that we are now green everywhere, I believe.
I was just going to say, just to finish it off perfectly, full green flag last lap, but
however,
Dumoulin is 4/10 quicker than Kolb through sector 1.
And we had a full green race.
He's got his dander up. He's not letting go of that podium yet.
We had a full green racetrack for less than a minute there, because now the 106, or is it the 104 Cup 2 car has hit some problems. That's Jörg Wiebahn in the Pro Sport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Thankfully, he's pulled off on the entry road for the tourist laps, so they will be able to just pull him back there into the safe side of the Armco barrier.
Yeah, 104. Yeah.
Hopefully those yellows at the end of the Duttinger Hoor can be lifted, but we've also now just heard about some difficulties at Verseifen as well. Marshall Post 114. So BMW, driven by Christian Krognes, wondering whether to go alongside one of the Porsche Cup cars from Mühlner Motorsport. Does overlap there and is able to duck past. He is in the penultimate sector. We have confirmation this is the final lap, because the clock is now at 0, and in that very long sector, Christian Krognes through the Stefan Beloff S and towards the Kleiner Carousel. 2 wheels on the asphalt, 2 wheels on that concreted section, dual concrete blocks, in fact, meaning that plenty of grip there in the dry. You do not want to be hurling the car in at that sort of speed in the wet, but thankfully we haven't needed to worry about any wet stuff through the course of today's race. And there's still a bit of a question mark as to whether that 14.7 second advantage at the start of the lap for Maxime Dumoulin will be enough for Pro Sport Racing in the leading SP9 Pro-Am car to get an overall podium, and that really would be quite a story. And every credit to Mike David Ortman and Maxime Dumoulin, who've been driving the green and white Aston all afternoon. To the inside line of Antonius Bucher, Valkenhorst Motorsport, surely no looking back now, on course for another victory, and it will be 4 out of 4 for the BMW M4 in various different guises. Rover have taken a victory this year. Valkenhorst will make it 2. The BMW Junior team victorious in NLS 3. But it is Christian Krognes, together with his teammate Kuba Gamasiak, who did the opening 2 stints, who take the victory in NLS 4. Surely Luca Ludwig will come home in the Octane 126 Ferrari in 2nd position, but massive question marks in the long sector now as to whether it will be an Audi from SP9 Pro or an Aston Martin from SP9 Pro-Am to take the bottom step of the overall podium.
It's close, but unless, I've got to say, I don't want to jinx it here, it is now Maxime Dumoulin's position to throw away, because he's sufficiently far ahead. That second sector, it was 1.8 seconds, 1.6 seconds in Vincent Kolb's favour. Sector 3, I haven't got it up on the screen because it's a long or short one, but sector 4 is the big one, as Johnny just said. That's where it's about three odd minutes through that sector, so we'll see it. But looking on the GPS tracker at the moment, the Aston is coming up to the carousel, literally arriving at it about now, whereas the Audi is coming up to the right-hander to start that climb. They will literally pass each other on opposite sides of the track now. The Aston coming out of the carousel, the Audi going into it. We've got Hoat, so the highest part of the circuit, down through Wipperman, Brunchen, Flansgarten, the rest of it to get this. Can the Aston hold on to 3rd place? It really wouldn't matter which one of these two did it, because both deserve it at this point.
True.
I'm going to say I'd like the order not to change. That's, of course, what I'm going to say.
Ferrari from Octane 126 in the hands of Luca Ludwig. This car was qualified in 7th position. Jonathan Hershey doing the opening stint. He handed the car over to Bjorn Grossman, and then Luca Ludwig has done stint 3 and stint 4. A drama that I haven't seen I don't want to say ever before, but it's a rare sight where the fuel cap is they forgot to put that back on the car after the most recent fuel stop, so it had to come in effectively for an extra stop, and that cost it the best part of 45 seconds. That was refitted, and now hopefully the car will be fine when it goes into post-race scrutineering. But the Ferrari 296, victorious here a month ago in the Nürburgring 24 hours, well, it's another team running one of the brand new prancing horses, and they come home in second position, just north of 2 minutes down from the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So well done to Luca Ludwig, Jonathan Hershey and Bjorn Grossman, the all-Swiss lineup for Swiss team Octane 126.
So, final step of the podium. It's going to be, is it going to be Maxime Dumouriez in the Pro Sport Run, Pro Am driven SP9 Aston Martin Vantage GT3, or is it going to be the pole-sitting car of Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb, number 5, the Shearer Sport PHX Audi R8? Just on that note, the Ferrari coming through in second place. Well, I told you that Ferrari was a car to have at the moment. The BMW may have won it. That Ferrari's in its ascendancy still. I reckon its star is yet to shine. Now, Aston is coming out of Galbenkopf. It's got the Dottinger Hauer to go. The Shearer Sport PHX Audi is just coming through Galbenkopf now. So all things being equal, it's the Aston Martin. I'm not sure I can call this, Johnny. I think you might have to do this one for third place.
Are you tearing up?
No, it's brilliant to see. I don't know why, but
it's actually it's gained 3 seconds on the Audi. So the Audi, whatever reason, is delayed through that penultimate and longest sector, and the instantly recognisable, at least from this race, the green and the white of Pro Sport Racing and Aston Martin. Tremendous effort from starting driver Mike David Ortman, but every credit as well to the bronze Maxime Dumouriez, who did stints 2 and 4. And the Aston Martin will win SP9 Pro. Perhaps more significantly, though, it gets an overall podium result. And it's been a long time since a Pro-Am car has made the overall podium, particularly an Aston Martin as well. So the Vantage GT3, again, that's not necessarily the newest GT3 car on offer, but clearly showing there is life in this car yet. And is that, in fact, 3 different tyre manufacturers on the top step as well? Now, I think actually the Ferrari runs on good years like the Aston, with the Yokohama shod BMW winning the race, but none of the top 3 overall are running on Michelin tyres, which is a big shock. And, you know, there are mitigating circumstances to that, not least the Shearer Sports Audi's bad luck at the start. Vincent Kolb, in the end, saw the gap extended rather than condensed on the closing lap. Vincent Kolb finishing 15, nearly 16 seconds down from Maxime Dumouriez, and 4 and a bit minutes slower across the whole race than the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW.
Well, I said earlier, didn't I, that Pro Sport deserved a worthy result of their efforts. And yes, okay, it would be different if the pole-sitting car, the Shearer Sport PHX Audi, hadn't had a left rear puncher on that literally to start the race from pole position. So it would have been a different story. But that is also motor racing. It's how it happens. And Maxime Dumouriez there, a fantastic final stint as a bronze amateur driver. As you said, Johnny, winning the Pro-Am class and being on the third step of the podium, that's hugely impressive. And of course, they're driving the correct brand of car.
According to you.
Of course.
34 years old, Maxime Dumouriez. He's from Saint-Martens-Latem in Belgium and has been racing. He came out of Belcar, actually, in Belgium, and has raced at the Spa 24 Hours, his home endurance event. A couple of seasons in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. They're at Brands Hatch this weekend as part of Speedfest. His career in NLS began in 2021 with Pro Sport, actually, in a V6 Porsche Cayman, and he had an action in a V5 car as well. What was that for Pro Sport? That was another Cayman, actually, but of a different
Obviously
spec.
staying loyal with Pro Sport then.
Pro Sport throughout, but Pro Sport traditionally have had Aston Martins in their fold, so they've welcomed him into the SP9 field, and did at least one race last year with that same team. In fact, he did several. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 NLS races in the Vantage GT3. Might even have been the same car that he was racing today. In the meantime, Cup 2, well, we're still waiting actually for the 107 car to cross the line. That is looking like the likely winner of the ridiculously competitive Cup 2 division. And 107 with Arne Hofmeister at the wheel, the Team Matol car. That wasn't 107. We'll be able to grab a word in a moment or two with Kuba Gamaziak. Here we go, in English, Kuba Gamaziak, Polish driver, part of the winning duo. I know, it is in German.
It is very good, and again, big thanks to the team and to Yokohama, because the car was flawless, and after quite disappointing 24 hours, it's a nice change, and I think it's a good forecast for the rest of the season.
Also nach einem enttäuschenden 24-Stunden-Rennen geht der Dank an die Mannschaft von Balkenhorst.
So Kuba Gamaziak doing the first half of the race.
Hello, you were right then. the question was in German and the poll answered in English. It's just brilliant.
And Christian Krognes, recent father. Let's have a word.
I mean, the car just run like clockwork. We have a tire for every single situation now, even now when it's really hot. It's running really well. So I'm super happy to see the package coming together, and of course to show the car with Kuba. Did a good job in the first stints, and for me it was just really fun. So it's amazing.
So Christian fairly relaxed there actually, just had to bring it home. There was a bit more to his double stint in actual fact, but both drivers standing there with their Yokohama Advan caps on.
Yeah, typical driver though, undersell, over-deliver. That's the way.
Kuba looking very cool indeed in the shades. There may be further response here from either one of the drivers. No, it's just congratulations from Patrick Simon. In fact, now I'm going to guess that the next few interviews will be done in German because it's an all-Swiss lineup in the Octane 126 car, including for Luca Ludwig, who brought the car to the flag. But they had drama that they didn't really want in the closing stages because of that fuel cap that was not fitted in the previous stop. I wanted to actually just give you a rundown though as we focus on the Octane 126 Ferrari that finished in second position on the order in Cup 2. So it was the 107 car that won, and I don't remember actually the 107 leading that many laps in the meaty part of the race, but Arne Hofmeister, Hendrik Still really going about their business slightly under the radar until the start of their final stint, and the Zimmermann brake parts Team Matol racing car wins from the 100 Max Cruiser racing car, and that was the one of Ben Leuchter who started. Actually, Ben got back on board that car later on in the piece. He was sharing that with Nico Otto, who did at least a couple of the 4 stints there. Moritz Krantz in the 121 car, completing the podium in Cup 2 from the 103 Gabriele Piana driven Black Falcon Team Techstar 911 Cup car, and Noah Nagelsdijk 102 finishing in 5th place. SPX, the only remaining runner actually after the demise of the 53 car at the Carousel, Thomas Jaeger for Haupt Racing Team wins in the Mercedes GT2 car. And Cup 3, it was Heiko Eichenberg in the 959 that was about a minute up the road in the end for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. 959 Porsche 718 Cayman wins from the 7th from the 950 Schmickler performance car, and Moritz Krantz in the 949 SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. Here's Maxime Dumouriez.
Top 5 even better, and today we have a podium. It's just amazing. 1 year and a half we started, we were more than 20 seconds off, and today we can do it. It's just fantastic, really great.
So Maxime Dumouriez, I think also quite emotional actually. Didn't quite know whether they had finished on the overall podium or not, but now that has been confirmed to him or the after the result that he shares with Mike David Ortmann, and this is likely to be another interview in German. Mike hailing, in fact, from Germany, so quite obviously it's going to be in his native language. But really nice to hear from Maxime Dumouriez, Peter Snowden, because he almost feels quite overcome by that result.
Yeah, understandably so. But and the reasons why, just identified in his interview there, that we just managed to get a little bit in English, saying that you know, 1.5 years ago, so 18 months ago, they started with being 20 seconds off the place, and today they're on the podium. And just go to show, you said they've stuck loyal to to Pro Sport, to the team there, and there it is. There's the result. It's paid dividends. 18 months on, he's on the top step of the podium. Yes, there's a bit of lady luck has helped, but that's always the way of motor racing. That's what happens. You know, at the end of the day, the record books are there, and doesn't matter what car you're driving, you're third on the podium.
Thank you, Snowy. We'll join you again for NLS 5 in a few weeks' time. From Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer on RS1, it's bye-bye for now.